being raised by a doctor, instead of—" She glanced away uncomfortably. Vanni laughed suddenly and hollowly. Here the woman was in real estate and had no concept of how successful the man who built some of the finest houses in the region might be. And that was nothing compared to the fact that Paul was the most incredible human being and would be the most wonderful father. Paul is such a catch, you can't even imagine. But I'm not going to waste your time, Carol. I'm sick of the way you take over, and I won't have it anymore. She walked toward Lance and reached for the baby just as Paul was coming in the front door. I'm sorry, Lance, but we're leaving. This was horrendous, and I'm never going through anything like this again. She looked over her shoulder at Paul, who stood across the room, just inside the door. In his eyes, she saw warmth and understanding, patience, kindness. Everything was going to be okay. Vanni walked over to Paul. She turned at the door and said, Carol, you should be more considerate of people's feelings. What you did tonight was in bad taste. It's beneath you. And with that, they left the house. The next night was dinner with the Haggertys, and Vanessa was tense. After what she'd been through with Carol Rutledge, she couldn't imagine what kind of paces these people might put her through. The fact that Paul was so down-to-earth and kind didn't reassure her much. After all, Matt had been so charming and fun, yet Carol could be a nightmare. When Paul drove up to the large, stately home in the beautiful countryside, Vanni gulped. Another big house. She knew their family business was successful, but at this point, their obvious prosperity was making her nervous. It seemed to be the fulcrum on which so many opinions were balanced. Opinions that had little to do with the true quality of life. But this was a whole different scene. Marianne Haggerty rushed to the front door when she heard them pulling up, drying her hands on a dish towel that she immediately flung over her shoulder. She was a short, round woman with steel gray hair and a beautiful complexion. Her smile was effervescent, and she had the most wonderful, engaging dimples. Right behind her was a tall, handsome man, Paul's height, with Paul's sandy-colored hair, strung with gray. Marianne gave Paul a peck on the cheek and then quickly focused on the baby, reaching for him. "Oh, my God," she whispered. "Matt's baby. How luscious. Oh, Vanessa, it's so wonderful to finally meet you. Matt was so precious to us. We loved him so. Can I hold him, please?" "Of course," Vanni said with a smile, handing him over. Like grandparents, Marianne and Stan were focused on the baby, smiling and cooing and snuggling, almost ignoring Paul and Vanni. And then, surprisingly, Marianne began to tear up, then weep. Stan put a strong arm around her shoulders, holding her and the baby against his big chest, murmuring to her, "All right, honey, don't get started." And then his eyes welled and a tear ran down his weathered cheek, and they were wiping at each other's cheeks while cuddling the baby. "Okay, you two," Paul said. "Let's not get going. Don't upset Vanni." "I'm sorry," Marianne said immediately. She looked at Vanessa with wet eyes. "You'll just never know how grateful I am for this chance to see him, to hold him. We loved Matt so much. I always felt that he was one of my boys." "Mom, if you don't get under control, I'll take the baby," Paul threatened. Vanni laid a hand on his arm and shook her head at him, a small smile playing on her lips. This was good for her. Carol and Lance didn't get choked up like this. There was no question in her mind that the Rutledges loved their grandson, but their restraint was sometimes hard to endure, especially during those times she was feeling emotional. "Beer," Paul said. "We need beer and control." Stan let go with a hearty though shaky laugh. "Great recipe for control," he said. "Beer. Come on. Come on in." He reached for Vanny's hand and pulled her into the house, wiping clumsily at his cheeks. She was led through the foyer, past a gorgeous and huge great room with a beautiful marble fireplace, past a large dining room and huge kitchen, out onto a redwood deck that was furnished with handsome wicker patio furniture that would be as much at home in a living room as outdoors. "This is an amazing house," Vanny said. "We'll give you the tour later if you want one," Stan said. "A builder's house has to be a good house. People look at that. It's way more than we need for sure, but Marianne wants room for the family. What can I get everyone?" "I'd love a beer," Vanny said, sitting in one of the chairs outside. Marianne followed, still clutching the baby possessively, holding him against her. "Sure, sweetie," she said to her husband, without ever taking her eyes off the baby. She migrated to a chair near Vanessa while Paul went with his dad to get beer. "He's so beautiful," she said. "So sweet. Is he a good baby?" "He is," Vanny said. "Sleeps through the night and is hardly ever in a bad mood. But of course he gets a lot of attention, so I'm sure when he's older, I'll be in for it." "No, you can't give a baby too much attention." "Paul tells me you have 5 grandchildren." "Yes," she said. 3 boys, 2 girls. They're brilliant, each one. Oh, I could eat this little one up." Marianne turned her eyes toward Vanny and said softly, "I'm so sorry for your loss, Vanessa. We miss him too." "Thank you. I remember your card and flowers. It was so wonderful for Paul to be with you when this one was born. He talks about it." She laughed. "Does he tell you about how hard he tried to get out of it?" She asked just as Paul came back onto the deck to hand her a beer. He stood behind her chair, and that hand was again on her shoulder. "He doesn't admit to that, but it doesn't surprise me," his mother said. Vanny reached up to caress the hand that possessed her, and it wasn't until that moment that Marianne's expression changed and she exchanged looks with her husband. "Yes, Mom," Paul said. "Once I told Vanny what wonderful grandparents you two are, she agreed to marry me. She even agreed to more children. So you see, I'm not going to die a lonely old man after all." Vanny looked up at him and saw that his smile was soft. "Oh," Marianne let go in a surprised breath. "Oh, how long has this been going on?" "For me, quite a while," Paul said. "Vanny just gave up the fight a little while ago. But I think she can convince you she's happy." Smiling, Vanny said, "I'm happy. Very happy." Stan stuck out a hand to his son. "Congratulations, son. This is good news." Then he stooped to put a kiss on Vanny's cheek. "Welcome, daughter," he said. "It's an honor. An honor." All Marianne said was, "Excellent. I don't have to let go of this baby for a second." Then her face sobered and she said, "Oh, forgive me, Vanessa. I'm so happy to have you in the family." She grinned happily and said, "You and the baby." It wasn't long before the rest of the Haggerty family arrived. Mitch and Jenny and their 3 kids, North and Susan and their 2, the women bearing food to contribute to a big family dinner. Vanny was welcomed warmly with hugs, everyone offering their condolences for Matt's death since the boys had grown up together. The baby was fussed over and passed from woman to woman. In no time, Paul had charge of the baby while Vanny joined the women in the kitchen getting the meal on the table. Dinner with 8 adults, 5 kids, and a baby is a loud affair. But Vanny felt so much more comfortable in the chaos than she ever had at the Rutledges. Paul's mother, she thought, has such an ideal existence, surrounded by loving family, her life filled with happy noise and small children's arms around her. This, Vanny thought, this is what I want to do next. Before dinner was consumed, Stan stood and raised a glass to toast Vanessa and Paul's engagement. Excited whoops and hugs followed with questions about the when and where, to which Vanni and Paul could only answer, "The sooner the better. After all, we've known each other for years." When dinner was over, the cleanup and female chatter continued, and Vanni pitched in happily. It was during this time that she stole a look at Paul, out on the deck with his father and brothers, jiggling Maddie against his chest, trying to keep him from getting too fussy as he waited for his mother's attention. Maddie was squirming anxiously, ready for a feeding, but Paul was completely comfortable and confident. When the last dish was put up, Vanni asked Marianne if she could borrow a bedroom to nurse the baby. "Of course, sweetheart," the older woman answered. "But no one in this family is uncomfortable with a nursing mom, not even the children. Do whatever you'd rather. Take a bedroom or sit with us. It's entirely up to you. We're kind of homespun around here." "What about the men?" Vanni asked. "They're even less uncomfortable." North's wife laughed. "The first time I put Angie to the breast, demurely covered by a blanket, Stan walked right over to me, lifted the blanket, and said, 'Marianne, honey, come and see how good this little critter sucks.'" "Oh my," Vanni said. "Think they'll stay outside a while?" "I think Stan will give you time to get used to us before he pulls his tricks," Marianne said with a smile. "Not much time, though. Take that as fair warning." So Vanni went to collect her son from Paul and chose the great room, settling with the women who had 100 questions about Vanni and Paul and how the whole romance came to be. On the deck, Paul was talking to his business partners, his family. "I think there's money to be made in Virgin River and the surrounding towns. When Jack was looking for a contractor to help him finish his house, he couldn't find one, which is what brought me down there." He grinned. "That and all the overtime he paid." "How would you prefer to do it?" Mitch asked. "I could extend the company into another branch and we could participate in any profits. Or I could use my house equity to start my own company, since the house is paid for. I leave that to you." "You have plenty of stock in Haggerty Construction," Stan said, "if you want to cash out." "I don't want to pull money out of your company, Dad. It's not mine, son. We've all put a lot of sweat equity into this operation. It's ours. We back each other up. Vanni would move up here if I asked her to, but I have interests there. There are building contracts. There's Vanni's dad, who's alone now. And, well, there's Matt. I want Matty to have a connection to his dad, to know everything about what a great man he was." He shrugged. "We're close to Grants Pass. It's not a bad drive. If I hang on to the house, we could come back up here to work if there aren't contracts down there. You know I wouldn't be a stranger. But God, Dad, it's a beautiful place. I'd love to raise a family there. I'd love to live there with my wife and children. Then we'll set you up, son. Sounds like a place primed for opportunity. We could provide jobs. There are a lot of people looking for opportunity in home construction, and a lot of city money comes up to us from the Bay Area. Virgin River is isolated and grows slowly, but there are dozens of towns around the area just dying for renovation and new construction. I don't think you'll regret it. But I'd rather you not shoulder the risk. I can afford it." Stan grinned. "You saying we made you rich enough to start your own company?" Paul returned the grin. "You did, in fact." "Then you owe it to us to give us a piece of the action." "I agree," Mitch said. "I hate to lose you," North said. "If you take on a new division, we'll have to put someone in charge of building operations up here. And damn, you're the best there is. I've been pretty absent since last fall. A long time now." "True," Stan agreed. "But it looks like it was a good investment, personally and professionally. Anyone around here have cigars?" "You have cigars," North said. "I do, don't I?" Stan said, getting up. "You know," Paul said, You guys have to come down to Virgin River. You're going to fit right in. Chapter 10. Walt had begun making it a habit to be away from the house for long periods of time when Paul was there for the weekend. He stretched out his stable chores and frequently took Liberty out for long early morning or early evening rides. His reward for this new behavior was a decent night's sleep. It appeared these trips to Grant's Pass during the week would continue for a while, and the kids would be back on the weekends. He looked forward to seeing them, but they also needed their space. So, after Friday night's dinner at the house, with Tom out with Brenda, Walt left cleanup to Paul and Vanni and went for a ride. He was moving along the river trail when an animal darted down the path toward him. It wasn't much more than a streak of brown fur, and Walt reined in Patriot. He could hear horses' hooves, and then the air was split with a loud whistle, and that chocolate streak stopped on a dime. And sat, panting. Momentarily, a horse galloped up toward him. A pretty woman astride. She wore a cowboy hat, but even that wide brim couldn't hide her peachy complexion, rosy cheeks, pink lips. "Good girl, Luce. Break." The dog got out of her sit position, at ease, and wagged at her mistress. "Sorry," the woman said to Walt. "I hope that wasn't a problem for you, or for your horse." "We're fine. Amazing little friend you have there." "Luce. She's a bird dog, still in training. I'm Muriel. Are we neighbors?" "Walt Booth," he said. "I'm a little embarrassed. I've been meaning to bake you a cake and bring it over. Welcome you to the neighborhood." She laughed. "I'll bet you were planning to have your wife do that," she accused. "Widowed," he said, and he plucked his hat off his head in a gentlemanly fashion. And, curiously, he wondered what his hair looked like. That should have been his first clue. "I'm so sorry," she said. "Years ago now," he answered, smoothing a hand over his head. "How about you? Married?" "Several times," she said with a laugh. "I'm trying to quit." "You shouldn't have much trouble. There aren't so many prospects in Virgin River." "What use do you have for a bird dog?" "I've been known to hunt. I don't know how much of that I'll get in this year. I'm working on that house. But Luce needs a little time on her skills, and I should get her in the water before too long. Keep her up to speed. I'd like to get a litter out of her in a couple of years after we check her hips. She's got such a good line." Walt looked at her hands. They weren't fancy girl hands. Her manicured nails were short, and she wore no rings. "Do you hunt?" she asked him. "I haven't in a while, but I'm planning to get back into it. Soon." It made her smile at him. She knew a flirt when she saw one. "I guess I thought you'd be breeding peacocks on that ranch, or something. Not working on a house and training a bird dog." She tilted her head. "And you would think that because—" "Mel told me my new neighbor was a movie star, so I looked you up on the internet. Lot of fancy pictures," he said. And then he felt his cheeks grow warm. "Well, God bless the internet. Anything else you'd like to know?" His first thought was he could probably find out who all those husbands had been, but maybe he'd resist. "I don't know much about movies. Haven't seen too many. And I don't know anything about movie stars." "Retired," she said. "I'm sanding, varnishing, hauling trash, and training my bird dog. I'm going to pick up another one pretty soon now. I picked the bitch in sire a while ago, and she whelped, so as soon as they'll let him go. And I don't cook much, don't bake at all. But as it happens, I have sugar for my coffee. In case you want to borrow a cup for that cake you're baking me." "My 30-year-old daughter has a man in her life, a good man, and they're at the house every weekend," he found himself explaining. "I have reasons to stay out of the house a lot." "How much sugar do you keep on hand?" She grinned at him. "Plenty." "I might need some as early as tomorrow evening," he said. "That good man my daughter has is here for the weekend." Is that so? Then Muriel turned her mount, facing the other way, and said, "Luce!" She gave 2 short whistles. The lab bolted back where she'd come from. Muriel looked over her shoulder and said, "Bring a decent bottle of red wine, then." She put her horse into an easy canter and followed her dog. Walt sat there for a long time, till she was out of sight. "Damn," he said aloud. The next evening, Paul and Vanessa decided to go to Jack's for dinner, a predictable event for them. Of course, they expected Walt to join them. "Nah," he said. "I see enough of Jack during the week. Tom gets dinner at Brenda's, and I have no interest in cooking for one. I'll pass. In fact," he said, "I might head out to Clear River. There's a little bar over there where I'm not so well known. I might do that." "You sure, Dad?" Vanni asked. "I'm sure," he said. "Enjoy yourselves. I'll see you later, or in the morning." When they were gone, he showered, applied a little aftershave, and poked around in the wine rack, selected a bottle, and grabbed his car keys. When Walt pulled up to his new neighbor's house, he wasn't sure that he wouldn't come off looking like some old fool chasing a movie star. Of course, the chasing hadn't even started. This was just a glass of wine with a neighbor. But he felt every second of his 62 years, and although the research said she was just a few years younger, she looked many years younger than he did, and far more confident than he was. The property was made up of a time-worn 2-story house with a wide porch, a smaller vintage bunkhouse, a barn, and a corral. Walt didn't know where to look first. On instinct, he went to the house and knocked on the front door. "Right in here," she yelled. "Come on in." As Walt stepped inside, he was greeted first by a very excited Luce, wagging and nudging him playfully. Muriel was up on a ladder with a trowel in her hand, which she put in a pan. She wore overalls that were as splattered as the wall. "Good. Break time," she said, wiping her hands on a rag that she had stuffed in her back pocket. He had showered and splashed on cologne. She hadn't even bothered with a comb, much less makeup. She looked real good for a woman her age. "What's that you're doing?" he asked. "Spackling. After which I'll paint and install new baseboards. And then I'm going after some crown molding." He looked around at the mess. The place was in full remodel mode. He lifted the bottle and pointed the label toward her as she descended the ladder. "Will this do?" She took the bottle from him. "Nice," she said. "Give me a minute to clean up my tools." She grabbed her pan and trowel, disappeared into the kitchen, and he heard the water run. Momentarily, she was back. "Come with me. Come on, Luce." He followed her out of the house and across the yard to the bunkhouse. She opened the door and surprised him again. It was one whole room, but it was a big room. As a bunkhouse, it could have held 6 twin-size beds. She had a bed in one corner, a settee and chair in front of it, a small table with 2 chairs, and along one wall a few appliances. A bar-size refrigerator, microwave, small oven, sink, a few cupboards and drawers. The bathroom, such as it was, occupied the corner. A toilet, sink, and small shower. Right out in the open. But she had the room fixed up a little bit. Fresh paint, bright colors of yellow, red, a little rose and pale green. The bedspread matched the love seat and chair cushions. While he was looking around, she was digging a corkscrew out of a drawer. She handed him the bottle and the implement and went after glasses. "Nice little place," he said, going to work on the cork. "Hope I don't have to pee while I'm here. More to the point, I hope you don't have to." Muriel laughed. Then she grabbed something that leaned up against the end of her cupboard and, one-handed, glasses in the other hand, she erected a wooden TV tray between the chair and short couch. "Instant coffee table," she said, Please pour." She went to the refrigerator and pulled out a platter covered in saran, then grabbed a big box of crackers out of a cupboard and placed it on the tray next to her platter. Sliced ham and salami, sliced cheese, olives, veggies, and hummus. "Ah," he said. "You were expecting me." She laughed and sat in the chair. "Walt, it's my dinner." "Oh. I wouldn't want to take your dinner." "I sliced up twice as much, in case you came for your cup of sugar." "You really don't cook? At all? You eat like this?" "I have a feeling this isn't going to hold you for long," she said, picking up a celery stick and dipping it through the hummus. "Well, you'll be all right. You can make yourself a pot roast or something when you get home tonight." And he thought, if we begin to keep company, I will have to be in charge of the food. And she thought, if we see much of each other, I'll probably gain weight. "From the outside, this looks like a bunkhouse or guest house." It was, or is. First, it was an artist's studio for the rancher's wife, she said, pointing up to 2 skylights in the ceiling. Then a bunkhouse for hands or lumberjacks. The kitchen and bathroom facilities were an afterthought, I believe. My realtor had the junk hauled out. Then I did some painting. I'll stay here while I work on the big house. And if you have to relieve yourself, the bathroom in the big house works just fine. The door closes and everything." She took a small sip of wine. She said, letting her eyes close briefly. Then she clinked his glass. "To new neighborhoods." "This isn't exactly what I expected of a movie star. Spackling, living in one room." "How interesting," she said, leaning back in her chair. "You're exactly what I expected of a general." His eyebrows shot up. "Is that so?" "Uh-huh. Thinking anyone who isn't carrying an M16 is a wimp, and women who dress up can't do heavy work. Walt, time for you to get with it. Movie stars are people. Most of them, anyway. And besides, I'm not a movie star now. I'm retired." "What's that like, being a movie star?" "Being a star, as you put it, is like living an imaginary life. Acting, however, is the hardest work you'll ever find. Look at me," she said, connecting with his eyes. "Closely. Closely? Yes, like that. Now, look angry." He scowled for her. "Very nice," she said. "Now, look vulnerable." He frowned in confusion. "Not easy, is it? Add to that you have to memorize 120 pages of dialogue, be on the set at 6 a.m., and won't get done before 10 p.m., you'll either sweat or freeze, you'll stand at attention for so many goddamn hours your hips will lock, and the man you have to kiss will have breath that would gag a maggot. Or the promising young actress who's playing your daughter will be a snotty little shit who holds up the whole production and costs everyone time and money." She leaned back and grinned at him. "It's not easy. I swear to God." "Well, no wonder you're retired." "Why do you retire?" "Over 35 years is a long time for an army officer," he began. And they talked through a bottle of wine and her snacks. Walt learned a little about the life of an actress, and Muriel heard about the army and Walt's family, including the death of his son-in-law, the new grandson, and Paul. Before long, the wine was gone, and it was almost 10 o'clock. There was no kiss goodnight or anything even close. But Walt said, "If I had time on my hands, could you use help with painting and such?" "I'd never turn down a helping hand," she said. "But are you good at it?" "Passable. I admit I hired tradesmen to get it done at my place, but only because I was still in D.C. and wanted the place ready when I retired. I don't want to intrude in case you're training your dog or running errands. Why don't I call ahead?" "That would work," Muriel said. She went to the counter of her little makeshift kitchen and wrote down her number. Or you can always just come for your sugar." She smiled at him. "Thanks for the wine. Very nice wine." "I have plenty of wine," he said. "And I have plenty of sugar." "So," he said, "we're in business." After a weekend in Virgin River, Vanni and Paul returned to Grants Pass. On Tuesday morning, Paul called Terry. "Hi, Terry. It's Paul. How are you feeling?" "Fine, Paul. How are you?" "Great, thanks. I've been out of town and—" "Let me guess," she said tiredly. "Virgin River again?" "As a matter of fact, I have a couple of potential building contracts down there, and I've been crunching some numbers to see if it's doable." "Big surprise," she said with an unhappy laugh. "Kind of a strange place to go when you have a child coming you claim you want to be involved with, don't you think?" "Both these jobs will be complete by the time you deliver. And it's not far. I can get to Grants Pass when I need to. Listen, I wanted to do this in person, but there's no point in blindsiding you. I'll be getting married fairly soon." He heard a sound. He wasn't sure if it was a snort or a laugh. "That won't be a problem," Paul said. "She knows all about my situation with you. She also has a child and—" "I know," she said, cutting him off. "Your best friend's baby." "She understands we'll be sharing custody and—" "I'm not sure I like that idea so much," she said, impatiently. "Well, we have to deal with what we have," he said. "And speaking of that, I've been looking at the calendar. It has to be time for that doctor's appointment by now." "What appointment?" she asked. "The one with the OBGYN. The one I'm going to with you." "Oh, that. I had my appointment last Friday. Everything seems to be fine." He took a breath. "You know I wanted to go with you," he said. "Sorry, they called with an opening. And you didn't seem to be in town," she answered crisply. "If I'd known there was an appointment, I would have been there." Anger began to swell up inside him, and he cautioned himself to stay cool. He didn't want to set her off, though he wasn't sure what more she could do to screw up his head. "Look," she said, "you seem to have more important things on your mind. I don't even hear from you once a week." He took a breath. "Can you get away for lunch today?" he asked her. She was quiet for a moment. "Paul? Forget it, huh? You don't have to meet me for lunch or for anything else. Clearly, there's nothing between us. You're getting married. Go have your life. I'll be fine." "There's one thing between us, according to you." She hung up the phone. "Damn it," he said, slamming down the phone. "Uh-oh," Vanni said, standing in the bedroom doorway with Maddie against her shoulder. One hand braced on the desk, he hung his head. "She's got me over a nice little barrel here," he said, lifting his head and looking at her. "She just gave me my out." "I don't think that made you real happy." "No, it didn't." He flipped through his calendar. He found the name of the doctor that he'd jotted down, then pulled out the phone book. He couldn't find Dr. Charlene Weir listed anywhere. "I don't know what she's up to." Vanni walked toward him. "What was your out?" she asked. "She told me to go have my life. She'd be fine." "Oh my. You know what kind of problem that is for me?" he said. "You wouldn't be happy having a child of yours floating around out there, without knowing you, without your support and protection." "I'm sorry. I can't." He dropped an arm around her shoulders, kissed Maddie's head. "I'm sorry to put you through this." "Don't worry about me, Paul. Just resolve this to your satisfaction. I'm not going anywhere." 2 hours later, he found himself in probably the most unlikely spot in Grants Pass. The office of Dr. Cameron Michaels. Of course, Cameron fit him in, probably hopeful that his visit had something to do with Vanessa, something that could benefit the good doctor. When Paul explained himself and what he needed, Cameron couldn't keep from laughing outright. "I'm sure you find this hilarious," Paul said grimly. "But the fact is, I don't have many places to go for a little assistance." "I have to hand it to you, Paul. You're not as clumsy around women as you think. For an unlucky son of a bitch, you sure land on your feet." "How's that exactly?" "You've got this mess to straighten out, and Vanni still wants you. Damn." "Stop grinning. This isn't easy for Vanessa. But if it's mine, I want to take care of it. I have to. If I'm going to be a father, I'm going to be a decent father." Cameron shook his head. "I'm sure you didn't mean to, but you stumbled into the right place. I'd love to tell you there's nothing I can do to help you out of this mess, but I'm a children's doctor, and it isn't easy to deal with the number of babies who come into this world with parents who don't give a shit, don't even want them. At least you do. I'll hook you up for an ultrasound, which might give you some answers if you can get her cooperation. You can follow through with a court order for an amniocentesis if you need one to check DNA and confirm paternity. Not for you, not even for her. For this baby she's carrying." He flipped through his BlackBerry. "Then you can tell her, if she needs a good pediatrician, you know one." Paul went from Cameron's office to the law firm at which Terry Bradford worked. For the first time, he considered the fact that she worked for an attorney. She would know he had legal rights. Terry was clearly surprised to see him. When she looked up from her desk, her eyes were wide and her expression completely baffled. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "We have to talk. Right now. Today. Have you eaten?" "Yes, and I don't want to talk. You're getting married. You'll be far too busy to think about me. It's time for you to walk away from this. Leave me alone." When she stood up from her desk, he noticed the tiniest rounding of her middle, and he tried to judge whether it was approximately 3 months or if maybe she'd just gained a little weight. Her breasts were definitely larger, straining at her blouse. "You'd better talk to me, Terry," he said sternly. "I'm not going away, and if I have to, I'll get help. Legal help." She leaned over her desk, whispering, "What am I supposed to tell my boss?" "Tell him it's a family emergency. Because it is." She sighed, shook her head, and went into her boss's office. She came right back and fished her purse out of the bottom drawer of her desk. As she walked toward the door, he grabbed her elbow with a soft hand, escorting her. She was small, much shorter than Vanni. Her shoulder-length dark hair was shiny and her blue eyes large, surrounded by tons of thick lashes. There was every reason in the world to be attracted to someone like Terry. He noticed her body had changed with her pregnancy. She was fuller, rounder. She definitely hadn't been lying about the fact she was pregnant. The thing missing was that glow a woman carrying seemed to have. But that could be explained by her lack of a partner with whom to bring this baby into the world. They weren't even to the parking lot before she stopped walking, turned her eyes up to his, and said, "You can let this go. It's not yours." "What?" "How do I know for sure?" he asked her. "What the hell does it matter? I'm not holding you responsible for anything." "I know," he said. "I'm holding me responsible." He looked around. Across the street was a small park. "Come on," he said, leading her there. There was a bench under a big tree and not too many people around. "Sit down," he told her. "We're going to get this straightened out once and for all." "I don't know what your problem is," she said, sitting down, shaking her head. "Yeah, you do. I can't be sure which lie is the truth and which truth is the lie. So, if there's any chance you're carrying my child, I want to be its father. Is that too crazy for you to understand? Even though you want nothing to do with the mother?" "That's not true either. It's not like that. If you're the mother of my child, that comes with respect and support. I wouldn't ignore your needs. Oh, and how does the woman you plan to marry feel about that? She'd expect nothing less. Terry laughed. Jesus, aren't you all just so goddamn decent? He nearly flinched. I need to be sure. I'm not walking away from this without some confirmation. I'm not going to miss out on any time with a child that's mine. Look, she said. It was close enough. I didn't have anyone, and you and I thought we worked pretty well. I thought I could pull it off, all right? You caught me. I knew I was pregnant before that night with you. I was thinking of ending it, the pregnancy, but I didn't want to. I've made a lot of mistakes. I'm not going to let this be one of them. Can you prove this to me with an ultrasound that shows you're further along than 3 months? He asked. Oh, Jesus, she groaned. I don't have to. Yeah, you're going to have to. I'll hire a lawyer. I'll sue you for my paternal rights. And to get me off your back, you'll have to have a test. What kind of test? She asked, shocked. Amniocentesis. DNA. She went a little pale. Does that involve a needle? Yeah, it sure does. Unless we can get some easier answers from an ultrasound. I don't have another doctor's appointment for 3 weeks. Maybe I can convince her to do an ultra... You said your doctor was Charlene Weir, who, by the way, isn't in the book. God, he remembered that? She laughed. Charlene Weir is my girlfriend. I just tossed it out there. I didn't want you going to the doctor with me. We're not waiting 3 weeks, Terry. I have a place to take you for an ultrasound today. Will you go? Or do I have to hire a lawyer? How can you waste money on something like that? She asked, perplexed. It wouldn't be a waste. I have to know for certain. Is your fiancé making you do this? He stood up. Not at all. He held out a hand to her. Let's do it. She sighed, put her hand in his, and let him draw her to her feet. He drove her to the offices of Mary Jensen, M.D. They filled out a lot of paperwork. Paul put his credit card on the visit, and a very kind and gentle woman doctor fired up the ultrasound. Since Dr. Jensen, a friend of Cameron's, knew the purpose of the visit, there wasn't much talking in the room. It took only moments for the doctor to establish that the pregnancy was closer to 4 months than 3, perhaps a few weeks advanced of Paul's contact with Terry. But something happened to Paul as he watched the life inside her, moving around, kicking and squirming. For a big, tough guy, things like this were his undoing. Pregnant women were beautiful to him. He hadn't been great with women, but he'd always wanted a wife, a family. Knowing that baby wasn't his didn't really give him the relief he expected. Had it been established that the baby was his, it wouldn't exactly have made him proud either. He'd been trying to keep Terry safe from that complication. He was ambivalent. And he felt a deep sadness for Terry, who, despite all her attempts to mislead him, was in a very difficult position. He had sad feelings for the baby, who would not have the love and protection he could offer as a father. The urge to keep the vulnerable safe, to protect the weak with his strength, was natural for Paul. Terry said nothing at all. She walked ahead of him out of the doctor's office and jumped in the truck. As Paul got in and started the engine, she looked into her lap, silent. There, she seemed to be saying without words, done. Over. He was also quiet as he drove her back to her office. When he got to the law firm's parking lot, however, he didn't turn in. He drove around the block and, instead, pulled into that same little park they'd visited earlier. He got out of the truck, went to her side, and opened the door for her. He put out his hand. "What are you doing?" she asked. "What now?" "Let's talk a minute," he said softly, gently. "Paul," she said, tears brimming in her eyes. "Please, enough. I'm sorry." "It's okay. Come on," he said, pulling her out of the truck. He dropped an affectionate arm around her shoulders and led her back to the bench. And as he did so, she leaned against him and began to softly cry. "Sit down, Terry," he invited her. "Tell me something. Does the baby have a father?"
"Obviously,"
she wept, digging around in her purse for a tissue. He pulled a clean handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to her. "I mean, a man who is standing by, supporting you, ready to take his share of responsibility."
"'Fraid not,"
she said, accepting the hanky and dabbing her eyes. He ran the back of his finger along her cheek, wiping away a tear. "Is that why you told me it was mine?" She turned liquid eyes up to him.
"Partly,"
she said quietly.
"There's more to it than that."
"Was it about money?" he asked. She laughed without humor.
"No,"
she said.
"It was because neither of us had anyone in our lives. At least, that's what you said. It was because of the way you are, telling me that story about how you were with your best friend's wife when her baby came. And it tore you up, but it was the most beautiful thing you'd ever seen. It was the way I felt when I was with you."
She shrugged.
"I thought you'd be a good father. A good... Never mind."
"We weren't together very much," Paul said, shaking his head.
"I know. It was stupid. But I thought if you grew to love me..."
She leaned against him and let the tears flow.
"If you thought I was having your baby, maybe we'd be together more. And if we were together, maybe..."
She wiped at her eyes.
I thought we'd be safe with you. I felt a lot more for you than you did for me. But what I did, it was wrong. I'm sorry."
He put an arm around her and held her. "Terry, you had to know I'd find out eventually." She shrugged and sniffed.
"Maybe not. At least not until we'd had some time together. And if you got attached, if there were more children, it was a stupid risk. I really don't know if I'd been able to go through with it."
She looked up at him.
"I'm not a dishonest person. I probably would have told you the truth before..."
She took a breath.
"It took me a while to accept that you just weren't into me," she said. "You didn't call. You left town all the time. You were right. There wasn't much between us. But that didn't keep me from wishing there was."
He put a large hand over her barely swollen middle. "And this little one's father?"
"Not interested either," she said.
"Does he know?"
"I told him. He could care less. He told me I'd have to sue him to..." Well, it didn't take me long to decide I was better off.
"Loser," Paul muttered under his breath. "How did this happen?" he asked.
"I've always been bad about those pills, missing them, forgetting. And he didn't use anything. It's my screw-up, all mine. I'm pretty lucky a baby is all I got from him."
Her eyes were large and round.
"The condom didn't fail, Paul, and I was tested at my first appointment. I didn't give you anything."
He didn't share that he already knew that. Acting on Jack's advice, he'd been checked out. "Are you going to be all right?" he asked her.
"I'll manage,"
she said, wiping her tears away. He lifted her chin. "Is there anything I can do to help you now?"
"You're off the hook, Paul. You don't have to do anything."
"Do you still have that card I gave you? With the phone numbers?"
"Yeah, Somewhere.
You can find me easily. I work for a family company headquartered in Grants Pass. My family. If I'm not there, they can reach me. If you ever need anything."
"Paul," she said, laughing through tears. "I lied to you. You don't have to—"
"Terry," he said sweetly. "It's true we're not a couple. That we never were. But I don't go to bed with women I don't have any feelings for. God, I'm not that bad. Even if we weren't in love, I thought of us as friends, at least. We had a real important connection. You were good to me. I tried to be good to you."
God, you're incredible. After what I tried to do to you.
He smiled at her. "I was wrong to call you when I got back to Grants Pass. It set up a series of events that were unfair to you. But I remember it so damn well. I was in a lot of pain. It was a bad, bad time for me. That night, I was a pretty miserable, desperate guy, and you got me through a rough spot. You were kind to me, sympathetic and sweet, loving. At the time, I was very grateful. I wouldn't be a gentleman if I didn't tell you that." She leaned against him, the tears dry now, and he put his arms around her in comfort. She sighed.
"I thought I loved you, that I could make you happy if I had a chance," she said. "I didn't lie about that."
She lifted her head and looked up at him.
"You're an easy man to fall for."
He tightened his arms a bit. He knew something about love now. It filled him up inside, made him feel like the luckiest man on the planet to have Vanessa. He would do anything for her, and if she had come to him with another man's baby and asked him to take her with that burden inside her, he wouldn't even have to think about it. "Is there anything you need?"
"Yeah,"
Terry said with a sad little laugh.
"I need to find a man like you. Then I'll be set."
He sat with her for a long while, his arms around her, giving what small comfort he could. He dropped a tender kiss on the top of her head. "You'll find the right man," he said, "and you'll be a good mother. This will work out."
"Paul, I'm sorry if I hurt you, if I complicated your life. It was so selfish of me."
"We'll get past that. No problem. Desperate times sometimes bring out desperate measures. I'm not angry. And I know a really good pediatrician, if you're looking for one." Chapter 11. Vanessa had just finished nursing the baby when the doorbell at Paul's house rang. Holding the baby, she went and glanced out the window beside the door. There stood Carol, looking every bit the chic and sophisticated businesswoman she always did. Vanni opened the door somewhat reluctantly. "I didn't know if you'd be here," Carol said. "I didn't want to call. I wanted to see you, and I wasn't sure you'd agree." Vanessa opened the door. "I haven't been in touch, Carol, because I thought we could use some time to think things through. Both of us." Vanni held the door open. "Come in, since you're here." "Is Paul home?" she asked, stepping across the threshold. "Not at the moment." She looked at her watch. "I guess he should be coming soon." "I'm sorry, Vanessa," Carol said uncomfortably. "Lance is furious with me. Terrified we won't see much of the baby because of what I did." "Come in and sit down," Vanni said, leading the way to the dining room. She put Maddie in his bouncy seat on the table and pulled out a chair. "So," she said bravely, "Lance didn't like that little meeting you tried to arrange?" Carol was caught looking around at Paul's house. By the rather surprised expression on her face, maybe she wasn't expecting anything quite so beautiful, so tasteful. Maybe she thought Paul made his home in a construction trailer. "Carol?" Vanni asked. She shook her head. "No," she said. "Not from the beginning. He blustered about it, but I didn't think I was doing anything harmful. You know we care about Paul for many reasons. But after getting to know Cameron, I just thought the world of him, and—" "Oh, hell," Carol said. "I didn't know about you and Paul." "That's exactly why you should make it a policy to ask if your plans are acceptable. Had you asked me in the first place if I'd like you to invite a single man to dinner, I would have asked you to wait on that. I was missing Paul, wanting to see him. Cameron's a great guy, but I'm not interested in him romantically," Vanni said. "In the end, both men were hurt. You have to stop doing things like that." "I always think I'm helping," she said. "I always feel like I have the perfect solution. Really, I wouldn't—" Her voice trailed off. "You and Paul?" "That's right. We're getting married. I love him. He'll be a wonderful father to Maddie. You can't imagine how much he adores this baby, how grateful he is that there's a little piece left of his best friend." "And you're happy?" Carol asked, her brow furrowed. "This is what you want?" Vanni reached out a hand to touch Carol's. "When we lost Matt, the pain was so great for both me and Paul, for everyone. I didn't know if I could ever be happy again. I imagine there were times you felt the same way." "Sometimes I miss him so much," she said, and her eyes glistened. She reached for the baby. "May I?" "Sure, go ahead." Carol picked up the baby and held him against her, her eyes wet. "You have no idea how fast the time goes, and how much goes with it." When Matt had that video conference before his death, Paul was at the house. God, Matt was so happy to see his face, to talk to him. I think he was as happy to see Paul as me. "Carol, this would make Matt happy." Carol laughed through some tears. "Oh, I'm sure that's true. Matt and Paul always spent more time at the Haggerty house than ours. A whole crowd of messy boys with big, smelly feet never threw Marianne. She somehow knew just what food to toss at them. Our house was too sterile. I was strict about neatness. Well, I guess if you have 3 of them, one more hardly matters," Vanni said. "They were just boys," Carol said. "Who can blame them? They weren't interested in how hard I had to work to buy a certain lamp or how much trouble it was to keep up the landscaping. Before the Haggertys built that big house, while the boys were young, they could barely keep grass in the yard." She smiled a bit forlornly. "All the boys played soccer." Whew, Vanni thought. It wasn't just that Carol thought Cameron was a better choice for her. She didn't want to compete with Marianne and her Mother Earth qualities. "I suppose Marianne always had cookies when they got home from school, too," Vanni said, testing out her theory. "I'm sure. A trampoline, drum set, all kinds of stuff. They let the boys set up a kind of band in the garage. Electric piano, guitars, the whole bit. Noisy enough to split your skull." She laughed a little. "Not one of them had a lick of talent, thank God. Or else they'd all be tattooed rock stars." With his usual fabulous timing, little Maddie barfed curdled milk right down Carol's back. And predictably, she said, "Ew!" "Oh, no!" Vanni shot to her feet, a diaper she used as a burping cloth in her hand. She reached for the baby. "No, please, don't take him," Carol said. "Just put that over my shoulder. Carol, it's silk." "Oh, the hell with it. There are dry cleaners, you know." Vanni wiped her off as well as she could, then draped a clean diaper over Carol's shoulder. She was pretty stunned that Carol didn't fling the baby away from her, but she held him close, snuggling him. Vanni chewed her lip for a second. Carol's afraid of another generation that belonged to her by blood preferring the Haggerty family. Because she's rigid, not warm and fuzzy, and she knows it. Then Vanni said, "Each one of those Haggerty men turned out to be successful and hardworking. Someone in that house must have insisted on study. Probably Stan. He's always been business-minded." She cuddled and kissed the baby. She seemed to have already forgotten about the wet patch running down her back. Facing the thought of being separated from her only grandson had created a shift in Carol. Maybe not a total personality change, but definitely a small conversion. "There's something I want to talk to you about," Vanni said. "It's early, I know, but Paul and I, when Maddie's a little older, we want more children. I really want more children. I'd like it if you welcome them as much as little Matt. Along with us, of course. I know Maddie's special, your biological grandson, but it would be so nice if we could count on you and Lance to open your hearts to any of his siblings." Carol raised startled eyes to Vanni's face. "Don't worry. I certainly don't expect you to turn your beautiful home into a clubhouse. I don't intend to live that way, no matter how many boys come along. But of course, there could even be girls. I hope so. You'd be perfect for little girls." "Do you mean that, Vanessa?" Carol asked, her eyes a bit wide. "There will be boundaries," Vanni said. "You have to check with me before you make any plans that affect me, my son, my life, my relationship, my— Of course. If you get any little granddaughter's ears pierced without my permission, you'll pay," Vanessa said, lifting one brow meaningfully. "Oh, heavens, of course I wouldn't— And you'd better show Paul the gratitude he deserves. He's still a wonderful friend to Matt." "I'm sorry I said that," Carol said. "Thinking a doctor would be better for my grandson." Vanni surprised herself with a laugh. "I guess you're not the first mother or grandmother to try to hook up your loved ones with someone as prestigious as a doctor. And Cameron is wonderful. Smart, sensitive, kind. What I'd like you to see is that Paul is at least his equal, and that you have a great gift in Paul as Maddie's stepfather. Because Paul will do everything to keep Matt alive for him. Paul was so loyal to Matt, so committed. That's something no other man can give us, Carol." "I guess I can see that." "Are you still angry with me?" she asked. Vanni shook her head. "You should make amends with Paul." "Is he furious?" Carol asked, snuggling the baby close. "He hasn't said a word, but still, he deserves much better than he got. Long before I fell in love with him, he was wonderful to me, to your grandson. You should apologize." "You're right, though I dread it," she said. And as if planned, the door from the garage to the kitchen opened and Paul came in. "Well, this is a surprise," he said when he saw Carol. He went first to Vanni, dropping a kiss on her forehead and again that possessive hand on her shoulder. "How are you, Carol?" he asked. "Repentant," she said. "I'm sorry, Paul. I didn't realize what was happening." Paul gave Vanni's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. "It's behind us, Carol. Let's move on. That's decent of you under the circumstances. Any chance I can squeak in another attempt at dinner before you leave town again?" "I'm afraid that isn't going to work out," he said. "We have plans, and I'd rather not cancel them. But we'll be back next week, and try again then. Of course, you're always welcome in Virgin River. You know the General would make you welcome any time." Vanessa frowned. not knowing they had any plans before leaving town. She wondered if maybe Paul was more angry than he'd allowed to show. "I guess I'll have to live with that," Carol said, jostling the baby close to her. "I'm going to leave you women to your visit. I need a shower," he said, heading for the master bedroom. After about 20 minutes, Vanni felt for the first time since she met Carol that they had reached an understanding. Pleading the need to get ready to go out, a complete lie, Vanessa escorted Carol out the door. She then carried the baby with her to the bedroom and put him in the porta-crib. The shower had stopped, and she stepped into the master bath. Paul had a towel around his waist and was brushing his teeth. When he saw her, he gave a spit and a rinse, wiping his mouth on another towel. "Something's wrong," she said. He smiled. "Depends on your perspective. And how did you get to know me so well so fast?" She shook her head. "I feel like I've been with you forever." "What is it?" "It's not mine. The baby. She's closer to 4 months than 3. "You know this for certain?" He nodded. "We had an ultrasound. Your friend Cameron made arrangements for me, and he found the situation very humorous, by the way." "Wow," she said, taking that in. "Did he hope you'd learn it was your baby and I'd toss you by the side of the road?" "No. Cameron's actually a much more decent guy than that. He has a real soft spot for responsible parents. He didn't do it for either of us, but for the baby in question. A child deserves parents who care." He opened his arms. "Come here. Press yourself against me." She walked into his arms. "It was very sad," he said, holding her close. "She was sorry, of course. I forced the issue of the ultrasound for positive proof even after she swore up and down it wasn't mine. I threatened with legal action. I had to be sure." "You don't seem relieved," she said. "Oh, I am. It wouldn't have been easy to be a halfway decent father, not being partnered with the mother. But the fact is, she isn't going to have any father for that baby. I don't know her very well, so I don't know much about her friends and family, about what kind of support she'll have. But I know she doesn't have a man in her life. That has to be hard." "It is," Vanni said, a fact she knew only too well. "Maybe she'll get lucky like me, and one will come to her." "I hope so. There's no question. She stands a better chance of having that in her future without me in the mix." He kissed the top of her head. "I can't ever love anyone but you. I'm all in." "But you felt sorry for her, even after she tried to trick you," Vanni said. "I did," he admitted, holding her, tightening his embrace. "Out here, you're all muscle, a hide like leather," she said, running her hands over his upper arms, shoulders, and chest. "You have a soft underbelly. You're a soft touch." "I know. Mush. Nothing but mush." "Tell you what I'll do for you," she said, looking up at him. "When Maddie's a little older, I'll have this IUD removed. We'll get you started on your own small herd." That made him smile. "That would be nice, Vanni." "Will you be all right? No regrets now?" "One regret," he said, looking down into her eyes. "I wish I hadn't told your father about it." She laughed at him. "Now he's got that on me forever." "Well, he tripped you up. I told you, he's very good. Tom and I learned early not to try to slip anything by him." "Welcome to the family," she grinned. "You didn't want to try to have dinner with Carol and Lance while we're still in town?" "Nope," he said. "Believe it or not, I'm dead tired. I'd rather spend all day on the roof in the hot sun than do the kind of business I did today. It wore me down. I feel better now, after a shower. If you'd like to go over there, we can call her, tell her we had a change of plans. Just say the word." Vanni thought briefly about explaining to Paul that she and Carol had turned a corner. That much of Carol's attitude had to do with being afraid she might lose another generation of her offspring to Paul's nurturing and homespun mom. Maybe someday, she thought. For now, it would be enough to give Carol a chance to demonstrate she could stop controlling everything. No, I think it might be a good idea if Carol begins to understand she's not in charge of everyone's life. We'll catch up with her early next week." She smiled. "It isn't likely I'll ever pass up a night alone with you. Except," she said, hearing a little fussing from the bedroom, "I do have another man in my life, and I think he's drenched." Paul and Vanni were back in Virgin River Friday night for another weekend. Paul and Walt turned some hamburgers on the grill, and Walt seemed especially jovial. For the first time in such a long time, Vanni asked herself if her dad was ever lonely. It had probably been a long, quiet week. She and Paul out of town, and Tom spending every second with Brenda. And it seemed as though Walt was relieved to have them home. After the dinner dishes were done, Vanni went to settle the baby in bed. Paul found the TV on in the great room, but Walt was out on the deck with a cup of coffee. Paul stuck his head out the back door and said, "Sir, if you can spare a few minutes from that sunset, I'd sure like to talk to you about something." Walt turned. "By all means." He threw an arm wide and indicated Paul should precede him to the great room. Walt clicked the TV off and chose the chair facing Paul. "What's on your mind, son?" Paul scooted forward a bit. "Well, it's no secret I'm in love with your daughter. I want to marry Vanni. Do I have your blessing? Your permission?" Walt shook his head and chuckled. "Haggerty, you sneak down the hall after I'm in bed every night. You damn sure better marry her. In fact, it might make sense for you to put the baby in that bedroom you're not using. Save a trip or two. Let the child have some space." Paul felt a stain creep to his cheeks and thought, "I'm over 35. How the hell does this man make me blush?" "Yes, sir. Good idea, sir. Thing is, we've been talking." "How about that little mess up in Grants Pass?" Walt asked. Paul scooted forward a little more, surprised. "Vanni didn't tell you?" "A misunderstanding, sir." Walt let go a laugh. "That must have made your day." Paul hung his head briefly. "Actually, it's a sad situation, and I regret that I'm relieved Vanni doesn't have to deal with it." Right then, Vanni came back to the great room. She went to Paul and sat on his lap. "We've been talking about getting the wedding done the weekend before Tom leaves. It's quick, but neither of us wants anything flashy. Just a simple ceremony with friends." He squeezed Vanni. "We're anxious to make it legal, and we want Tom with us for that. Do you have any objection to that idea?" "You realize that's only 3 weeks away," Walt said. "Think you can do it that fast?" "We do, Dad," Vanni said. "We've talked out some of the details. We'd do it right here, if that's okay." "What about your family, Paul?" "I think we can count on them, sir. In fact, there's another thing regarding my family. My dad and brothers support the idea of starting a Haggerty construction division here, serving the towns around here. I think there might be enough work to keep me busy. And if that's the case, we can make our home in Virgin River permanently. Of course, I won't know till I try, but while I'm looking for building contracts, I have the Middleton and Valenzuela jobs to keep me going." "And if there isn't work here?" Walt asked. "There will be," Paul said. "But until it's established, I'll keep the house in Grants Pass. If I have to, there's always a lot of work for me there. But, General, people have such a hard time finding a contractor around here. I have a feeling there will be too much work once my name gets out. We have a good reputation in Grants Pass." he said. "Just how many houses can you build at one time? We've gotten pretty big in Oregon," he said with a shrug. "We've gotten up to a dozen or two structures in progress at a time. Depending on the size, whether they're commercial, family units, or multifamily apartments, our specialty has been custom homes from the beginning. I don't know how much of that I'll find around here, but there's lots of renovation work. How long did it take you to renovate this house?" "Almost 2 years," Walt said. "See, that's it. We could have had it done in a few months, even if we started with a lean-to. 6 at the most. I sense a serious market. Can you make a living on a few a year? Renovations or custom homes?" "A damn fine living," Paul confirmed. Walt hummed again. "Give me a second." He left the room, and Vanni and Paul exchanged confused glances. Then Walt was back. He held a thick folded document. "This was impetuous of me, and if it doesn't appeal to you, there will be no hard feelings. But then again, if you like the idea, you can consider it an early wedding gift." He handed the pages to Paul. Paul unfolded the document. At the top was printed in boldface, "Deed." "I have a lot of land here. I wanted a lot, in case the surrounding acreage sells off at some point. I need space to ride. I thought a couple of acres on the other side of the stable might work out for you. If you're interested, that is. If you'd rather scout around for your own land." "Oh, Daddy," Vanni said, so deeply moved that her hand rose to her throat and her eyes swelled with tears. "It's going to belong to you and Tom one day anyway. I have Shelby taken care of. If you're inclined and want to keep your own horses, we can always enlarge the stable and corral." He grinned. "I know a builder." Gently, Paul pushed Vanni off his lap and stood facing Walt. "This is very generous, sir," he said. "It's very selfish, Paul. I wouldn't mind having my daughter and grandchildren nearby. Frankly, a year ago I didn't think that was an option." Then he looked at Vanni and asked, "Honey, can you be happy in a little town like this? Your husband building around the area, nothing much to occupy you but children and horses?" She laughed a little emotionally. "You're kidding me, right? Dad, not many people even have the opportunity for this kind of life. The only complication is whether there's enough work here for Paul." She reached for his hand. "He loves building houses, and he's brilliant at it. We have to keep him at it." "Well, here's the thing, Vanni," Paul said. "Before approaching my dad and brothers with this idea, I called around. I said I had house plans and needed a company to build. The soonest I could get someone was a year. There's plenty of work if they're backed up a year. Plenty to spare." He looked at Walt. "I'd be willing to call Joe Benson in the morning. Tell him we're ready to discuss our own plans. If you're sure. You're holding it in your hand, son. It's your future wife's property. I'm sure." Chapter 12. When May arrived in Virgin River, there was love in the air. Paul and Vanni had been back and forth to Grants Pass for a couple of weeks, unable to be apart for even a few days. Paul was working out a deal with Joe Benson and his family business to build Preacher's Add-On and Mike and Bree's house. Then there was Tom and Brenda, young lovers, too hot to touch, getting ready to say goodbye for Tom to go to basic training and then to West Point. It was prom weekend, and Vanni and Paul were back again to see the prom couple. Mel Sheridan made it to May with that new baby girl still growing, and she was damn happy about that. One morning, she woke up at 5 a.m., well before Jack. That almost never happened, especially when she was pregnant. But she was up and full of energy. So she started her day by making her husband a pot of coffee and began cleaning out the refrigerator. She would routinely bring home groceries, and they would inevitably rot while they took their meals together at the bar or packed up some of Preacher's delicious meals to take home. Just getting rid of the old food wasn't quite good enough. Mel was on a roll. So she filled the sink with soapy water and began to scrub the inside of the fridge. "What are you doing?" Jack asked as he wandered into the kitchen. "I'm cleaning out the refrigerator," she answered. "I'm going to stop bringing food into this house. We let too much go to waste." She heard David start to stir and lifted her head like a doe smelling a hunter. "I'll get him," Jack said. "He's heavy." "Okay, I'll get his breakfast ready. Would you like me to make you an omelet or something?" "How old are the eggs?" he asked. She said, looking. "I don't think they're deadly yet." "I think I'll pass, thanks." Coward. David had his Cheerios, then his playtime in the great room with all his toys while Mel started the laundry and Jack went outside to spend a few minutes on his favorite morning activity of splitting logs. By next fall, there would be a nice huge stack of firewood ready for the winter. Some of the trees that had been felled to widen the driveway were stacked at the tree line on their property, and he was working on turning them into fuel for the fireplace. Mel wiped down the kitchen cabinets with lemon oil. Paul and Jack had truly outdone themselves on the kitchen with its gorgeous oak cabinets, black granite countertops, and stainless steel appliances. The house was absolutely magnificent, and much more than Mel had dared allow herself to expect. Compared to that little cabin she'd lived in for almost 2 years, it was huge, over 3,000 square feet, but she'd managed to fill it up very quickly with furniture and accessories. Once done with the cabinets, Mel did another laundry shuffle, then got a clean diaper for Davy. She followed that by getting to work on the shutters with the lemon oil. Then she busied herself with a special cleaner for the leather furniture, followed by one more load of laundry. When Jack checked in on her before lunch, she was pulling the tags off new little pink things that she'd had for a long time, gifts for the baby from Jack's sisters and her sister. Mel laundered and folded all these infant garments, something that probably should have been done weeks ago. Having babies barely a year apart creates a need for 2 nurseries. She cleaned David's room and gave the new baby's room a little cleaning too, putting away the clothes and getting out the newborn diapers and bath towels. By afternoon, Jack found her down on her hands and knees scouring the bathroom floor around the toilet and tub. "For the love of God," he said. "What? What the hell are you doing? If you want the bathroom cleaned, why don't you just tell me? I know how to clean a goddamn bathroom." "It wasn't all that dirty, but since I'm in the cleaning mood, I thought I'd whip it into shape." "David is ready for his nap. Why don't you join him?" "I don't feel like a nap. I'm going to vacuum the area rugs." "No, you're not," he said. "I'll do that if it has to be done right now." "Okay," Mel said, smiling. "I've been tricked." "Only by yourself, darling," she said, whirling away to get the pledge and Windex. After that was done, and there was a lot of wood and glass and stainless steel to occupy her, she was sweeping off the porch and back steps. Not long after that, she was caught dragging the cradle into the master bedroom. "Melinda!" he shouted, startling her and making her jump. "Jack, don't do that." "Let go of that thing." He brushed her out of the way and grabbed the cradle. "Where do you want it?" "Right there," she said. He put it beside the bed. "No," she said. "Over there, kind of out of the way." He put it there. "No," she said. "Against that wall." "We'll put it where we need it when she comes." He moved it again. "Thank you," she said. The phone rang. "I'll get it," he said. He picked up a pencil and put it in her face. "If you lift anything heavier than this, I'm going to beat you." Then he turned and left the room. He has cabin fever, she thought. Spending too much time at home with me, making sure I don't pick up anything heavier than a pencil? He should get out more and out of my hair. When Jack was done with the phone, she was on her knees in front of the hearth, brushing out the barely used fireplace. "Ah, Jesus Christ," he said in frustration. "Can't that wait until at least frickin' winter?" She sat back on her heels. "You are really getting on my last nerve. Don't you have somewhere you can go?" No, but we do. Go shower and get beautiful. Paul and Vanessa are back, and after they view the prom couple, they're going to the bar for dinner. We'll all meet there, look at some pictures. Great, she said. I'm in the mood for a beer. Whatever you want, Melinda, he said tiredly. Just stop this frickin' cleaning. You know I'm not going to be able to do much of this after the baby comes, so it's good to have it all done. And the way I like it. You've always been good at cleaning. Why couldn't you just cook? He asked. You don't cook anything. You cook, she smiled. How many cooks does one house need? Just go shower. You have fireplace ash on your nose. Pain in the ass, she said to him, getting clumsily to her feet. Ditto, he said. An hour later, the three of them were on their way into town. So you did it, she said. You got Paul down here staking out his territory, and now they're together. You should at least give me a little credit for trying to get a couple of people together instead of trying to keep them apart. Then more softly, he added, like I did Preacher and Paige, Bree and Mike. I should. Apparently it all worked out just fine, she said a little dreamily, rubbing her hands over her tummy. Do you feel all right? He asked, glancing at her. You're a little pink. I feel fantastic. Probably just the calm before the storm. Probably, he said. You do that again tomorrow and I'm tying you down. You make me crazy sometimes. Jack, she laughed. When did you get like this? You're so annoying. By the time they got to the bar, Bree and Mike were there, and of course, Paige and Preacher and Christopher. Doc came in, but before he could get comfortable, his pager went off. He made a phone call from the kitchen and headed out for a house call. Next, Vanessa, Paul, and the baby, along with a bouncy baby seat, had all arrived. The crowd was treated to digital pictures of Tom and Brenda and another couple all dressed up in their fancy clothes. Oh, Mel said, clicking through the pictures. Look at how gorgeous they are. Aren't they the cutest? Don't they look so in love? So in love, Vanni said. I never thought I'd see my little brother like this. Where's the general? Mel asked. Vanni frowned and shook her head. He said you see enough of him all week when we're in Grants Pass. He said he'd stay home tonight. Really? Mel questioned. I haven't seen much of him at all lately. In fact, I've been wondering what he's been doing with himself. I assumed he'd had Tom and Brenda for dinner every night. Hardly, Vanni laughed. If they can escape the parents, I believe they have important making out to do. Gotta cram in as much of that as possible before Tom leaves, you know? I imagine so, Mel agreed. The bar had few customers that evening, so Jack divided his time between the pushed-together tables and his favorite spot behind the bar. Paul drifted up to the bar and said, You seem a little unhappy tonight. Is it because your wife is about to explode? Nah, it's only part of it. We got a call from Rick a while ago. He's got 10 days of leave coming up. After which, he goes to Iraq. Aw, man. You doing okay? Hanging in there. I mean, we went, right? It's just that Rick feels like a son, and it's different. That's it, I guess. Jack had known all along that Rick wouldn't play it safe. If he was going in, he'd be part of the fight. At least he'll be around for a while. I'll see if some of the boys want to come up, I think. There'll be 4 of us for sure, Paul said. How's Mel doing? She's nesting, Jack said. She's been after it all day. I've heard her talk about her patients and their sudden burst of energy. I saw it today up close and personal. Any second, trust me. Damn, it'll be great. I'd love to be here for it. You're really getting into this baby business. I'm not as far into it as I was, Paul said. After talking to Mel, I followed through, had an ultrasound with the woman, and the baby's not mine. He shook his head. Something's wrong with me, man. I'm relieved, but almost sorry. Because there's a baby coming and no man to take care of them. It would almost be better if it had been mine. I'm a sick SOB. You should get more rational friends." Jack leveled him with a serious look, a slight frown. "I can think of 20 reasons why you don't get married if it's not the right match, but I can't think of one reason why you'd walk away from your own kid." "I offered to help her anyway," Paul said. Then he shrugged. "She's a good person. This is going to be tough on her." Jack gave him a half smile. "That doesn't surprise me, Paul. She take you up on it?" "Nah. Like I said, she's a decent person. I'm sorry she's going through this. Glad Vanni isn't going to have to put up with it, but sorry." But Jack wasn't listening anymore. His narrowed eyes were on Mel. It was like he sensed it, smelled it. She got up from the table and was heading toward the bathroom back off the kitchen. She paused when she got to the end of the bar, gripped it to stabilize herself, made a noise that only her husband heard, bent slightly over her huge belly, and let go with a gush of amniotic fluid that splashed to the floor. "I knew it," Jack said, going to her at once. Silence fell over the dinner crowd. Paul edged back to the table, sat down beside Vanessa, and said, "Jack said she's been nesting all day." "Is it happening?" Vanessa asked. "Oh, yeah," Paul said. Jack braced Mel from behind, his hands on her upper arms, and asked, "Contraction?" "Boy, howdy," she said, a little breathless. "By the time you got to cleaning the bathroom this afternoon, you had completely given yourself away," he told her. "Yeah, I suspected this would happen today, but I didn't want to get my hopes up. I don't think we have a whole lot of time to screw around. She's here, Jack." He turned her around to face him. "Have you been having contractions all day?" "Not really. A few." She inhaled deeply. "Yeah." He lifted her immediately into his arms and started barking orders. "Someone bring Davy to the truck and ride home with us. Preach, call John Stone and tell him it's now and it's gonna be quick." Then he carried Mel out the door to the truck. Bree quickly picked up her nephew, the diaper bag, and followed. Preacher went to the kitchen to use the phone. Everyone waited tensely. When Preacher came back to the room, he said, "John's on his way." More silence lingered. Then Mike said, "What are we waiting for? Let's wipe up the floor, pack up some stuff, and join the party." Everyone got busy cleaning up, gathering food, drink, and even cigars to go to the Sheridan house to stand by for the birth. Before Jack got Mel home, she was already having hard contractions, 2 minutes apart. "Breathe," he was telling her. "Don't even think about pushing." "I'm fine," she insisted. "You'd better be. I should have known. I should have kept you home. I should have brought Doc along." "Lighten up. It's only a 10-minute drive, and Doc's on a call." "Oh," she added, bending over her belly. "Oh, Melinda. Okay, baby. You just breathe. Don't worry about a thing." "I'm not worried," she rasped out. When they got to the house, he lifted her out of the truck into his arms and smacked her head on the doorframe in the process. "Ow!" "Sorry," he said. "You've done this to me before," she accused. "I know. I've always been real smooth," he said, remembering a time long ago, before they were married, when he was carrying her home in much the same manner, though not pregnant, and while his mind was on sex, he damn near gave her a concussion, which sort of precluded any kind of sex. His mind was definitely not on sex right now. Jack carried Mel to the bedroom while Bree took charge of David. Mel had already prepared the bed with a rubber mattress protector, so all that was necessary was helping her to undress and climb in, which Jack did. He added a couple of soft, clean towels under her. Then he went for a flashlight from the kitchen, and Bree shouted, "What's that for?" "I have to see how close she is," Jack responded, moving quickly. "Oh my God," Bree said. "We need some professionals here." "Try Doc Mullen's pager. The number's inside the cupboard door. and get out a bottle, Jack said. You're going to have a drink? She asked, appalled. Not a bad idea, he thought. For Davy. Get him ready for bed and give him his bottle. Oh, sure, she said, rattled. Back in the bedroom, he said, Let's have a look, honey. Mel's knees came up and Jack clicked on the flashlight, shining it right on her pelvic floor. Good. I don't see anything yet. Then he looked over her knees. You gonna wait for John this time? With any luck, she answered, breathlessly. He rolled his eyes. Where's your bag? In the truck. Fine, he said. I'll get it. I'll wash up. Pant. And he disappeared again. He didn't stop to chat with Bree as he ran through the house, but he noticed her eyes were round and a little scared as he passed her with Mel's medical bag. He was rushing around like a madman, getting clamps, scissors, and suction out of her bag, spreading out towels and baby blankets at the foot of the bed. He shone the flashlight on her again and said, Pant! Then he headed for the bathroom, rolled up his sleeves, and began to scrub up to his elbows. He'd been down this road before, and he wasn't thrilled about doing it again. Doctors and midwives should deliver babies, not men who knew nothing about it. He'd been lucky once, but there was no guarantee he'd be lucky again. It took him 10 minutes to get set up and washed. Then he was back at her side, flashlight in hand. He gave a look. Oh, God, he said. She's crowning, she confirmed. You're incredible. How can you do this so fast? I don't have the first idea. I'm a breeder, Doc says. Pant, he said. If you push, I don't know what I'm gonna do. You know, you get so pissy. Yeah, I keep trying to avoid this part. All the rest of it, I'm game. I hate doing this. I should have had you tested or something to see why you just dump them like this, like there's nothing to it. Holy shit, Melinda. What if I screw up, huh? Have you thought of that? Jack, she said weakly, you aren't going to screw up. And then she was seized by another contraction. He suddenly realized he was thinking only of himself, and he got down on one knee beside the bed, took her hand in both of his, and said, I love you, baby, more than my life. You know that, right? Not now, Jack, she whispered. I'm busy. It'll be okay. Sure it will, she said. Maybe you better pant. I should never have let you do all that cleaning. Shh. Just breathe. He heard the sound of voices outside their bedroom. Bree stuck her head in the door. Need anything? She asked. A basin or bowl. The baby bathtub of warm water. John Stone would be nice. Oh, he's here. He's scrubbing up in the kitchen sink. Tell him to get in here now. Tell him she's here. Not quite here, Mel said. But she's coming. Mel looked at Jack. She reached out a hand and touched the hair at his temple. You're getting a little gray here. Big surprise. I really didn't know you'd be such a handful. I'm the best thing that ever happened to you. Yeah, he said in a breath. He leaned down and kissed her brow. Yeah, baby, you sure are. And you're a reproductive genius. John came into the room all smiles. You have a nice little birthing party going on out there, Mel. What have we got here? We're ready, Jack said, getting up. John lifted the flashlight with a clean towel, fixed the light on Mel's pelvic floor, and said, Yep, we're ready. How about you two? You ready? John, I'm so glad to see you, Jack said. And I'm just so glad to be here. Jack, why don't you glove up? Help me out here. Sure, he said. Sure, I can do that. How you doing, baby? I'm ready, Mel replied. Hey, Jack, John said. Why don't you go ahead? I'm right here. Go ahead. Bring her out. No way, man, he said, backing away. Come on, you know you want to. Might as well. You did the hard part. You put up with this for 9 months. Hey, Mel objected. Excuse me. But Jack got a funny, dreamy look on his face and said, Yeah, let me bring her out. Let me, since you're right here. all these months of insisting this wasn't what he wanted, and suddenly, it was all he wanted. He'd pulled the last one right out of her body, and he felt as if he'd gone to heaven. It was such a trip. He gloved up real fast. "There won't be anyone for Mel's back," he said. "I'll take her back, and I'll coach you," John offered. "But you're okay. You know what to do. Go for it, man. It's your baby." "Okay," he said, getting himself settled on his knees right at the foot of the bed, and waited through a few more contractions, and then she delivered the baby's head. Without even being told, he checked around the neck for the cord. John left Mel for a second to look over his shoulder to be sure. Then Jack supported the baby's head with a large hand, and John told Mel to give them a little push. The baby came out slick and easy, mucky and screaming. Jack held another life he'd produced in his hands. No one should be this lucky, he thought. No man on earth should have all this. John spread the baby towel over Mel's belly, and Jack placed the baby there and began to dry her off so he could wrap her in a clean, dry blanket. He clamped and cut the cord. "Okay, I'll take care of the placenta," John said. "You get that little girl to her mother, then to the breast." Now Jack was on terra firma. He'd done this before. He wrapped her, moved her into Mel's arms, and got down on his knees to watch as his baby daughter nuzzled against Mel's warm flesh for a little while, then rooted and finally latched onto the breast, suckling. "Ah," he said, smiling. "Another genius." He pulled off the gloves and ran a couple of fingers along Mel's cheek, then over the baby's head. She turned her watering eyes up to his face. "You're getting pretty good at this," she said in a weak whisper. "I am, huh? So are you. Mel, she's gorgeous. Positively gorgeous. She's gonna look like you." He leaned over the baby to put his lips against hers. He moved over her mouth lightly. "God, I love you." "She's smaller than David," Mel whispered. "She's a good size," Jack said, as if he knew. "God, she's gorgeous." "Jack?" "Yeah, baby?" "You do this to me one more time without my permission, you're a dead man." "Sure, honey. I'll be careful." "And all those people out there?" "Yeah?" "You get out there and tell them, if they mess up my clean house, they're going to pay. Pay. Do you hear me?" He grinned at her. "I hear you, Mel." Walt Booth was just dishing up dinner. 2 plates of fish he'd steamed in foil packages on the barbecue, wild rice, and fresh broccoli, when the phone rang. The answering machine was in the kitchen, and he decided to listen before picking up. "Dad? Dad, are you there?" Vanessa asked. He picked up the phone. "Right here. Everything all right?" "We're all at the Sheridans. Mel's in labor. We're waiting, and according to Mel, it isn't going to be long. Want to come over?" He said. "I'm just about to eat some fish I cooked. I'll be along." "Good," she said. "I'll have Paul save you a cigar." Then she hung up. Walt looked over the kitchen counter at Muriel, who was still on one of his bar stools with a glass of wine. She tilted her head and smiled at him. He brought the plates to the table. "I think you're about to have your debut," he said. "You think so, huh? Mel, the local midwife, is in labor, and it's kind of a tradition around here for friends to gather at the house, see the baby, fresh out of the chute, have a drink and a cigar. It's a girl, I hear. We should go." "I've met Mel." "Just as I thought," she said. "You didn't tell your daughter you were having me to dinner." "Of course not," he said, sitting down opposite her. "Vanessa would have stayed home. That didn't fit into my plans." Muriel laughed and dipped into her fish. Sea bass that Walt had seasoned wonderfully. She sighed and let her eyes drift closed for a second in appreciation. "There you go," he said, smiling. You could do that. I could teach you. I'll pass. We'll enjoy dinner, leave the dishes in the sink, and then run out to the Sheridans. How does that sound to you? I'd love to see the baby, she said. I'd like to meet your daughter and little grandson. After all, I introduced you to Luce. The thing is, he said, this is going to get Vanessa a lot more excited than Luce was when she met me. I don't know if that's possible, Muriel replied, thinking of her lab's wild reaction every time she saw Walt. 30 minutes later, they were en route in Walt's SUV, having left Muriel's truck at his house. Their timing was perfect. The little baby girl was just making her first public appearance. And when Walt walked into the house with Muriel, Vanessa's chin almost dropped to the floor. Vanny, meet our new neighbor, Muriel St. Clair. Muriel, this is my daughter. And this, he said, turning toward Jack, who held a small pink bundle in his arms, must be the new Sheridan. Oh, my God, Muriel said. Oh, my God, look at her. I've never seen a baby this new. She's amazing. Want to hold her a second? Jack asked. I don't even know how, Muriel said. There was that look, Walt thought. Vulnerable. He'd remember that. Puppies and foals I can handle. Human newborns. Maybe I shouldn't. You'll be all right, Jack laughed. Support her head. He shifted the baby into her arms. There you go. It's not that hard. Vanny was still staring open-mouthed at her father, but Walt was completely oblivious to his daughter. He had a dreamy smile on his face as he watched Muriel. He had learned that there had never been children for Muriel, that she wished she'd had a long marriage like his and maybe a couple of kids. He hadn't asked her a lot of personal questions about her relationships because he was a little afraid of the answers. But he knew this was new territory for her. It warmed him to see her experience this for the first time. Dad? Vanny whispered, sidling close to him. Were you spending the evening with Muriel? I was cooking her dinner, he said. You should see the way she eats. Wouldn't keep a rabbit alive. But Dad, you didn't mention anything about... Of course I didn't, Vanessa. She's a new neighbor. Only been in that house a couple of months. In fact, I didn't even know she was around till I ran into her out on the trail. She has a couple of horses. Nice woman. You'll like her. Dad? He finally turned to look at her. What? He asked. Dad, do you realize that's Muriel St. Clair? The actress? Uh-huh. She mentioned that, yes. Nice woman. You'll like her. Vanny just shook her head in confusion. But her attention was drawn back to Jack as he presented little Emma to the rest of the gathering, giving each one a chance to admire her. I'm sorry, Vanessa, Muriel said. I should have said how pleased I am to meet you, but I was completely distracted by the baby. She put out her hand. It's very nice to meet you. Vanessa took the hand, but she said, You and my father are neighbors, Muriel said with a smile. Then Jack took the baby back to his wife and invited the women to follow. They all did, including Muriel. Muriel went straight to Mel, leaned over the bed, and with a smile said, Congratulations! Excellent work! She's magnificent. Muriel! Mel exclaimed, tiredly, clearly surprised. I was having dinner with Walt when the call came. I'm so glad I got to be a part of this. I held the baby, she added a little conspiratorially. Ah, Mel said. I'm glad to see you again. But we'll have to meet under other circumstances from now on. We're not going to keep doing this. Jack has strict orders not to knock me up again without permission. Very smart, Muriel agreed. Shots were poured for the men, and Doc showed up right about then as if he'd whiffed the whiskey. John Stone abstained because he had another woman in early labor, but he accepted the cigar. The women stayed with Mel in the bedroom, but Muriel stepped out onto the porch with the men. They all turned to look at her with puzzled expressions on their faces as she joined their group. "I heard there would be a drink and a cigar," she said with a shrug. "Isn't that right?" They all stared at her dumbly, except Walt. He was somehow not at all surprised by this. "I can take care of that," Walt said. He went into the house to pour her a drink and brought it back to her. By the time he'd returned, Mike Valenzuela had snipped the end of a big, ugly cigar for her. She accepted her drink and waited her turn for the lighter. Once she had her cigar going, she lifted her glass. "To you, Jack, and to your amazing wife and the newest, Sheridan. Congratulations." It was almost midnight when John Stone reached into his pocket and pulled out his pager. "I've got another one coming. They come in batches," he said, jogging off to the ambulance. "Full moon," he yelled over his shoulder. And with lights flashing on top of the Grace Valley ambulance, John was gone. A few minutes later, the birthing party packed up, leaving the Sheridans to themselves. When Walt and Muriel got back to his house, he turned to look at her before opening the car door. "I'd just like to say one thing, Muriel. I thought it was going to be a real challenge, the way you eat celery and yogurt and little bitty slices of cheese. But damned if you aren't a good time." She laughed at him. "Well, thank you, Walt. You're not that dull yourself. Your daughter's going to have a lot of questions for you." He grinned at her. "She can ask all she wants. I don't really have too much to say." "Walt, there isn't much to say," she reminded him. "Yeah, not yet there isn't." Chapter 13. When Bree pulled up to Jack's the early morning after the birth, she found her brother and nephew out on the porch. David was having his Cheerios. Jack was having his coffee. "Morning," she said, getting out of the car. "Did you sleep at all last night?" "I can't sleep within 24 hours of a baby. Mel's out like a light. And David wants her, of course. That's why we're out here." "Well, I'm here to help you out," Bree said. She planned to spend at least the morning with her brother and sister-in-law, if not the whole day. She would take care of David and help around the house. "When I left last night, there was a lot of laundry waiting. Mostly done. But by this afternoon, I'm gonna need a nap." She laughed. "I'll cover for you," she said. "How's everyone doing?" "Okay. We're about due another feeding. Can you handle Davy? Morning bath and stuff?" "You bet," she said. Jack took his coffee cup with him back to the bedroom and pulled the rocker next to the bed. Mel looked a little pale to him. The second baby was supposed to be easier, and she sure came faster, but this one had been hard on her. Mel was weak and shaky when she roused to nurse during the night. In the cradle beside the bed, Emma started to fuss. She was going to need to be fed, but his wife wasn't stirring yet. He wanted to pick up the baby, but it was better if Mel heard her. That snuffling from the baby helped with the breast milk. It was just amazing to him the way a woman's body responded to all this. The way something like the baby's cry could cause the milk to let down and drip like a faucet. He reached out a hand to touch his wife's brow and found her clammy. "Mel," he said softly. Maybe there were too many blankets on her. Emma made her demands known a little louder, but Mel still didn't stir. "Mel," he said more loudly, giving her shoulder a little shake. She didn't wake. "Mel," he said. Nothing. Jack felt something squeeze his heart and hit his gut like a punch. He pulled back the covers, and under his wife was a large, spreading pool of blood. "Bree!" he screamed. "God, Bree!" He picked up the phone and called John at home. Before the phone rang through, Bree was in the doorway with David on her hip. She saw the blood, her sister-in-law motionless, and she ran to put David into the safety of his crib. Susan Stone answered the phone. "Susan, Mel's hemorrhaging. She's unconscious." "Oh, Jesus." "Start massaging her uterus, like you saw John doing after delivery. Press down from the top, cup your other hand just above the pubic bone to support the uterus. Stay with me now." Then, without putting down the phone, he heard her pick up the other line, and in just seconds, she was asking for emergency airlift transport. "Jack," she said, "give me your coordinates." A man who'd built his own house knew every detail, and he rattled off his latitude and longitude. Phone cradled between his ear and shoulder, he said, "Help me, Susan. Blood's coming. What can I do?" But she was repeating the location information into a second phone and responding to some questions. A moment later, she was back on the line with Jack. "We're so damn lucky," she said. "John had an emergency and was airlifted to Reading a couple of hours ago. The helicopter is nearby, en route back to Eureka, and they're diverting to you. Jack, are you massaging?" "Yeah, but does she have a pulse?" He put his fingers to her neck. Blood from his fingertips left a garish streak on her neck. "Yeah, it's weak. Soft. You'll have helicopter transport in less than 5 minutes. Are you alone?" "Bree's here," he said, kneading Mel's lower belly. "She needs Pitocin, Methergin. Where's Mel's bag?" "Here," Jack said. "Right here." "Thank God. Show Bree how to massage. Jack, I need you to draw a syringe of Pitocin. Jack, you there?" "Jesus," he muttered. At that moment, Bree ran into the room. "Bree, massage her uterus like this," he said, showing her. "Damn." He tried to shake the fear out of his head. "I have to give her something," he said. "Susan," he said into the phone, "I'll walk you through it. Find the vial of Pitocin and a syringe. We're going to give her Pitocin first. Her blood pressure has never been high, so we'll follow with Methergin. She's bleeding from the uterus and it needs to contract." "Susan," Jack said into the phone as he watched Bree squeezing Mel's lower abdomen. "Blood's coming. Clots." "I know, Jack. Right now, get the drugs." He dug around in Mel's bag and found what he was looking for. "Ready," he said. With the phone cradled against his ear, he followed her precise directions, drew the Pitocin into the syringe first. "I don't know if I'll find a vein." "You're going to inject in the muscle, Jack. Just roll her a bit to the side." "I know," he said. "I know where. I've had plenty of shots." "Pull back on the syringe to check for blood return," Susan said. "Don't waste time. The paramedics will have more of what we need. She'll need a few doses." "Done," he said. "Now the Methergin," she said, walking him through it. "Time is short here. Once the paramedics get there, they can open a line and pit her. Keep this phone line open in case you need me. Do what I told you, Jack." "I'm doing it," he said. "Check the uterus. Can you tell me if it's firming up a little?" He brushed his sister's hands out of the way and resumed the massage. "I don't know. Maybe a little. Yeah, a little. But blood's coming. More clots." "I know. Just keep massaging. You're doing great." He moved away and, on instinct, Bree took over. Jack dug through Mel's bag again, looking for more Pitocin or Methergin. "Susan, there isn't any more. We used everything she had." "They'll be there any second. Just don't stop massaging. While we're waiting for the chopper, why don't you put the baby to the breast?" Jack dropped the phone. He plucked the wailing Emma out of the cradle and positioned her against the breast, slipping an arm under Mel's shoulders to raise her a bit. He held them both. He squeezed and tickled Emma's little cheek with the nipple the way he'd seen his wife do it. "Come on, baby. Come on. We need you to—" Emma found the nipple and began to attempt to nurse. She wasn't a hardy nurser yet, and she was still upset from crying. But she did manage to get hold of the nipple, though not with great strength. "Is it slowing? The bleeding?" he asked Bree. "I don't think so. No." "Mel," he said. "Mel, baby, come on. Open your eyes for me, baby." Oh, God. Don't do this, Mel. Her eyes fluttered open. She looked up at Jack, and in a weak whisper, she said, Uh-oh. Baby, you hang in there. The helicopter's on its way, and it's close. You stay with me, Mel. Then, come on, Emma. Come on. But the baby was having trouble, probably because of the panic. Terrified, he slipped his arm out from under his wife, put the crying baby back in the cradle, and kneeling beside the bed, he began to massage her breasts in the way Mel would if she were pumping. He remembered then. Remembered when David was born and he handed her the baby to nurse. Come on, little guy, she had said. Bring out the placenta and stanch the bleeding. Then he leaned over her, put his mouth on her, and drew gently, suckling. And the warm, sweet milk came into his mouth, and tears threatened to blind his eyes. He felt her hand, weak and light, touching his head, threading fingers through his short hair. He nursed from her, and prayed it would help. It's slowing, Bree said. It's definitely slowing. But damn, Jack, there's so much. He lifted his head from Mel's breast and saw that her eyes were open just a bit, and there was a faint, almost imperceptible smile on her lips. You stay with me, Mel. God damn it, you stay with me. He suckled a bit more. To Bree, he said, Keep massaging her uterus. Then he bolted from the house, leaping off the porch steps and racing to his truck. He opened the storage locker in the bed and pulled out a flare, ripping it open to burn and tossing it in the dirt driveway as a guide for the helicopter. He was back on his knees beside his wife, drawing on her breast again in less than 30 seconds. Emma was crying, David was screaming, and Mel was passed out again. He put his lips on her forehead and prayed. God, I'll do anything. I'll do anything. Don't take her from me. He repeatedly checked Mel's pulse, suckled, and prayed. It was the longest 2 minutes of his life until he heard the sound of rotor bleeds. For a moment, he was thrown back in time, almost an out-of-body experience. He was surrounded by dust and smoke as the choppers came into the rocky desert to pick up his wounded. His eyes glazed over. He was back there in Iraq, desperate to save his men. He forced his mind through the maze of flashback. He said, Don't stop, to Bree as he ran from the room to the porch just as the helicopter landed in the clearing in front of his house. He thought back to the last battle he'd fought, a battle he'd fight 1,000 times more if it would save his wife. The medics had a saying, If we can get you to the chopper, you're going to live. He saw 2 medics jump out and run toward the house with a stretcher. This way, he yelled. I've given her 2 doses of Pitocin and 1 of Methergin, he yelled as he jogged back into the house with them on his heels. I think the bleeding slowed a little, but it's still heavy, real heavy. They followed him into the master bedroom and immediately took over. An IV was started. He'd watched Mel do it a dozen times, but this was the fastest work he'd ever seen. They were shouting orders. Ringers, Pitocin, blood pressure 70/40, pulse 160 and thready, diaphoretic, respiration shallow. Let's boogie, one of them said, throwing a towel between her legs as they lifted her quickly onto the stretcher, leaving behind a blood-soaked bed. Load her and go, go, go! Bree, get Doc out here with formula for the baby. He grabbed Mel's bag and followed them out, jogging behind them toward the helicopter. They were airborne in seconds. Jack held Mel's hand on one side of the stretcher, while on the other side, an in-flight nurse monitored blood pressure and IV fluids. We used all the drugs in her bag, he said. 2 Pitocin, 1 Methergin, he repeated to the nurse. Her bag? The nurse asked. She's a midwife. I left the syringes behind, but threw the empty vials in the bag. The OB's wife, a nurse, talked me through it. The nurse relayed that to the pilot, and after a minute, the pilot shouted back that he'd been radioed a second order for Methergin, and the nurse plucked the ampule out of their supply, drew the syringe, and pushed it into the IV. Another few minutes passed. Mel opened her eyes, looked at Jack, and mouthed, I love you, Jack. He put his lips by her ear. Melinda, You are my life. You are my whole life, baby. You stay with me. John's at the hospital, honey. We're going to the hospital. You hang on. You're gonna be all right." Jack heard the pilot radio the hospital that they were inbound and relayed that there was an OR team and anesthesiologist standing by. The nurse pulled back the blanket to gently part Mel's legs and look at the bleeding. "I think we're gonna make it," she said. Then she said softly, "Dear God, let us make it." If Jack weren't so terrified, he'd be impressed by how fast the team could move. When they touched down, the nurse and EMTs on board had that gurney out of the chopper so fast they almost knocked Jack out of the way. Waiting for them were emergency nurses and a doctor. They ran into the hospital where someone was standing at the elevator, holding the door open. Jack stayed with them, but he was stopped as they flew into the surgery. Jack stood outside the doors, staring. He had no idea what to do, but he wasn't leaving her. He couldn't even sit down. His heart was pounding, he was sweating, hyperventilating, dying inside. He'd faced his own death with more calm than this. 5 or 10 minutes passed before a nurse came out to talk to him. "Mr. Sheridan, she has a uterine hemorrhage and has lost a lot of blood. Dr. Stone took her immediately into surgery to try to stop the bleeding. It's possible he'll have to do a hysterectomy. It's going to be a while before we'll have anything more to tell you." "She's gonna make it, right?" "Her situation is life-threatening, Mr. Sheridan. But Dr. Stone is very, very good. He's being assisted by Dr. Larson, an excellent surgeon." "Yeah," he said, running a hand over the top of his head. "God." Confused and terrified, he turned around in a complete circle twice. Then to the nurse, he said, "I'm going to the chapel, but I'll be right back." Jack made one phone call to Bree. Then he found the chapel, and though he had no idea what good it did, he lit a bunch of candles. His shaking hand made the light flicker so much he almost couldn't make contact. He didn't even have a wallet with him to leave money in the box, but he was thinking, if she lives, I'll write this hospital a check for $1 million. Then he went into the second pew, got on his knees, leaned his elbows on the pew in front of him, and prayed. "God, I know you're sick of hearing me beg, but this is my woman, my wife, my best friend. No, she's so much more than that. She's the other half of my heart. I've waited my whole life for her. I'd give my life 100 times to keep her safe, 1,000 times. She's every breath I take, every single beat of my heart. I don't think I can live without her now. Not now. Please, God. Please. Oh, God, please." A half hour later, he was back upstairs, sitting outside the surgery. He saw the second hand pass through every minute for 2 hours before John finally came out of surgery. Jack stood up. "We made it in time, Jack. We got so lucky. We had a helicopter in flight not far from you. A miracle in itself. She got critical drugs in time thanks to you digging through her bag. But Jack, I wasn't able to save her uterus. I'm sorry. I know you wanted more children." Jack fell into the chair, his elbows on his knees, his head in his hands. His shoulders shook briefly as relief poured out of him, and when he looked back up at John, tears ran down his stubbled cheek, and he said, "Man, the uterus doesn't mean anything. I can't live without her." John put a strong hand on his shoulder. "You have many years with her left to you, my friend. God, thank you. Thank you, John. You and Susan made a good team. Then putting that baby to the breast to nurse," John said, shaking his head in wonder. "It wasn't the baby," Jack said weakly, wondering if his legs would ever hold him upright again. remembering his fear that his last memory of his beloved wife would be taking her milk as he tried anything to keep her alive.
Emma wouldn't nurse. I did it.
John said. You might have given us the couple of minutes we needed to save her life. Jack called Bree to tell her Mel was out of surgery. Then he stood at the recovery room doors without moving for another 2 hours until he was allowed in. A unit of blood dangled above her, but her skin was still pasty white, her eyes dark and sunken, her lips so dry they appeared cracked. She looked so tiny, it was scary. He bent over her, slipping an arm under her shoulders, lifting her a bit. He pressed his lips against her forehead, and her eyes opened weakly. "Jack," she whispered.
"Oh, Mel, you scared me just terrible," he said.
"There won't be any more babies, Jack," she said.
"We have all we need. 2 perfect, healthy kids."
"I know you were going to try to sneak one more by me."
"I wasn't going to," he said. "I promised you time to enjoy your kids. I have more with you and them than I ever thought I'd have."
"Well," she said, a weak laugh escaping her, "as long as you're within reach, I'm destined to never have a period." This was so like her, to joke around with him when she'd nearly died.
"Close your eyes and rest, Mel. I'll stay with you. I won't leave you."
"I want to be with my children," she whispered, her eyes closing.
"Pretty soon, Mel. Shh. Pretty soon I'll take you home."
He held her like that, stooped over her bed rail for another hour. The nurse tried to urge him away to check her bleeding, but he wasn't inclined to go. John came up to the 3 of them and said to the nurse, "I got it." He pulled the curtains around the bed. "They don't understand about you," John said to Jack. "I guess if you can deliver your own children, you're all checked out on peri pads."
"All checked out,"
Jack said, dropping another kiss on her brow.
"You going to stay all day?" he asked John.
"I haven't figured out how I'm getting back to Grace Valley yet. Plus, I want to run in another unit of blood. I'll stick around for that at least."
"You aren't hanging around because she's in any danger, are you?"
"Nope. I'm hanging around to keep you from being thrown out." He lifted the sheet, and as he gently pulled apart her legs, she roused briefly.
"Good," John said. "Looking much better."
"Better," Jack told Mel. "You should think about getting back to your kids," John suggested. "Once I figure out the transportation, I can take you. Not until she's fully conscious and knows why I'm not here. Preacher would come for me. We'll work that out," Jack said. "I'm going to turn her over to Larson, and he's going to keep her a few days," John said. "You have to get her a breast pump. You know how she is about nursing. And Emma's the last one. You know how she is. She'll get a pump, don't worry." Another hour passed, Mel rousing from time to time, Jack holding her all the while. John came in again and said, "We're going to take her to her room now, and there's someone out in the hall to see you. Meet us upstairs, 306. "Okay," Jack said, gently lowering Mel's shoulders to the bed. "I'll be with you in a minute, baby. You're going to your room now." When Jack walked through the swinging doors, there stood Doc, leaning heavily on his cane, looking both frazzled and exhausted, as if he'd aged years in a few hours. Doc had driven all the way over that mountain pass to get here. It would have taken hours. Jack stepped up to him and put out a hand. "It was close," he said. Doc shook his head.
"Thank God. We can't do without her now."
"No," Jack said. "We can't."
"When can I see her?"
"Come with me, Doc. We'll go up to her room."
"John says she's gonna be all right now,"
Doc said. "Yup. We have her back. No more babies, though." How do you think she's gonna feel about that? Jack was remembering how pissy she'd been when she found out she was pregnant with Emma. Then how, later, she'd said, I sure love carrying around a little piece of you. She's gonna be fine. We have each other. We have David and Emma, 2 more than we thought we'd get. Did Bree call you? Uh-huh. The whole town is standing by. When they got to her room, Mel was slightly elevated in the bed, taking a sip of water through a straw. Doc seemed to be limping a little more than usual as he entered the room. He went straight to her and did something he'd never done before. He leaned over the bed and kissed her on the forehead. You're a lot of trouble, Melinda. I knew from the start you would be. I keep you young, she said tiredly. You do at that. But I think you're wearing Jack down. Taking care of the Sheridans was a family and community affair. Bree and Mel's sister Joey took care of the babies so Jack could go to the hospital. Paige and Preacher made sure there was food ready for every evening meal. At the end of the day, Mike came to the house to be with his wife and wait for Jack to come home with his daily report. Jack got up very early to make that long drive over the mountains to Redding, stayed all day, and came back to Virgin River late, after dark. On the 4th such day, Bree sat in the big leather chair holding Emma close with her bottle, while Mike was in the rocker with David and his bottle. The door opened and Jack came in, looking exhausted, carrying his little cooler that would contain the breast milk Mel had pumped. Bree lifted her chin in greeting, and he lifted a hand in response, then went to the kitchen. It was easily 6 hours of driving each day, but he wouldn't even consider not being with Mel every day. Bree had been very worried about him being sleep-deprived as he drove over the pass. Once Bree and Mike had their charges settled, they joined the gathering in Jack's kitchen and found that Preacher had dinner almost complete and was setting up a couple of drinks for himself, Mike, and Jack. How's our girl? Bree asked. Feisty, he said. They're gonna kick her to the curb tomorrow. She's giving them fits. Nurses make lousy patients. If you don't mind me saying so, you look whipped, Bree said. Thank you, precious, he said, lifting his glass. Whoa, that helps. My thanks. He put the glass down and said, I'm going to go kiss my kids, and I'll be right back. The kitchen was quiet for a moment. Preacher broke the silence with, I can't believe how close we came to losing her. It's very unusual for something like that to happen, Bree said, trying to reassure him, given Paige's pregnancy. It reminds you, though, what a serious business this is. He pulled Paige close. We have to take this real serious. I'm not going to let you do this, John, Paige said. We had a close call. Everything is okay now, and we're not going to panic. We're going to enjoy this pregnancy. God knows we worked hard enough for it. She turned to her son. You about done there, buddy? Ready for your movie? Yeah, Mom, he said sweetly. Let me, Preacher said. Come on, cowboy, he said, taking his little hand. I'll help you get comfortable. As he walked out of the kitchen, Preacher was heard to ask, What are we watching tonight? Incredibles, Chris said. Don't we watch that almost every night? Almost. Joey looked at Paige. He's a wonderful father, isn't he? Just amazing. I still can't believe how lucky I've been. When Jack came back to the kitchen, Joey said, I've been wanting to ask you something, Jack. How's Mel with the hysterectomy? He dropped his gaze and lifted his drink. Disappointed, he said. For all her bitching about being pregnant all the time, she actually wanted to be pregnant some more. It defies understanding. She carried on about Emma coming too soon, threatened me with certain death if I did it to her again, kept reminding me how old I am, and yet... There was a moment of silence. Being able to reproduce is a funny thing, Bree said. We just want to control it. And in my experience, it's one of those forces of nature with a mind of its own, Jack said. When you want it, it doesn't come. When you'd like to take a break, it's all over you. How are you with it? Joey asked him. You're kidding me, right? He lifted his drink. I'm so grateful to have Mel come through this, it doesn't even cross my mind. Besides, I have 2 healthy kids. I'm a rich man. A very rich man. To rich men, Mike said, joining the toast. Only a week after Melinda's hysterectomy, she was getting around very well. She had some surgical soreness and tired easily. She didn't wander around the house much. She dressed in a comfy sweatsuit and stayed mainly on the big king-size bed. The cradle close at hand so she could nurse Emma as often as possible, trying to get her caught up. All she had to do was give Davy a little boost under the bum and he could climb up to bed with her. With Bree and Joey in charge of the house during the day, making sure Mel had everything she needed and was getting plenty of rest, Jack was able to spend a few hours at the bar in the afternoon. Then he could take dinner home to his wife. He didn't get a lot done at the bar. He didn't dare go on supply runs. It would take him too far from Virgin River. But he added up receipts and inventoried, finding, unsurprisingly, the bar ran just fine under the watchful care of Paige and Preacher. In that little space of time after lunch was finished, and before the dinner crowd began to drift in, when the bar was typically very quiet, often deserted, an old familiar ghost in his shady Brady wandered in. Jack had had some traffic with this guy in the past. Some good, some not so good. He was a known illegal grower from somewhere around the mountains, and Jack had refused to take his money once because it stank of freshly cut marijuana. But he'd materialized out of nowhere one night when Paige was in danger and saved her life. He came up to the bar and, for once, made actual eye contact with Jack. A first. Hey, he said somberly. How's the family? Getting by, Jack said. Heineken and Beam, he said, if it's not too much trouble. Over the man's shoulder, Jack saw Mike come into the bar. He stopped short, obviously recognizing their friend from the broad expanse of his back and the familiar hat. Jack looked back at his customer. We've been over this, Jack said. You know what kind of money doesn't work in this bar, and I'm not comping you. I'm in no mood. Mike sat up at the bar, just one stool separating him from the stranger. I got that, Jack. I'll have a beer. Take care of my friend here. Mike pulled out a few bills. It's my pleasure. You sure about that? Jack asked Mike. Yeah, I'm sure. Jack set them up with drinks, then went back down the bar to where his trusty clipboard with inventory sheets waited. There was no conversation between Mike and the shady Brady. Just silent, serious drinking. Paige came into the bar carrying a fresh stack of towels. She recognized the man, was paralyzed for a moment, then gave him a very slight nod before escaping back into the kitchen. Mike half expected to see Preacher right away, but nothing more happened. Then there was a low, rumbled comment from the man next to him. Things worked out then, he said, having noticed the obvious pregnancy. Mike chuckled in spite of himself. Oh yeah, just fine. He looked at the man and lifted a brow. Once more on that Boilermaker? Nah, I don't want to put you out. Jack, Mike called. Fix up my friend here. Though Jack scowled disapprovingly, he served the whiskey and refreshed the beer. It was a strange situation. Jack appreciated the help the man had given them in an emergency, but he wanted nothing to do with growers. They were trouble, and he wouldn't have their money in his till. He went back to his clipboard and counting, leaving the men to finish their drinks. It wasn't long before the stranger scraped back his stool to stand up. He looked at Mike and tipped the brim of his hat. Mike pulled a hand out of his jacket pocket, put something on the bar, and slid it toward him, turning his black eyes up at the standing man. He took away his hand, and there on the bar was a padlock. Shady Brady glanced over his shoulder toward Jack, finding him occupied with counting bottles beneath the bar. He slid the padlock off the bar and into his pocket. "Thanks for the drinks," he said to Mike. "Hey, don't worry about it. Even a private sort of guy like you should catch a break sometimes, huh?" He jutted his chin toward Jack. "He's not real flexible." Then Mike looked back into his beer. For the first time ever, Shady Brady gave a quick, short grin. He touched the brim of his hat again, though no one was watching him. Then he quit the bar. Mike smiled into his beer. There, he was thinking. Mike knew, and Shady Brady knew he knew. Something about him was iffy, but not all bad. Their business was done. At least for now. Chapter 14. Once the Haggerty family had been told a wedding was imminent, Paul called Joe. "How are those plans coming for Preacher and Mike?" "Close to ready for you, buddy," Joe said. "Maybe you could sketch up another house and we could talk about design." "Yeah? What you got?" Joe asked. Paul took a breath. "You'll never believe it," he said. "It didn't go the way we thought it would. Vanni, she didn't let me down easy. Turns out I was a little slow, which shouldn't surprise you. We're getting married." "Whoa! You serious?" "Why wait?" Paul said. "It's not like we need time to get to know each other." "But what about that little problem we talked about? It turns out it's not my problem after all. And Vanni, God, man, she's been just wonderful about everything. Me taking so long to come clean, having a serious complication to work out, everything. We're going to get it done before Tom leaves for boot camp in 2 weeks. I thought maybe if you had some plans lying around, it might be a good time to visit Virgin River. And if the plans work for your clients, I could stay right here and build." "Who's the third set for?" "Me and Vanni," Paul said. "The general gave us a nice big parcel on the other side of the stable and, brother, having our own house down here sounds better all the time. Might as well build it before I get real busy." Joe laughed. "Good for you, man," he said. "Any idea what you're looking for?" "Oh, yeah. Vanni loves my house in Grants Pass. But that's set up for a bachelor or a couple without kids. Sunken great room, that kind of thing. Raise the floor and level it. Add a bedroom, more kitchen. You know what to do." "I know what to do," Joe laughed. "And come down for the wedding. It's going to be small and quick, but Jack tells me he's calling the boys, and there could be poker. Deal me in." There was enough going on in Virgin River in June to create a great deal of excitement. First, there was high school graduation, and the following weekend, Vanni and Paul would be married. Somewhere between the two, Rick would be home on leave before shipping out to Iraq, and for both his leave and the wedding, the rest of the Marines would hit town. Vanni had been busy in her father's kitchen whenever she wasn't tending to the baby, trying to prepare hors d'oeuvres for a Saturday evening open house for Tom's graduation. The youngsters would be roving from party to party and would barely make an appearance, but Walt still insisted Tom deserved a celebration of his own, not just one coupled with the wedding the following weekend. And he was right in this. Tom had graduated with honors, and an appointment to West Point was a huge achievement. Even though Tom had a 3-star for a father, it still required a near-perfect GPA and a congressional recommendation. Vanni took a short break and, wiping her hands on a dish towel, walked out on the deck for some cool air. What she saw took her by surprise. Paul was standing in front of Matt's grave. Memories of standing there herself came flooding back, and she walked down the deck stairs and across the lawn, up onto that small rise. "Paul?" she asked. He turned, saw her there, and gave her a small, sad smile, lifting his arm. "Aw, Vanni. Vanni, are you all right, Paul?" "Sure," he said, giving her shoulders a squeeze.
You know, if we both start brooding at this grave, it's going to drive Dad nuts.
I'll try not to make a habit of it. Listen, can I say something? Just once, then I won't again.
Paul, you can say anything to me. Are you missing him?
I'll always miss him, honey. Sometimes I think about when we were just boys together, and I can see it so clearly. It's like being back there. When we were kids in high school, we never even talked about the Marine Corps. We talked about girls, sports, girls, tattoos, girls, trucks. He had all the girls, though. I never had any nerve. I wouldn't have even had a prom date if Matt hadn't made it happen. Who knew the crazy fool was going to make himself into a lifer?
Paul turned and held her upper arms in his big hands, looking down into her eyes.
Do you have any idea how much I love you?
I do, she said, smiling.
Well, I'd give my life for you. That's how much. I've never been happier than these past few weeks. But I was just telling Matt, I'd give it all up and live alone and miserable and jealous till the end of time if I could get him back. He was the most amazing man, the most incredible friend. It would probably kill me, but I'd give this up if it meant he could live.
Vanni put a hand along his cheek. He knows that already, Paul. He always knew that.
You have to be real sad sometimes, honey. Even now. You don't ever have to hide that from me. I'll hold you through the tears now, just like I did before, and I won't feel cheated. Not by a long shot.
Paul, I wouldn't hide anything from you, she said sweetly. Not long after Matt and I met, I lost my mom, and she was the best friend I ever had. And then I lost my husband to a war. Do you have any idea what a gift I have in you? It was like being rescued. I didn't know I could feel like this. I thought every day would hurt forever. It's probably not really stronger than what I felt for Matt, but coming after all that loss and pain, it sure feels like a miracle to me. Oh, I'll always miss him too. I can't help that. But I'm so grateful to have you in my life. I'm not giving you up.
I just wish there was a way I could know. I wish I knew he was okay with this. You and me.
Remember, I told you, she said, smiling. I ran it by him already. A few times. Before you ever let me know how you felt.
I wish I could know he forgives me for wanting you all those years you belonged to him.
She laughed softly, sweetly. I think you're being silly now. You showed him such incredible respect, never letting anyone know. Paul, there's nothing to forgive.
The night Maddie came, I was out here talking to him. Jack came and got me. He said Matt had moved on. He said we each have our destiny and Matt's took him somewhere else.
Yeah. Wherever he is, he's tearing that place up, making people laugh, feel good. Paul, this would make Matt happy. You know how much you love him? He loved you that much or more. I can't think of anyone he'd rather have raise his son.
I'll do the best I can with that, honey. I'd sure like to make Matt proud. I'll try to be as good a husband as Matt was.
She shook her head and smiled at him. You're not going to have to try. As far as I can tell, you're a natural. Jack stood on his front porch with his morning coffee. He saw something in the distance that caused his pulse to pick up. He looked out over the valley to the northeast and saw a thin column of gray smoke that wound its way to a plateau in the sky, and he hoped, beyond hope, it was nothing to worry about. It had been an unusually dry spring. Mel came outside, and he dropped an arm around her shoulders as she snuggled close. "What is it?" she asked.
Fire. Could be a controlled burn. Could be a wildfire. It's been awful dry.
Has Virgin River ever been threatened by fire?
Not the town, no. There was a big one just north of here a few years ago, right after preachers showed up. Everyone pitched in. We dug a lot of ditches, hauled drinking water, drove trucks. Then we got certified in training so we could be ready.
What would happen, she asked, if a fire got too close?
Well, he said, his arm tightening around her. We're sitting in the middle of a forest, Mel. This place could end up looking like the face of the moon.
He lifted his eyes to the horizon.
We need a good, solid rain. And there isn't any forecasted. This forest is pure kindling.
Tom graduated with honors, and the General and Vanessa hosted a party at their home, open to all their friends and all of Tom's friends. The young people were on the move. They'd spend the entire weekend going from one open house to another. Tom and Brenda and some of their friends spent about an hour at the Booth home before taking off for other graduation parties, but the adults didn't mind a bit that they were left to themselves. Everyone dropped by to pass along their congratulations, including Muriel St. Clair. "Can we count on you to come to the wedding next Saturday?" Vanessa asked her.
"Oh, sweetheart, thank you for including me. Actually, I'm driving to Sebastopol to pick up a dog, a little guy named Buff, another lab. This one is yellow. I've got a good hunter already, Luce, my little girl and best friend, 1.5 years and brilliant. But no dog should grow up alone." And then she grinned. "But I hope to see you after the wedding. It would be lovely to have dinner with you and Paul. I'll speak to Walt about that, since I can't cook."
"At all?" Vanessa asked.
Muriel shrugged. "At all. I'd like you to know, though, I have other talents. I can paint, hang paper, sand and varnish, grow vegetables, hunt duck, and tell jokes. Besides, I heard there's great takeout at Jack's." "There is," Vanni smiled. "And you ride, too." "I do. I have 2 horses with me. We should go out for a ride sometime. We can meet midway between our houses along the river."
"I would like that so much," Vanni said.
"We have a lot to talk about." "Yes, we do," Muriel agreed, then gave Vanessa a conspiratorial wink. As he was leaving the party, Tom took Paul aside for a minute. Just outside the closed front door, Tom asked, "So, you ready to take on Vanessa?" "More than ready, pal." "Great, man. I couldn't have planned this better myself." "Good. I'd hoped you'd say that." Tom took a matchbook out of his pocket and flipped it around in his hand. "There's an all-night graduation party tonight that Brenda and I are going to," he said. He put the matchbook in Paul's hand. "Except, we're not going to it. Someone should know where we are, in case there's any kind of emergency. Someone who can keep his big mouth shut." Paul looked at the matchbook. The Brookstone Inn. He met eyes with Tom. "Someone who isn't going to ask me one more time if I have a condom in my pocket." "Why would I ask that?" Paul said. "You're way out of my league, brother. Just in case someone has a heart attack or something." "Thanks," Paul said, slipping the matchbook in his pocket. "I appreciate that you think smart. Have a good time. See you tomorrow." And he was gone. When Paul went back in the house, Vanni was waiting for him. "What was that about?" Paul leaned close to her ear. "Just asking your brother's permission to be his brother-in-law," Paul said. "It's official. I'm welcome to the family." Tom checked into the Brookstone in Ferndale while Brenda waited in the car. The way it had gone lately, they'd make wild love, and then there would be some tears about him leaving. And then they'd make wild love again, and then they'd have a few more tears. There hadn't been any long nights together since that first time at his house, but there had been some remarkable sessions. Here and there, especially evenings at the booth house when Vanni was in Grants Pass and Walt was down at Bodega Bay with Shelby. "Before you start crying again, I have something for you," he said.
You do?
"I do." He leaned over the bed and dug around on the floor for his pants, pulling a box out of his pocket. He passed it to her. "It's how I feel about you." She opened the box, and there, curled around a velvet circle, was a sparkling diamond bracelet. She was speechless.
My God,
she finally said.
My God.
"Here's how I feel. If we somehow manage to keep it together, through separations and school and all that stuff, I want to be with you forever. I didn't want to get you a ring. That would be too crazy. I mean, a senior in high school wearing an engagement ring. A senior like you who practically aced the SATs and is going all the way. You can't be wearing an engagement ring. I want you to be thinking about yourself now. You're just a girl." He took the bracelet out of the box and put it on her wrist. "But you can wear this to remind you that I love you, and I'm not leaving you to be away from you, but to start building what we're going to have."
Oh, God,
she said again.
Is it real?
He laughed. "It actually is."
How could you afford this?
"I have a couple of bucks and college is paid for by the Army. It's not the best diamond bracelet ever made and the rocks are real little, but for your first one it's okay. Later I'll get you better diamonds. I promise. Brenda, I love you, honey. And I need you to stop crying. Leaving is hard enough. I'll be back in August for a little while before I start West Point. You can make it till then, can't you?"
I can make it as long as you need me to,
she said. "It's not going to be easy, you know. Even if you go to school in New York. We're going to be mostly separated for 4 years, maybe 5 while you finish."
No,
she said.
4. I'm going to finish college in 3.
She stared at her bracelet. Then, when she lifted her eyes to his, she raised one light brown brow and smiled.
Do you have any doubt I can do that?
He grinned at her. None whatsoever.
Then I'm going wherever you go, Tom.
The Army is going to keep me from getting married while I'm at West Point. This next 4 years, this is when we're going to find out what we're made of. Because Army life isn't easy. It's good and it's strong, but it's not easy. My dad always said that sometimes the Army spouses have to be tougher than the soldiers. My mom was left to raise us alone so many times. I know she was lonely, sometimes scared, and she was probably pissed some of the time, but she was so proud of my dad's work. You'd never know it was hard for her. You have to know that going in. It's just not easy. If you change your mind, if someone else comes along that can offer you... She put a hand against his cheek.
What if someone comes along for you?
She asked. Brenda, I think all I'm going to get in the Army are sore muscles and a completely worn-out brain.
You never know.
There could be some really sexy drill sergeant, she said with a laugh. Right, he said. Listen to me now. My mind is made up, but I want you to promise me. Keep your options open. Have fun. Be a single girl and enjoy yourself. Take a good hard look around you. A long look at the world. When this 4 years is up, you have to be sure. You have to think I'm your best choice, not your only choice. I don't want you to ever think you made a mistake. Betting on me in this life. Because if you're still my girl, I'm going to marry you the first day I can, and then I'm not letting you go without a fight.
I'll keep my eyes open, Tommy, she said. But I bet my heart will only be able to see you. And I'll miss you so much. But I'm proud of you. I know we're pretty young, but I'm not too young to know I have to marry a man that I can be proud of.
It made him smile. I'll work on making sure you always feel that way.
Yeah, I know you will.
I used to hate my dad for coming up with Virgin River," he said with a laugh. "Now I'm thinking of putting him in my will." Jack drove to Garberville to pick up Ricky from the bus early the next Wednesday morning. He was thinking about the phone call he'd had from Ricky a few weeks ago. It changed his world, but it was something he could have predicted. The boy stepped off the bus not in uniform, but in his jeans and boots. Even so, that jarhead haircut branded him as a Marine on leave. Jack's chest swelled with pride. Boy? This was no boy. Here was a man, a fighting Marine, who had matured and grown even stronger in the months he'd been away. His grin, however, was the same young, infectious, optimistic smile as when he first rode his bike up to Jack's years ago. It took willpower not to run to him and fetch him up in his arms, but Jack stood stock still, letting the boy, the young man, come to him. They grasped hands and brought themselves shoulder to shoulder. Rick had grown yet taller. He was every bit the 6'2" Jack was. "Hey, man," Ricky said. "Damn, boy. Look at you. You're almost as old as me." "Hardly," Ricky laughed. "Look at you. You're getting gray. What's this?" "Melinda, naturally. She's working me over. You should be careful, Rick. Strong, sexy women, they'll kill you slow." "What a way to go, huh?" "Yeah, I can't complain. It's turning out to be a big weekend here, man." "Yeah? Paul's getting married. I'll catch you up on all that. But the two events, your leave and Paul's wedding, it's bringing the boys to town. We're gonna have us a time. They'll start arriving in a couple of days." "Good. How's Mel?" "Getting around a little slow, but don't worry. She's bossing me around like crazy, which tells me she's fine. She can't wait to see you." "And Preach?" Ricky asked. "About to be a father in a month or so." "Damn," Ricky said. "When I first laid eyes on him, I would never have put money on that." "Tell me about it. By the way, your grandma is doing well. And from what I hear from her Aunt Connie, your girl is excited about your leave." "Yeah, I called Lizzie. She's a little freaked about Iraq, but it'll give her time to finish school. It's been a real headache getting her through school." "She's still trying to marry you?" Jack asked. "I'm sticking to my guns, man. 4 years, that's the deal. Down to 3 now. But holy Jesus, I love her like crazy. I can't wait to see her." "You gonna have time for the rest of us?" "I can cut you a few minutes," he said with a grin that was all boy. "Try not to jam me up too bad, huh? I've been totally faithful to this girl for 9 whole months, and I am in bad shape. Bad." Jack cracked out a big laugh. He put an arm around Ricky's shoulders. Something he couldn't help but wonder was how his life might have been different if he'd met his Melinda when he was 16. They'd be broke and have 27 kids by now. But he said, "Iraq? What shit is that?" "It's just the usual. I'll be fine." "Of course you will. There are some people I want you to meet. Paul's new wife, oh, she's something else. And I want you to meet her younger brother. He's slated for West Point. Daddy's a retired Army 3-star, and the kid's a year younger than you. Good kid, sharp. He's been seen around with Brenda Carpenter this whole past year." "Brenda? No kidding. You two, you should meet. Talk. For both of you. Virgin River will always be your base, you know?" "Yeah, Jack. As long as you're here," he said. "I hooked you up with some wheels." "Yeah?" Rick asked. "Mel's not able to work yet, which leaves Doc the Humvee and his truck sitting idle. He says it's all yours." "Perfect," Rick said. "I think I'll check in with McGraham, then head over to Eureka to find that girl. I mean, first things first, Jack." By noon on Friday, the first of the Marines arrived in the person of Joe Benson from Grants Pass. He had hooked up Paul's fifth wheel as his home away from home for the weekend and walked into Jack's with rolls of parchment under his arm and a big grin on his face. He had preliminary architectural drawings for Paige and Preacher, Mike and Bree, sketches for Paul and Vanni. Tables were pushed together, coffee was poured, and plans were spread out. Only Preacher and Mike were available to scan the drawings, as Bree was at Jack's helping Mel with the babies, and Paige was sharing Christopher's nap. "How's Mel doing?" Joe asked Jack. "She's doing great, but she hates being stuck out at the house all the time. Bree's bringing her and the little ones over later on, once most of the boys are here. She feeling okay now? She gets tired real easy, and you can imagine how that pisses her off," Jack said. "Wait till you see her. She doesn't look like someone who damn near bought the farm 3 weeks ago. I'll tell you what, buddy, that about did me in. Bad, huh? Boy, howdy, as she would say." By 2, Paul came into the bar and the reunion continued. For Joe and Paul, who hadn't seen each other in at least a few weeks, there was a hearty embrace, robust congratulations to Paul. "I didn't figure to see you until much later," Joe said. "There's a maid of honor at the house," he explained. "I was told I was in the way, which suits me fine. And I think the General and Tommy will be kicked out pretty soon, too." Next to arrive, Josh Phillips and Tom Stevens from the Reno area, pulling up in a nice, cushy RV, a new purchase for Tom. Finally, Zeke, which made the crowd almost complete. "Corny's putting in a no-show," Jack explained. "He's got a baby coming in a couple of months and has to save his time off for that. Number 3. He's still chasing that boy." Beer was set up, and at about 4, Paige came out of the back and walked right under her husband's arm. Zeke was the first to spot her and sent up a whoop.
Hey friend, you've been listening for a bit now? Let's take a tiny break. Here's some music to unwind. This is a free audiobook experience, and we're glad you're here.
Of excitement, rushing toward her with a huge grin on his face. "Whoa, baby, look at you! Damn me, girl, you're cooking a good one there." He rubbed a big hand over her belly. "Preacher, you dog, you did fine work here." "Yeah, I sure did." "You're about to pop, girl." "Pretty soon," she said, grinning. "How's your wife doing?" "She's great," Zeke said. "I thought I could sneak one more kid by her, but she says I'm all done. I don't know what her hang-up is. We only have 4. You think 4 is enough?" he asked Paige. "I think that's more than I'm having," she laughed. "I don't know how you tricked her into that many." "What can I say?" he shrugged. "The girl's been lighting my fire for almost 20 years now, since the first time I saw her in that cheerleading outfit." He whistled. "Those pom-poms just knocked me out. To say nothing of that short skirt," someone supplied. "And those itty-bitty panties," someone else remarked. "I am so cut off," Preacher grumbled. "John," Paige warned, though she couldn't help but laugh. Joe was next, hugging her, checking out the stomach. Right behind him, Josh. All right, Paige said. "One at a time. You guys," she happily admonished. This crowd of men, each one of them, what would be called a man's man, so driven in the masculine pursuits of soldiering, hunting, fishing, and the like, loved women, pregnant women especially, and the babies they brought. It was uncanny and tremendous fun. Doc turned up for his whiskey. The General and Tom finally came in. Jack pressed a beer into Tom's hand. "Where's the cop?" the General asked with amusement. "This kid's underage." "I get around that by giving it away," Jack said. "In fact, when this crowd's here, I end up giving away the bar." "Hey, where's Rick?" someone asked. "He went over to Eureka to fetch Lizzie," Jack said. Then he grinned and added, "Wednesday." The place was soon throbbing with the noise of men, and Paige made her escape, but not without the plans Joe brought. The barbecue was lit, the party spilled out onto the porch when Doc's old truck rumbled into town and stopped in front of Connie and Ron's corner store across the street. A hush fell over the crowd. The Marines who hadn't already been outside quietly gathered there as Rick got out, helped his girl out to go visit her aunt and uncle, but not before pulling her to him for one last kiss. The moment their lips met, the Marines sent up a wild cheer. The couple bolted apart in surprise. Rick saw them, and his face was split in a huge grin. The cheering and jeering continued, and with his arm still around Lizzie's waist, he obliged the crowd by pulling her against him again to finish what he started. Then he let her go, gave her a little pat on the rump, and sent her into her aunt's store. Tom leaned toward Paul and said, "I hope Brenda stays indoors until these whack jobs leave town." "Aw, don't worry, Tom. They wouldn't do that to you." "No?" he asked. "No way. You're Army." He grinned. "It's just not the same stuff, Tom." To the welcoming cheers, Rick walked across the street and stopped in front of the bar's porch. "You guys are so frickin' rude," he said with a smile. "Hey, Jarhead," someone yelled. "Last I heard, Eureka was only a couple hours away." "Make a stop or two, buddy?" "He looks pretty loose to me." "Come on up here, pal. We don't have much time before the invasion of women. I want to hear about recon training. They scare ya?" Rick was asked. "They did," he replied. "Reconnaissance rappelling looked like a suicide mission to me, but then I just couldn't stop doing it. It's such a rush. And I got pushed out of an airplane a few times. That really turned me on." "I don't know," Zeke said, shaking his head. "Airplanes make me throw up. Well, not regular airplanes, but when I'm in one painted up in camouflage with about 150 pounds of gear on my back, it just does something to my stomach." "'Cause you're a sissy," Rick said, laughing. The next to arrive to a huge and affectionate welcome was Mel and Bree and Jack's babies. Jack took immediate charge of David, but couldn't hang on to him long as he was passed around and admired. Next came Vanni and her girlfriend Nikki. "Hey," she said, smiling. "Is this some kind of bachelor party?" Joe Benson was sitting up at the bar when these last two women walked in, and he was brought instantly off the stool and to his feet. Nikki, small and dark-haired with big dark eyes and a small pink mouth, knocked the wind out of him for the second time. He had to shake himself. He'd met her briefly a couple of months ago, and the memory hadn't let him go. There was something about her that made his mouth drop open and his eyes shine. He couldn't stop staring at her. Paul hung on to little Matt for Vanni so she could be welcomed and introduce her maid of honor. Steaks were turned on the grill, salad tossed, potatoes baked, ears of corn buttered, and some of Preacher's finest pies set out. There was feasting and laughter. Toasts were made to Rick, Tom, and the wedding couple. Women disappeared to nurse babies and reappeared as the sun slowly set. The General found Paul. "You ready to take the plunge, son?" "Sir, I've been ready for a long time. I promise you, I'll do right by her." "I have no doubt. Nice group of men you have at your back." "They are, sir. The best. Thanks for making them welcome. Thanks for sharing Tom's going away with all of us. It's an honor, Paul. It's good for him to see this. He'll have this in no time. A crowd of brothers, shoring him up. I'm going to miss that boy. We'll all miss him, sir." Think you'll ever just call me Walt? Or even Dad?" he asked.
Paul smiled.
I don't know, sir. I think I'd kind of miss the edge."
As the evening aged and dinner was done, Joe stepped out onto the porch, pulled a cigar out of his pocket, and snipped the end. He struck a match against his shoe when he heard a sound and looked up. Nicky was leaning on the porch railing.
"Oh, sorry," he said, shaking out the match. "I didn't know anyone was out here."
She smiled at him. It seemed a shy smile, maybe a sad smile. "Vanny's nursing the baby," she said, then looked upward again. "I couldn't figure out what she saw in a little town like this, but then I had a look at this sky." Joe stepped up beside her.
"It's something, all right."
"Nicky, isn't it?" "Yes, and you're Joe, Paul's friend from Oregon."
"That's right,"
he said with a smile. She remembered him. She remembered him?
"You must be a city girl."
"San Francisco. What's Grants Pass like? Big? Small?"
"Small, but not this small. 23,000. Some of the most beautiful sunsets in the world."
"Have you lived there a long time?"
"Pretty much all my life. I have a big family there."
"Lots of kids?"
"No kids."
He shook his head.
"No wife."
She frowned at him. "Still single?" she asked.
"Divorced."
"Oh, sorry."
"No problem. It's been a long time. You?"
She looked away. "Single," she said. "Recently broken up, actually."
"Oh, then I'm the one sorry,"
he said.
"You must be an idiot."
She laughed. "He is. You can have your cigar. It doesn't bother me." He slipped it into his pocket.
"It'll keep. How long have you known Vanny?"
"We started flying together 8 years ago. She stopped flying when she got pregnant, so we don't see each other as often as we used to." She looked out at the sky again. "This is the second time I've been her maid of honor. She promises it's the last."
"I think you can trust her on that. She can be yours next time."
"I doubt that'll ever happen," she said, looking down.
"Don't be ridiculous," he said. "You're young. You even 30 yet? And beautiful. It's just a matter of days, probably."
She just sighed. Imagine Vanny finding 2 wonderful guys like that in such a short period of time. "You knew Matt?"
"Very slightly. We grew up in the same town but went to different schools, and I didn't serve with him. I met him through Paul later, after I started designing houses for Paul's company. If Matt was on leave, home for a visit, we'd run into each other for a beer when he was out with Paul. Good man."
"These all seem like good guys. Does this happen often? Gatherings like this?"
"It used to be a lot of hunting and fishing. But lately, these old boys have been tying the knot a lot. First Jack about 2 years ago, then Preacher last year. Mike just a few months ago. Now Paul. Bunch of bachelors who no one could catch. Everyone real slow to find the right woman. Then all of a sudden, there's a rush on. The only one who found his girl real early was Zeke. He's been married since he was about 7. 4 kids. Now it looks like I'm the last one left."
"They're all so good-looking. I mean, you're all so good-looking. It's pretty amazing you weren't snapped up early."
"That turned out to be my fatal mistake." He laughed.
"How long have you been divorced?"
"Over 10 years, he said.
"I guess you've recovered your bachelorhood."
"Yeah," he said. "I guess. Can I get you anything? Something to drink, maybe?"
"No, thanks. I think I'll just enjoy the stars."
"Mind if I enjoy the stars with you for a while?" he asked her.
She looked at him and tilted her head slightly. His question finally coaxed a smile out of her. A real one.
and he thought, damn, this girl is beautiful. That would be nice, Joe. Jack was the first to leave when he noticed Mel was looking tired. He collected his son, said goodbye to his boys, and took Mel out onto the porch. They passed Joe and Nikki and said goodnight as they left. Next to leave was Bree, giving Mike a kiss goodnight on the porch before walking across the yard to their RV. Paige disappeared for good as she tucked herself in with Christopher for the night. Advanced pregnancy requiring rest. Next was Vanessa, out on the porch looking for Nikki. Hey, you can stay as long as you like. There are plenty of people around to take you home. I could do that, Joe offered. I'd be glad to do that. No, Nikki said. A maid of honor's work is never done. Finally, it was the General and Tom. Rick walked outside with them. Tom shook his hand and said, Come out to the house tomorrow. Bring your girl. Thanks. I might just do that. But not till after the wedding. No way I can let Lizzie see a wedding. By the time Rick walked back into the room, the tables were pushed together, the cards were out, and the cigars were being snipped. Get over here, boy, Zeke said. Get out your money. Rick laughed. Someone pressed a cigar on him and he said, God, do I have to smoke this ugly thing? As long as you get your money out, you can do whatever you want. I don't have that much money, guys, he complained. But he was sitting down. Don't worry about it, kid. We'll take whatever you've got. Chapter 15. The General's house was a busy place on Saturday. The nuptials were scheduled for 4 p.m. with a party to follow. Sunday night would belong to Tom, his family, and his girl since he'd be leaving early Monday morning. Caterers arrived in the morning, setting up a trellis strung with white drape in the yard behind the house. 50 folding chairs were unloaded, champagne chilled, flowers placed around the house and yard. Paul's family arrived just after noon, and his mother gratefully took charge of Maddie so the bride could primp. The General was happy to host the Haggerty men and Tom out on the deck while activity around the house and yard kept them out of those regions. The next to arrive was Shelby. She drove up from Bodega Bay. It hadn't been that long since her mother's passing, but she was already changed. She dropped a few pounds, wore her shiny, honey-colored hair free, flowing down her back. And for the first time in years, she wore makeup. She looked so great that when Tom saw her, he grabbed her up in his arms and whirled her around, making her laugh. Look at you, he said. What have you done to yourself? Not so much, she said, smiling. I just have a little more time now, that's all. It's more than that. You're looking hot. Thanks, honey, she said. That's nice. I've never been hot in my life. Next, it was Paul to lift her off the ground and make a fuss over her. And finally, she was pulled into the circle of women, with Vanni exclaiming over how wonderful she looked. The only one not surprised was Walt, who'd been making regular visits to Bodega Bay since his sister's passing. As they were getting the house back into shape, he'd been watching the slow and startling transformation of his niece as she found her footing, making her way into a new life. Paul was showered before noon so he could clear out of the bathroom, finally putting on his suit at 3, as did the best man and Walt. When the guests began to arrive, cold champagne was pressed into their hands as they were directed to the chairs in the yard. The minister, Harry Shipton of Grace Valley, was more than happy to accept his champagne with the rest of the gathering. Right at 4, Vanessa and Nikki stepped out onto the deck from the house, making their way to the yard where the vows would be spoken. Paul felt his knees almost buckle when he saw her. Now, he knew this was one fine-looking woman, and since he'd been the best man at her last wedding, it wasn't as if he'd never seen her all dressed up. But it felt like the first time. She was usually found in jeans or a simple sundress, and in those, she was almost too much for his heart. Today, she was resplendent in green so pale it was nearly white. It was a shimmering, clingy silk. her reddish gold hair lying in full curls on her shoulders and down her back. Her turquoise eyes were alive with love, sparkling brightly, and her peach lips were curved in a smile. "Holy shit," Tommy said. "Look at my sister, man." "I see her," Paul croaked. "God above." Tom laughed. "Well, go get her," he said, poking him in the ribs. "God, I hope I'm cooler than you when I get married." "Yeah," Paul said in a weak breath. He unstuck his rooted feet and went to collect his bride and bring her into the gathering. She was greeted with lots of hugs and kisses, a glass pressed into her hand. Paul's arm was around her waist, and he couldn't make himself let her go. He felt his chest swell with cocky pride, having her at his side. No way he should be getting a woman who looked like this. And she was all his. She couldn't even glance at him without confirming that with her gaze. "Let's get started, shall we?" Harry asked, stepping up in front of the trellis. Paul and Vanni went to stand before him, followed by Nicky and Tom. Paul's eyes were riveted on his bride, but she was hardly the only beautiful woman present. Mel was looking very fine on this occasion, color in her cheeks again and that sparkle in her eyes. Paige was stunning in her last trimester of pregnancy, a glow around her as she clung to her husband's hand. Bree was a vision in lavender, her man reluctant to let very many inches separate them. Shelby was looking awful cute in a fitted pantsuit and heels to bring her up to 5'5", her thick hair free and glorious, her smile bright. And there was Nicky. The dark-haired beauty wore a closely fitting pale pink dress with a demure slit up one side, not visible unless a soft breeze caught the silk and lifted it. Her black hair fell down her back in a breathtaking contrast to the pastel. She wore a beautiful smile for her best friend's vows and had no idea how closely she was being watched. The vows were exchanged quickly, without a single mistake, and it was finally time for Paul to take Vanni into his arms and cover her mouth with a searing kiss that suggested he wished they were alone. The gathering cheered and applauded the bride and groom until they had no choice but to break apart. As the couple made their way slowly through the gathering and toward the house where the party was laid out for the celebrants, Joe saw his chance. He grabbed a glass of champagne off a tray and pressed his way toward Nicky. He offered it and said, "You look very beautiful today." "Thank you," she said, accepting the drink. "There should be dancing at this party," he complained. "Otherwise, how am I going to get my arms around you?" "Are you flirting with me?" she asked him. "I am. I think it's the dress." She laughed at him. "It's an amazing dress," he went on. "Into fashion, are you?" He shook his head. "I wasn't before today." He put out a hand to escort her. "Let me take you to a party." Not long after the food was put out, Walt realized he'd misplaced Shelby. He looked around the house and yard, and then, on an impulse, he went to the stable. He found her there, all dressed up and fancy, stroking Plenty's neck. She looked over her shoulder at her uncle and smiled. "It's been years since I've seen this girl." He stepped toward her. "Looks like she remembers you." "I don't know about that. But Liberty's as self-centered as he ever was. And I sure like this new guy, Chico. I can't wait to get back on a horse." "You know where they are," he said. "Visit us whenever you can. Ride. Enjoy the summer along the river. It's wonderful." "The whole place is wonderful, Uncle Walt. It lives up to all the pictures you brought." "I'm a lucky man." She turned around and leaned back against the stall. Plenty nuzzled her hair, making her laugh. "You're going to have an extra bedroom when Tom's gone to boot camp in West Point," she said. "I'll have to fill it up for you on weekends." "I would love that, honey." "Vanni says Paul's building them a house. He's going to start right away. Try to get them in by Christmas, even if there's still a lot of work to finish." "That's his plan, as I understand it. Walt chuckled. I think he's anxious to get his new wife out from under my roof. Shelby stepped toward her uncle. I'm not sure yet what I'm going to do next. Probably go back to school, but it's really too late for me to get accepted for the fall semester. Besides, I think I need a little more time to unwind, to think about what direction I might take. Fortunately, you have lots of time. I'd like to spend it here. His eyes widened in disbelief. Hopefully, he said. Do you mean that, honey? You'll be lonely without Tom. I can help with the horses. He reached out and stroked her shiny hair. What about Bodega Bay? He asked gently. I've decided to let it go, she said. I'll be sure the work on the house gets finished, but I've already talked to a realtor. I'm going to sell it, Uncle Walt. I think I want to move on. I don't think it will take longer than a couple of months to sell. It's a good little house. Sure you don't want to just rent it for a while? Keep a grip on it just in case you decide that's where you belong? You've been there your whole life. I know. I think it's time for a new life. Don't you? She smiled. While I'm thinking about where that new life is going to be, I'd like to be here with you, with my family, if it's okay. Shelby, nothing would make me happier. Honey, I've never even dared hope you would come here for a long stay. I hope you still feel that way when I've been underfoot for a while. I'm leaving early tomorrow, Uncle Walt. I'm going to shop my way back to Bodega Bay. I haven't bothered with things like new clothes in years. Tears came into her eyes. Do you have any idea how happy that would make my mother? Walt pulled her against him and held her. Shelby, sweetheart, I have an awful lot to be proud of. But I don't think anyone in my life has made me prouder than I am of you. You're an amazing young woman. Jo tried to keep tabs on Nikki throughout the party, even though she spent a great deal of time mingling among the guests. When it looked as if she wasn't engaged in conversation, he found a way to get next to her, ask her if she was having fun, how long she would stay in Virgin River, when did she have to get back to work. Anything that would keep her attention, keep her talking. Apparently, he hadn't lost his touch. She seemed to enjoy his flirting. He wondered what the hell was going on with him. She wasn't typical of the sort of woman he was attracted to. No, it was leggy blondes he liked. And this woman was small with that long sheath of satiny black hair. Her waist was so tiny, he thought maybe he could get his hands around it. That pink mouth, the same color as the dress. Her ankles narrow. Calves slim but firm. Tiny feet with pink toes. When did he start caring about ankles and toes? He watched her laugh, the way she tilted her head back, an action that sent ripples down her curtain of hair. Jo was a little confused. When he developed one of those physical attractions, he couldn't seem to pull his eyes away from a woman's butt, her breasts, her thighs. This was a whole new thing. The way she laughed, her little feet. It was nuts. It was like a schoolboy's crush. He kept watch, looking for a moment to spirit her out under the starlight, maybe steal a kiss or something, wondering why he would bother. First thing in the morning, he was headed to Grants Pass, and she would take off for San Francisco. Still, he watched her every move. When he saw her walk down the hall and slip into the room that had been given to her for her stay, he briefly gave up the vigil and went to the bar for a drink. The hour was still early when some of the guests began to leave, and Jo was caught up in saying goodbye to friends. I'm going to open the bar for the guys who are staying over, Preacher told him. Thanks, but I'm just going to bunk in the trailer out front and leave first thing. I have some work to get done before Monday morning, Jo said. The Marines started to filter out, headed back into town, maybe thinking along the lines of Cards and Paul's family. Parents, brothers, and their wives were going to drive as far as Fortuna to stay the night before going on to Oregon in the morning. Vanni and Paul would pass their wedding night right here, to spend as much time with Tom as possible before he left. She was gone, Joe realized. The house was beginning to empty of guests. The night was dark but for a sliver of a moon and a billion stars. And the girl he'd had a fix on all day was missing. He looked around the great room, the kitchen, and then, braving rejection, walked down the hall to her room. He tapped lightly on the door, but there was no answer. It was not gentlemanly, but he pushed open the door because he had to find her. She wasn't there. How'd she get by him? There was no one in the hall bath. The door stood open. He had to at least get her phone number. He felt a trip to the Bay Area coming on. "Have you seen Nikki?" he asked Vanessa. "I haven't. I thought maybe she turned in." "Maybe she did," he lied. "I just wanted to say goodnight. I'll probably be out of here real early in the morning." Damn. He wasn't ready to give up on that one. He hadn't been drawn to a woman in a while, but this one had hooks in him like grappling. He wasn't exactly sure why, but it was fierce. The party was dwindling to just a few people. Rick and Tom and their girls, the bride and groom, the general, Mike and Bree, Shelby. The caterers were packing up and cleaning the kitchen. Joe stepped outside onto the now dark deck. He took out a cigar, clipped the end, struck a match on his shoe, and it illuminated her. She was standing at the far end of the deck, out of sight, out of the light from within the house, her back to him. He started to get excited at having found her, feeling a crazy lift in his chest. The match burned down to his fingers, and he shook it out with a muffled curse. He took a breath and walked up behind her. "The stars again?" he asked softly. "Something like that," she said, her voice teary. He slipped the cigar back into his shirt pocket and gently grabbed onto her upper arms. "What's the matter?" he whispered. "Nothing. I'm fine," she said. Then she sniffed. "Nothing? Fine, but for the tears?" He gave her arms a squeeze. "Don't cry now. I can't stand it when a woman cries. Wipes me out." "Go back inside," she whispered. "Go on." "Can't," he said, leaning toward her a little, inhaling her scent. "I'm kind of stuck here now." "Just go, okay? This is sort of embarrassing." He turned her around slowly. He looked down into those dark, liquid eyes, a trace of tears on each cheek. "All this wedding crap, huh?" "I don't want Vanni to think I'm not happy for her." "She wouldn't think that. She'd understand." "Someone told you." "I asked Paul why a woman as beautiful as you seems sad. Bad breakup," he said. "I don't know the details, but I'm sorry that happened. He's certifiable, the guy who let you go." He pressed his lips first against one of those tear tracks, then the one on the other cheek. "What are you doing?" "The only thing I can think of is kiss the tears away. I don't want you to cry anymore, but if you do, I can take care of it." "You shouldn't. We don't really know each other." "You know, I've been thinking all day. We should get to know each other better." He put his hands on her waist. "I've been wondering about this all day," he said. "I can get my hands around your waist." He lowered his lips to hers, barely touching them. "I think there was a small tear there," he whispered. "There wasn't." "There was," he insisted. He put his lips there again, barely touching. He ran his tongue along her upper lip. "Tear," he said. "I'm sure of it." Her eyes closed and another tear squeezed out and ran down her cheek. He was right on it, kissing it dry. It took many soft kisses. "No one should make you cry like this. Tell me who he is. I'll kill him for you." "I wasted so much time on him," she said with a hiccup of emotion. He kissed her eyes. "He's a dick," he said. "Worse, he's a stupid dick." She responded with a small, whimpering laugh. He pulled her closer, slipped his arms around her, and lowered his head to kiss her neck. "There are no tears there," she said in a whisper. "I know that now," he said. "Do you have any idea how good you smell?" "Of course. I meant to smell this way," she said. Her hands were on his arms, not embracing, but not pushing him away. "Do you do this a lot?" "I've never done this before," he said. "You're such a liar," she said softly. "I bet you pick up girls all the time." He lifted his head. "I try," he admitted. "It doesn't work that often. And I swear I have never found a beautiful woman crying over some jerk and kissed her tears away. Never. But I think I like it. And I'm getting good at it." "Not too bad," she said with a sigh, laying her head on his shoulder. "For an amateur." He chuckled. "Nikki, you're beautiful and sexy, and funny. You shouldn't be treated badly by anyone. No one should make you cry, ever." "Believe me, I want you to be right." "Oh, I'm right." He touched her lips again, a little more firmly this time. He moved over them tenderly. "I think you're starting to feel a little better." "Not yet," she said, her eyes closing as she leaned into his kiss again. Something happened inside Joe's head, inside his chest. There was a kind of lightness and fullness at the same time. He opened his lips as he kissed her, tasting her mouth, and she was delicious. In fact, she tasted even better than she smelled, and he was falling headlong into her. Whoa, he thought. I'm wanting this girl, this woman. I want the maid of honor. She opened her lips under his and allowed his tongue inside, and it brought a thrilled, lusty moan from him. He held her close against him, probing the inside of her mouth. No way he was letting her go now that he finally had her in his arms. Her arms went around his neck, yielding to the kiss, making small noises that were not associated with crying. He found himself thinking, Paul is going to kill me. I'm thinking carnal thoughts about the maid of honor and how to get her out of this pink dress, and Paul is going to kill me. But I will die happy, he further thought. He pulled away from her just a bit, whispering against her lips. That's what you needed. You needed to be kissed. Possibly, she whispered. We should be sure, he said, covering her mouth again. And again, tongues played, lips moved. He ran a hand down her hair and found it felt as soft as it looked. Pure silk. The softest thing he'd ever touched. He scrunched up a handful at the base of her neck. God, he whispered, in awe of the texture. God. We hardly know each other, she said again. But she said it while her lips were still in contact with his. Yeah, but that's a short-term problem. We're going to get to know each other lots better. Like an answer to a prayer, she came to his lips with hunger, thrusting her small tongue inside, moaning softly as she did so. He ran his hand down the small of her back and pulled her against him. He devoured her lips for a full minute, for 2 full minutes, 3. A light from the great room inside the house flicked off, leaving the deck that much darker, and he became intoxicated with the taste of her, the feel of her small body molded to his. With a will of its own, his hand brushed against her breast, and if he wasn't mistaken, she kissed him harder, deeper. He could feel an erect nipple under the silk of her dress, and he ran his thumb over it, bringing a sigh from her. She didn't push his hand away. His lips slipped to her neck. Yeah, you're starting to feel better, I think. Maybe just a little. He couldn't hold it back any longer. He was aroused, erect. Damn. This was going to put him in a tough spot, because this reaction always made it a lot more difficult to think straight. It was a real challenge to be sensible, logical. Thoughts of Paul killing him for making love to the maid of honor fled from his mind, replaced with obsessive thoughts of what his lips around that nipple would feel like. He lowered his head to check. He was absolutely right. It felt perfect, even through the dress.
"Maybe we shouldn't get any more worked up,"
she said in a whisper. "Whatever you say," he replied. But he was agonizingly unable to lift his head. He was busy putting small kisses on her breast, her neck, her shoulder. He ran a hand down her back, over her bum, down her thigh. He accidentally found that slit in her dress, and before he knew it, his hand was inside. "Oh, God, Nikki, I'm a dead man." "You're not doing too bad for a corpse," she said. "Nikki, you have no panties on, and I'm a dead man." "Then take your hand out of there," she advised breathlessly. "I can't." He put his lips back on hers for a long, deep, wet kiss that lasted 2 minutes at least. But he proudly thought he was somehow able to keep his hand from wandering any farther than her naked bum. One large hand on one small, round, perfect cheek. He had cast a mental image of crazy glue holding him there, because if he slid it any farther south, all the blood would drain from his brain and he would faint. And then came the danger zone. She pressed against him, rubbed against him. She gyrated her hips a little and moaned softly. She knew he was hard and ready to burst. She knew he knew she knew. He lifted his head. "Nikki, let's," he said. "Oh, God," she said. "We shouldn't. Let's make love." How tacky is that? The maid of honor having sex with a Marine on the deck? He chuckled in spite of himself. "I'll take you somewhere." "By that time, I will have come to my senses," she said. "It's not far. I drag my bedroom around with me." Wow. Talk about always being prepared. He kissed her again. Hot and hard kisses that lasted forever. "It's not really mine. I borrowed it from Paul. There aren't exactly rooms to rent around here." "That funny little trailer?" she asked him. "The door locks," he said against her lips. "It's very comfortable." "Listen," she said, pushing him away a little bit. I'm no nun, but I've never done anything like this. This one-night stand thing? Never." "It's not." "I don't think," he said. She said, yielding to his lips again. He wasn't going to bother saying something that was just going to sound like a line, even if it seemed entirely true. He felt something. He'd been feeling it since the moment he saw her in the bar with Vanni a while back. Felt it again the second time he saw her. Had been feeling it all day today, and he had absolutely no idea what it was. But it sure didn't feel as if he was going to be cured of it in one night. "It's just the first night," he said. "Talk me into it," she pleaded. No way," he answered, pulling away a little. "It's up to you. If you want me to, I'll make love to you. If you don't, I can step away right now." He kissed her again. "It wouldn't be easy, but I could let go of you." "But what will people think?" "Shh. People don't have to know if you don't want them to. It's just about you and me. It only matters what you think, what you want. Don't do anything you don't want to do." He made a derisive sound deep in his throat. "That was really hard advice to give, by the way." She answered by kissing him deeply, pressing her body up against his, and he was only further weakened. Or maybe he was further strengthened because he was feeling more and more sure that he had to have this woman next to him, in his arms, in his life. There was some terrible curse on this place that turned fine, upstanding, confirmed bachelors into ridiculous, desperate men who tripped over a pretty girl and began to instantly think life would not go on if they didn't have her forever. They hadn't even been intimate, and he already couldn't imagine letting her go. He tried to tell himself that by morning, that feeling, that compulsion, would be gone. But he doubted it. He'd wanted before, but he couldn't remember wanting like this. Like he was drugged. Like he was glazed over and totally out of his mind for this one person. She pulled away. "I want to," she said. "Sure?" "Sure." She drew a ragged breath. "I'm really sure." He smiled down at her, took her hand in his, and they walked down the steps into the yard and around the house, stopping every few feet to embrace, to kiss, and fondle. And then he opened the door to that funny little trailer. It was a little awkward at first, stepping up into that tiny trailer, because Joe was tearing the place apart looking for a condom. And she asked him, hadn't he brought any? And he told her he never expected something like this to come up while he was in Virgin River. "We usually just hunt, play poker, drink a little too much." And then he found a box of condoms in the drawer under the microwave and said, "Ah, God bless Paul." After that discovery, the awkwardness passed as he began to seduce her and became seduced by her. There was nothing under that pink dress but Nikki, and she was exquisite. Tiny, firm, beautiful, sensual. Despite his condition, which was one of being so worked up and turned on he was afraid he might embarrass himself, he managed to make a decent study of her body and make long, slow, delicious love to her. Love that he was sure was completely satisfying to her as well as him. Then they lay in each other's arms and talked for a while. "Don't tell me about him. I don't want to know. But tell me more about you. Where you came from, what you like to do, how you want to spend the rest of your life." He learned that she had grown up in the city, gone to private schools, disappointed her parents by choosing to fly as a cabin attendant rather than becoming a neurosurgeon or astronaut or something. She liked to travel, ride horses, read. She was a good cook. What she wanted was to have a family, which was why she ended up with this guy who finally made it clear he was completely opposed to that idea. She had no idea it was really going to come to that. "Whoops," she said. "I think that might have been about him." "That's okay." He forgave. "Let's put him away for now." And he made love to her again. There was something about loving her that surpassed the sex. He could easily move her around, she was so light, and as he did so, he forgot that he had been dying to experience her. The only important thing became her pleasure, giving her everything he had. Working her up, getting her so hot she was begging. Long, slow, deep strokes that made her sigh and moan. And when she let him know it was time, deep and strong thrusts that made her gasp and hold him tightly to her. When her orgasm came, he felt proud, as if he'd taken good care of her. Maybe it was her response to him, the way she was swept away, her release leaving her breathless and gasping. If he had anything to say about it, this would go on forever, and she would never be disappointed in his arms. And his life. What he hadn't been prepared for was how loving and sexual she was toward him, acting as if his pleasure was the most important thing as well. Unwilling to lie back and receive his lovemaking, he felt her lips on every inch of his body. She pushed him back on that small bed and tortured him so beautifully it almost brought tears to his eyes. She was a woman who could give as good as she got, and it filled him up with emotion so strong he was sure he'd never felt that way before. And again, they talked. This time about Joe and his small town up north, the houses he designed, the Marine Corps, and the friends for life he'd made. He told her all about his Virgin River experiences, including the first time Jack called on the boys to help him clear the woods of dangerous men, to the time they'd come together to help Paul lay his best friend to final rest. Then more love. Deeply satisfying, wondrous, phenomenal love. Joe honestly didn't know if he'd suddenly become better at making love than he realized, or if this woman, Nikki, was simply so astonishing she made him look good. So responsive, so sweet. It didn't matter to him. He was sublimely grateful for every orgasm she had, and more grateful that he was able to give her more than he took for himself. "Nikki," he whispered, "I think finding you was the luckiest day of my life." Then they talked about the others. Not the one who was making her cry, because Joe didn't want any more crying. Since stepping into that funky little trailer, there hadn't been any tears. Soft laughter, whispers, deep sighs. No tears. They talked about the other ones that just didn't work out, starting with his year-long marriage at the age of 25. "She left you?" Nikki asked, as though stunned. "Yeah," he said. "It killed me." Joe told her he'd always been kind of prepped for marriage and family, given his parents' long marriage, the successful marriages of 2 brothers and 1 sister. And maybe he was gun-shy that he hadn't fallen in love again after that. He was surprised to find himself this old and still unattached. He thought he'd be settled and have a couple of kids by now. Once he saw some of his buddies find it late, he had renewed hope that maybe it wasn't outside the realm of possibility for him. Nikki, it turned out, had had an affair or 2 go south before the one who made her cry. She dated an airline captain for a while without realizing he was actually married. And then, to her supreme embarrassment, she continued with him for a while after knowing. "I don't know what I was thinking," she said. But she'd been really young then. "I regretted that. You can't imagine how much." He's been with quite a few single women since, though still married. Lots of intimate talk, lots of wonderful, sweet, but powerful sex. The sun was starting to peek over the mountains when Joe nodded off with Nikki close in his arms. It was high up when he heard the sound of an engine and bolted upright, finding the bed beside him empty. He couldn't believe she'd sneak away without saying goodbye. Then it occurred to him she might have escaped into the house, into her guest room, to keep her private life private from her hosts. He dressed, shaved, ran a comb through his hair, and hoped to meet her at the coffee pot in the general's kitchen. He had to get with her one more time to plan their next meeting. To tell her he wanted to call her, talk to her, find out when she would allow him to come to the Bay Area. He was already missing the sound of her voice, the smell of her skin. When he got into the house, he found Vanni in the kitchen, the baby in his bouncy seat on the table. "Mornin'," he said, headed for the coffee pot. When he got back to the table and sat, he was met by her glare. "What?" he asked, perplexed. "I cannot believe you did that," she said. "Did what?" he asked. "My best friend. You know she's been through a hard time?" He looked around a little frantically. "Vanni, what? Where's Nikki?" "Gone," she said flatly. "Gone?" he asked, rising out of his chair. "Gone?" "Yes," she affirmed. "What were you thinking?" He gave a huff of unhappy laughter. "I was thinking I'd just found the woman of my dreams," he said. "She left?" "In tears," Vanni said, her mouth set in a grim line. "Tears? Vanni, I did not make her cry." "Didn't you have sex with her all night long in that little fifth wheel?" she asked, anger in her tone. "Hoo boy. You don't talk about that, especially when it's meaningful. Vanni, I swear to you I didn't do anything to hurt her. Didn't you find her on the deck crying and kiss her and seduce her and take her to that little trailer?" "Well, yeah, I did that part." And he was thinking, was there a felony in there somewhere? Because all through the night, the only thing he had tried to do was show her how much she could be loved. And it was wonderful. She was wonderful, spontaneous and aroused and ultimately quite satisfied. And happy. He'd heard her sigh. He'd heard her laugh. There was absolutely no crying. Didn't it occur to you that after her heart had been broken, that was probably not a great idea? He got a little angry himself. He leaned his hands on the table, got a little bit in her face, and said, "No, I thought it was a terrific idea, and so did she. I wanted to be good to her, and I was. I treated her with absolute respect, and she consented 100%. Now give me her number. I need to talk to her as soon as possible." She said absolutely no. "What?" "No, I have to get in touch with her. Vanni, this isn't funny." "No, it's not. I just don't know what went through your mind." "Wait a minute here. I didn't talk her into anything. I was a perfect gentleman, I swear to God." "Don't you know anything about women?" she asked him. "Apparently not," he answered hotly. "She just spent 5 years with a guy who wouldn't come through. What do you suppose she thinks you're going to do after one night?" "She could give me a frickin' chance." Vanni's mouth was set in a firm line. She said absolutely no. "Oh, for God's sake. Vanni, this is cruel and unusual. Listen, I have feelings for her, really." "After one night?" she asked, a definite superior tone to her voice. "Before the night," he said. "Will you ask her to call me? Please." "You knew her for what, 10 minutes?" "Shit," he said. "Okay, it was fast. Okay? I admit it. But by the time we'd spent a night together, it seemed as if he'd been with her for years." Jesus, his voice was quivering. He was losing his mind. He should be saying, fine, if that's the way she wants it, fine. But in his head, in his heart, his gut, he was feeling desperate, driven. He was not letting this woman get away. His good sense said, give it up. She's a nutcase. A whole night of magnificent love, intimate talk, something deep and meaningful going on, and she splits? Like that? Never wanting to hear from you again? Give it up. Let it go. Move on. She's probably crazy. Joe had had 1 or 2 crazy women for excruciating but short duration, and he didn't want another one. But he said, "Vanni, I have to talk to her. I won't do to her whatever he did to her. I won't make any promises I can't keep, and I never did or said anything that wasn't 100% sincere." "Ha," she said. "Oh, fuck," he answered. "Where is your husband?" "It won't do you any good," she said. "He's under orders." "Where is he?" She inclined her head toward the stable. He left his coffee on the table and made fast tracks for the stable. Hadn't they all just had a perfectly nice wedding and reunion? He had no idea what had gone wrong. It had been the luckiest chance meeting of his life. That beautiful, sexy, soft, and sweet Nikki had been there. And she had opened herself up to him in ways that led him to believe she found it to be her luckiest chance meeting as well. In his mind, everything had gone right and could reasonably lead to many days, weeks, months, years of more nice stuff. He knew he had to invest the time before he could get a clear picture of the future. He'd been as burned as Nikki had. But you don't bolt when things are going right. And he looked forward to nothing so much as investing the time with her. He found Paul and Tom brushing down horses in the stable. He stopped short and took a few deep breaths. "Hey, boys," he said. "Tom, you mind? Can I have a minute with Paul? I'll take your brush if you want." Tom looked at him grimly, though there might have been a little sparkle in his eye. "I heard you did the maid of honor." "You know," Joe said somewhat irritably, "I was busy keeping private things private. I thought she might have appreciated that." Tommy grinned. "I congratulate you, man, but I think you blew it." "So I'm hearing. But if you'd been there, kinky," Tom said. "Sure I can't stay? You could think of it as part of my education." "Take off," Paul said. "Killjoy." he said, passing Joe the brush and leaving the stable. "You gotta help me, man," Joe said to Paul. "I didn't do anything to her. I mean, I only did to her what she should not have left in tears. I swear to God." "Yeah? Yet she did. She was all shook up. Vanny was worried about her driving like that, all messed up. No, you have to understand, He stopped. He didn't like the desperate sound of his own voice. He was not going to do this. He was not going to tell Paul that he held her and loved her all night long and that he was gentle and she was sweet, that they had also been a little wild, beautifully wild, that their bodies had meshed perfectly and their words just as well, that, in addition to sex too hot to imagine, there had been tender words, too soft and lovely to explain. He couldn't tell a guy that. It was beyond him. "Paul, goddammit, you have to help me with this. I have to get in touch with her." "She says she doesn't want to hear from you." "I have to hear that from her. Jesus, I don't even know her last name." Paul stopped brushing and looked at Joe over the rear end of a horse. "I don't think I'd admit that again," he groaned. "Jesus, Joe. You screwed the maid of honor without even getting her name?" Joe lost it. He dropped the brush, grabbed Paul by the front of his shirt, and slammed him up against the stable wall with a huge bang. Paul could easily have hammered him if he wasn't so completely shocked. "I didn't do that," Joe said in a fierce, angry whisper. "I didn't screw anyone. I made excellent love to her, and she made incredible love right back to me, and it was almost too good to believe. I used 6 of your condoms, and He stopped. He let go of Paul and stepped back. "This isn't happening to me," he said. "I think you might be a little out of control," Paul observed. "Aw, come on! Help me out here! Seriously, I don't think I'd admit again that you don't even know her last name." "What the fuck is it, you jerk?" "Jorgensen. But you didn't hear it from me, okay? I'd like to have sex again in my life." Sex. It's all about sex." Joe shook his head. "Wasn't it?" Paul asked. "Only about half the time," Joe said. "Paul, will you listen to me a second? It was perfect. The kind of perfect that just doesn't come along very often. You hear me? It was wonderful. It wasn't just sex, but don't get me wrong. You're going down the wrong road again, buddy. Women don't want to hear about how great they were in bed. Now you're an expert? Married 12 hours and you know everything?" He hung his head. "I have to find her, man. She gets 2 chances. She has to tell me twice that it's nothing. Twice. Then I go away quietly. I'm no stalker. But man, whew, you got it bad," Paul said. "She is way under your skin." "Just tell me you don't know what I'm talking about, Paul. You of all people." Paul was quiet for a minute. "Unfortunately, I read you. Help me out here. Don't make me say anything more, please. It's private, okay? Help me out." "Here's what I'd do. Write her a letter," Paul said. "I'll ask Vanny to send it to her. But I can't guarantee anything," he added. "You are so frickin' whipped." "Yeah? What are you right now?" "Out of my head, that's what." Paul lifted 2 eyebrows. 6? Ah, bite me. Before leaving Virgin River, Joe sat in the 5th wheel he'd borrowed and wrote a letter on a lined yellow pad. A letter in which every word embarrassed him. But he forced himself. He went through roughly 50 drafts to come up with one he could live with, and he still found it horribly inadequate. Nikki, I had a wonderful weekend with you. You left too soon and broke my heart. I want to talk to you again, see you again, and according to Vanny, you don't want to be contacted by me. I don't know what went wrong. For me, everything went right, and I thought it went right for you too. I know you're still recovering from a bad breakup, but it didn't seem to have anything to do with you and me. Call me. Tell Vanni to give me your number so I can call you. I hope I didn't do or say anything to hurt you, to make you feel bad, but if I did, at least give me a chance to apologize. Nikki, it was one of the nicest weekends of my life. Come on, baby. I'm dying here. Love, Joe. He gave the letter to Paul because he didn't trust Vanni just yet. However, when he took Vanessa into his arms to give her a kiss goodbye, he said, "You have to believe me. I didn't hurt her. I want to hear from her. Please tell her that." I'll tell her, but I don't know that it'll change anything. Just tell her. Please. Chapter 16. Tom had his gear packed by Sunday afternoon. He took Brenda out for a long ride, and she held it together real well. She stayed for dinner with the General, Vanni and Paul. His dad was taking him to the bus at 5 in the morning. He drove Brenda back to her house at about 8 p.m., but he didn't get home until 4 a.m. He found his dad was up.
"You didn't keep Brenda out all this time, did you, son?"
No, Dad. We were at her house. Her parents were home.
"She okay?"
Yeah, she'll be okay. You haven't been up all night, have you?
"On and off."
I hope you weren't worried, Tom said.
"Not at all, son. I knew you'd be with your girl to the last minute. Unfortunately for you, there's no time to sleep."
I'm not interested in sleep.
"You will be."
He draped an arm around his son's shoulder, gave a squeeze, and said,
"It's what I would have done too. She's a wonderful girl."
She is a wonderful girl, Tom agreed, a sadness at leaving her in his voice.
"Let's get you some breakfast, maybe a shower, then we'll take off."
Vanni and Paul getting up?
"Oh, I'm sure. Come on, kid."
Walt scrambled eggs and fried bacon, and the sounds from the kitchen brought the others. An hour later, they all stood out on the front porch and said goodbye. Tom kissed his sister and little Maddie. While his dad waited in the car, he embraced Paul. "Watch out for my dad, Paul," Tom said. "He likes to act like this is no big deal. Be sure he's handling me being gone okay."
"I'll watch," Paul said. "I'll take care of your family, boy. You just knock 'em dead in boot camp."
"I'll do my best." Ricky's time was spent with the 4 most important people in his life: his grandma, Liddy, his girl Liz, Jack, and Preacher. Liz stayed in Virgin River for the 10 days he was on leave, and some afternoons, Jack took him fishing. Standing out in the Virgin with Jack, watching the lines arc over their heads as they cast, Rick felt it was where he had always belonged. It was here, at the river, that all the important growing-up talks of his life had taken place, and always with Jack. It was here that Jack had that big talk with him about sex. For what good it did, Rick had still ended up getting his girl pregnant. What a tough time that had been. Later, while Rick was doing his best to stand by her like a man, it was Jack who encouraged him, coached him, tried to keep him on the right path to avoid even more disaster. And after the baby was stillborn, Jack and Preach held him up, helped him shoulder the pain.
"Thanks for everything you've done for me, Jack," he said.
"I didn't do anything. People tend to come out to celebrate their friends."
"I wasn't talking about this week, which, by the way, has been great. I was talking about the last few years. You were like my dad. I kind of always thought of you as my dad. I hope you don't mind that too much."
Jack felt his chest tighten up.
"Mind? That would make me damn proud, Rick. If I could have another son, I would have it be you. You gotta do something for me, Jack. If anything goes wrong over there, Rick, we don't like to talk that way. Jack, we know what is over there. Now listen, if anything goes wrong over there, will you make sure my grandma and Lizzie get through it okay?"
Jack looked at him, at his profile, because Rick looked straight ahead.
"You know you don't have to ask that. We take care of each other's families." "I know. And Jack, I just don't want to leave anything important unsaid. I love you, man. You're my best friend ever. You got me grown up. Nothing would have turned out without you."
Jack swallowed. When he spoke, his voice wasn't real strong.
"There's still lots of fishing to do, Rick. I'm counting on that."
He put his hand on the boy's shoulder.
"I love you too, son."
But he was thinking, if you don't come back, who's going to get me through it?
"I want to tell you something I did. I know I'm only 19, Liz only 17, both of us still too young, but I bought her a necklace with a diamond in it. A nice size one, too. I told her it was my promise to her, but I also told her it didn't hold her to anything."
Jack lifted an eyebrow.
"Big step," he said. "Half a step, really," Rick said. "Call it a first step. I love the girl. There's no question about that. I've loved her since she was 14. It was my undoing. But there were so many complications for us, some real hurtin' times. If there's a better guy for her, I won't hold her back. But if there's not a better guy, then what, Rick? I'm driving her crazy, talking about school all the time. She's got to finish high school. That's just one more year. And I'd really like her to get a little college. I asked her to at least try. When I'm done with this gig, I'm going to school. I'm not saying I'll give up the Marine Corps. I don't know about that yet, but I'm going to college. If it works out for us, if we get married, I want us to be smart, educated people. I want a family real bad. Probably because of the one we lost, huh?" "I guess that would set up a real strong desire, yeah," Jack said. "Well, if I get another chance at that, I'd like us to be smart enough to earn a decent living and have a couple of kids raised by educated parents."
He turned and grinned at Jack.
I think that kind of talk got her attention. She said she'd try to get good grades her senior year, and she'd at least go to community college.
He sobered.
She said she'd do that, so I'd be proud of her. Man, I'm already so proud of her. Look how she holds up, huh? She buried her baby and she said goodbye to me, and did she fall apart? She's been solid. She's been real brave. Real strong. You both have, Rick. A diamond, huh? How'd you save enough for a diamond?
Ricky laughed.
I'm not doing that anymore, buying things like that with my per diem. I'll save it for something a little more practical, like a down payment on a house or a car. But Liz deserved to have something beautiful that says I love her, that I couldn't think more of her, don't you think?
It made Jack smile.
You think she stood by you while you were gone? Every day, he said. She gets real lonesome sometimes, and she misses all the stuff the girlfriends do. Homecoming, dance, prom, all that stuff. I told her to go. I could deal with that. But she said she couldn't do that. It might lead someone on. She said if she's still with me in the end, that stuff wouldn't even be important. She writes me letters almost every day, longer ones when everyone but her is going to prom. Damn. There are a lot of times I wish I was more like you. Totally free and not caring about any woman until I've had a chance to really live, see the world, experience the world, and then have Liz come along later, when I'm like 30 or 40.
Jack chuckled.
And there are a lot of times I wish I'd met Mel a long time before she'd hooked into that first husband, started our family when we were both a lot younger, before I started getting gray. I think if you're lucky enough to find the right person at all, you don't have a right to complain about when, how.
He put a hand on the kid's shoulder and gave a squeeze.
I hope it works out for the two of you, son. You buried a baby together. It would be sweet if you could bring a couple of healthy and strong ones into your lives together. But I'll say this. I think you're smart to tell her to take her time on that commitment. Believe me, when you make those kinds of promises to a woman, you want her to be absolutely sure. That's what I think. A large fish jumped across the river and they were silent. He was huge. King, Rick finally said. I haven't seen one that size in a long time. He must be lost, Jack said, casting in that direction. Rick took a few paces downstream, changed out his fly, and threw a line. They played with him a while. Then Rick hooked him and yelled, Woohoo! Lead him. Let him take out line. Tire him out before you... Rick laughed. I know how to catch a fish. Don't screw around, get too anxious and lose him, Jack said. You milking this cow? Ricky asked him. For the better part of an hour, Rick played him, letting out line, letting him run, pulling him back, walking up and down in the shallow part of the river when the fish ran, and all the while he had Jack in his ear. That son of a bitch is big. Let out more line. Don't spoil him. Oh, he's a fighter. He's getting too far from your control. Reel him back. And on, and on, and on. Rick finally brought him in. A great big Chinook, over 30 pounds. And that was more than enough fishing. Rick's ears were ringing from Jack's mother henning. When they got back to the bar, Preacher whistled in admiration and loaded the fish on the scale. 37.4. You catch 'em all by yourself, Rick? Rick made a face at Jack. Not exactly. When Jack took Rick to Garberville, they sat in the truck for a minute, waiting for the bus to board. Got any last-minute advice? Rick asked him. Yeah. Trust your gut. Follow your orders, but trust your instincts. I want you to know that I'm not afraid of it. I'm not. In fact, I might be a little excited. It was the right thing to do, Jack. For me. I believe you. You take good care of Mel and the kids, huh? You bet I will. I'll write every week, Jack said. Nothing will happen in Virgin River that you won't hear about. Whoopee, he said, and laughed. Jack went to tousle his hair the way he used to, but it was shaved down so short, he knuckled his scalp instead. I'm going now, Rick said. Jack got out of the truck and met him around the front. He gave him a robust hug. Take care, son. Be safe. I will. Now you get out of here. Don't hang around and stare at the bus like you did last time. Jack couldn't stop himself. He grabbed him and hugged him again. This time next year, Rick. I'll get the boys to come. You bring your friends. Sure, he said. Then he turned and walked to the bus, straight and tall, his duffel over his shoulder. He never turned around to look back. June grew old and hot. Small fires dotted a mountainous landscape that had remained dry and dangerous, while in Arizona, Nevada, Colorado, and Utah, several big fires had threatened to run out of control, and, it being early in the season, this didn't bode well. Northern California had escaped the big ones so far, but it was a frightening prospect as the rains continued to elude them. Cal Fire and Department of Forestry was patrolling campgrounds like crazy, making sure fires were only lit in designated areas and with permits, in many cases prohibiting fires of any kind. Mel was keeping a very close eye on her husband. The first days after Ricky left found Jack a little on the quiet side, but he was coming around. He talked about the young man a lot, read the newspapers, and had a satellite TV installed in the bar so he and Preacher could keep up on CNN reports of the war. He had the Chinook mounted, taking down his big, ugly sturgeon and replacing it with Rick's fish. He had also written about a dozen letters already, and let her read over some of them while they were in progress. Jack, she had said, laughing,
Do you really think Ricky cares what Preacher made for dinner or how many temper tantrums Davy threw today?
I think he wants to hear everything. I remember.
Of course he did, she thought. He remembered every long night he spent in battle zones, often in the same landscape, the same country where Rick served this very minute. He remembered every face of a young Marine, every wounded man, every letter from home. For Jack to have been through it himself and let Rick go with such pride and confidence made him, in Mel's mind, the strongest man alive. I have an idea, she told him. Go ask your sister and brother-in-law if they know any news that should be sent Rick's way. Jack's eyes briefly widened. Then he walked briskly out the back door of the bar, across the yard to that RV, and banged on the door. Mel watched from the window as Bree stepped outside. A short conversation ensued, and then she could hear her husband's loud whoop of excitement just as he lifted his sister off her feet and swung her around and around. Then he was back, lifting Mel off her feet, bringing her face up to his. He covered her mouth in a searing, demanding kiss, but she found herself laughing against his lips. Jack, she's pregnant, not me.
It's almost as good, he said. They want a baby so much. This is wonderful news.
Then he scowled a little bit and said,
Did you just leak some confidential medical information?
No, she said. Bree said I could tell you.
Then why didn't you just tell me?
This was much more fun. Are you done kissing me already?
Baby, I want to way more than kiss you. I'll be very careful. How about it?
She played with the hair at his temple. Not many women knew what it was like to have a man like this. A powerful and lusty man like Jack. He always put her needs and feelings ahead of his own, always looking to care for her in every way, keeping her safe, making sure she knew how loved she was, how wanted. In his love, in his arms, she always felt beautiful and sexy, desired, cherished. She kissed him on the lips and said, Later. And you don't have to be all that careful. I'm all right now.
But your poor little body has been through so much, he said.
John Stone was just here this morning, so he gave me a little check. I have my operator's license back.
Oh, baby,
he said in a breath. But Jack, you are not to write Rick about that.
He grinned at her and said, Just as well. I could never put it into words. What I feel about you.
This was a kind of union Mel hadn't even dared fantasize. The level of their intimacy, from the physical to emotional, was so deep and intense, it was impossible for either of them to tell where one ended and the other began. She could read his mind. He could sense her feelings. They anticipated each other in so many ways. It was as if his heart beat in her breast. She had never known another human being as she knew her Jack, and she made herself just as accessible to him, holding nothing back. As July arrived, Paige's time grew near. Mel was checking her by the week, and she was progressing normally, ready for labor any time. She had decided to have her baby at Doc's because her small quarters weren't really conducive to a home birth. And there was Christopher, only 4. Lots of Mel's rural patients had children around during deliveries. They'd come from families who'd been having home births for generations, and it was all part of the life cycle to them. For Paige and Preacher, however, this was a very new thing. In fact, Mel would have expected her to choose Valley Hospital and a sterile labor and delivery wing. But Paige was very determined. The only person who could deliver her was Mel. Joe Benson was putting the plans together for Bree and Mike's house, Paige and Preacher's add-on. He also had some preliminary sketches ready to show Paul for his house, but felt hesitant. Since the incident with Nikki, their relationship was strained. Vanni seemed to be over her anger with Joe, but Joe wasn't nearly over his disappointment in all of them. He supposed it would just take time. What he would have liked was a little support. Maybe they could have gone to bat for him with the woman. Let her know that Joe was an okay guy, that he didn't use and abuse women. Reassure her, maybe. Encourage her to at least get in touch with him. To maybe take a chance on him. Joe hadn't talked to Paul or Vanni about Nikki for a while. What he had done, however, was send notes to Vanni for Nikki about every other day, hoping to break through the barrier. Short 1 or 2 sentence notes. Please call me, Nikki. I want a chance to show you I'm a decent guy. Call me or write me and tell me you are absolutely not interested in seeing me again. But don't do this. Don't ignore me. I care. I thought it was clear in my actions that I'm sincere. It took him a while to make himself stop. He began to feel like an idiot. And the more like an idiot he felt, the worse his mood. He hadn't been passing notes like that since he was totally, insanely, ridiculously in love with Jody Ferguson in the 4th grade. Blonde, brilliant, distant Jody. The first girl to get boobs in his class. Although he had managed to kick his habit of note writing, he found a Nicole Jorgensen in the San Francisco phone directory, and when he called that number, the voice on the answering machine was unmistakably hers. Nikki, it's Joe. From Grants Pass? I'd love to talk to you. No, I really need to talk to you. Please, I've been trying to reach you since the wedding. Come on, Nikki. We have things to talk about. I'm totally confused. Of course, she didn't call. Fortunately, he left only the one message. It took great restraint on his part not to call that number several more times, just to hear the sound of her voice. That sweet, sultry voice that had caressed his mind with every word that had come out of her mouth. But her caller ID would show repeated attempts, making him look out of control, so he held himself back. It had been a few weeks. He was done. No more note writing, no more calls. Even he wouldn't date someone this desperate. He was going to start looking like a stalker when what he was in love with her. It embarrassed him even to think like that. How could you be in love with someone you'd met twice, but you knew for only 24 hours? It was impossible. There must be some other explanation for dreaming about her, smelling her, tasting her, hearing her voice, feeling her hair against his cheek when he was waking up in the morning. Some sort of mania or hallucination. An obsessive-compulsive disorder. He called Paul. Yeah, hi. If you're ready, I can bring down the plans for your 2 properties this weekend. We can go over them with the owners, walk the land, make adjustments, get moving on this. That would be great, Paul said cheerfully. Want to stay with us while you're here? Thanks, but I'm making some other plans. How about the trailer? Want to borrow it? He laughed uncomfortably. For sure, no, but thanks for the offer. I think I'm going to stay at Jack's this trip. Whatever works. I'm really looking forward to seeing you, buddy. Yeah, me too, Joe said. Joe asked Jack if that little cabin in the woods was still available, and Jack told him it was. Jack mentioned his worry about the small forest fires that seemed to be springing up all over the countryside across 5 states due to drought and extreme dryness. Joe was able to see firsthand what that was about when he made the drive south. He passed a couple of small pockets of fire that came dangerously close to the roads he traveled. There were not too many controlled burns out there when the weather was so dry, but he supposed some of the small plumes of smoke he saw in the distance could be fires set by CAL FIRE to keep the landscape under control, spacing the clumps of forest to give them an advantage in a fire, to keep it from spreading. He was a volunteer in the Grants Pass Fire Department, but had only been called once years ago. There was nothing quite as ominous as driving through the lush green hillsides staked with towering pines and not be able to see very far in front of you because of smoke. Or worse, driving down a road that was bordered on each side by the charred black skeletons of once majestic trees. When a fire had passed through, the hillsides could look like that for years and years and years. Joe was glad when he reached the redwoods, untouched and pristine, and then past the Virgin, wide and wild, flowing over rocks and down natural waterfalls. Another few months would bring deer hunting, deer hunters, Fishing in the Virgin would start to get real good. The boys would come down in a few months to catch the end of hunting season. Mel would throw a fit, but it wouldn't do her any good. And then she'd cry if they shot any deer. The memory of it made him smile. She was so sentimental, and Jack was so tender with her, but he'd hunt anyway. He walked into the bar with his plans rolled up under his arm. Preacher was waiting for him, but the bar was empty, as it often was in the middle of the afternoon. Joe got his usual bear hug from the big man. "Ready to be a daddy, my man?" Joe asked him. "Whew, you can't know. Paige, she's big as a—" He stopped himself. "Mel says that baby's ready to walk out of her." "Get the girl," Joe said. "You're going to love the house." "Yeah, I'll get her. And I'll give Bree a call. They're excited to see their plans. How about Paul? I told him I'd get here by early afternoon. I'm sure he'll show up." When Paige came out of the back, Joe's eyes warmed over at the sight of her. She was ripe as an overdue melon, plump and rosy and big. "Aw, honey," he said. "You're so beautiful." "Thanks, Joe," she said, reaching for him. He pulled her into his arms, and while he hugged her, the baby kicked. "Whoa," he said. "What do you have in there? A football team?" "A feminine little girl," she said. "Dana Marie." "She's got big feet, I guarantee it," he told her. "You want to see your new house?" he asked. "I can't wait." He barely had the plans laid out on a table when Bree and Mike came in. More hugs and warm greetings. "And I understand you've put a little rush on the building?" he asked. "To make room for a newcomer?" "Right around Christmas," she said. "I can already see it in your eyes." "What you see is me getting past the first trimester. It's relief, Joe. We're not getting any younger." "I feel younger, that's for sure," Mike said. And if Joe wasn't mistaken, his chest puffed a little bit. "Okay, we got your house pretty close to ready, and Paul and I will walk the property this weekend. Come over here." Joe had Paige and Preacher seated at one table, going over plans, Mike and Bree at another. And he walked between the two with a pointer and a pencil, answering questions, penciling in adjustments. For Preacher, he had added to the existing apartment. Downstairs, the current quarters were enlarged into a great room with fireplace. No need for a kitchen, but a serving area with sink, counter, dishwasher, and cupboards for their own dishes and glassware that fronted a large dining room. They would use the bar's kitchen for their cooking, but should have a private place for meals. He designed a big master bedroom and enlarged the existing bath. The larger downstairs could support 2 more bedrooms upstairs, a Jack and Jill bath and a loft, connected to Christopher's room by a short hall. There was a wide open staircase from the great room to the loft. It turned those little quarters into a real 4-bedroom, 3-bath house that could be filled with family and friends. For Mike and Bree, 2,500 square feet of living space, another 500 attached to the house as office space for Bree, with entrances from the outside and inside. 4 bedrooms, a great room, a spacious kitchen, 3 baths including the master, and some beautiful features from vaulted ceilings, a large marble shower without doors, granite counters, stone hearths in the great room and master, slate and hardwood floors, a long, deep deck. By the time they'd gotten familiar with the designs, Paul arrived. Joe felt awkward until he saw his old friend, and then it was natural to grab him, give him a hearty greeting with slaps on the back. "I've really missed you, man," Paul said. "Yeah, me too. Hey, I brought some drawings for you and Vanni to look at. Maybe something will work. I did it based on what you said she liked about your Grants Pass house. Bring them to dinner." "I don't want to impose." "You're kidding, right? Joe, we gotta get past this. Seriously. It wasn't anyone's fault." "Maybe it was mine," he said, dropping his head briefly. "Whatever. It's in the past. It's over. We should try to move on." Paul glanced at Bree and Mike, Paige and Preacher. Seeing they were absorbed in their house plans, he quietly asked, "Have you moved on, brother?" Yeah, Joe answered with a laugh that even he knew was insincere. Sure. Come to dinner, Paul said. Please. Okay, he said. But you have to take the plans home first. Give Vanni a chance to have a look before I get there, so she can work up her questions and complaints. We've got the home site all picked out, Paul said. We can build right on the other side of the pasture, along the river. We'll share the stable. Have you surveyed it? Done. When we have a design you like, we'll walk it. Maybe tomorrow before I leave. The back door to the bar opened, and the sound of someone carrying supplies into the kitchen could be heard. That'd be Jack. He went out for supplies so I could stick around Paige, Preacher said, getting to his feet. Let's do it, Joe said, and all the men present went through the kitchen to help unload Jack's truck. Work done, they settled in for a beer and a little catching up. At around 4, Joe shoved Paul out the door, telling him to take the plans and drawings home to Vanni, and he'd see him in a couple of hours. It wasn't long before the dinner hour approached, which brought Mel and the little ones to the bar. Joe held the baby for a while, had a few words with Doc, said hello to Hope McCrae while she had her Jack Daniels, passed the time with Doug and Sue Carpenter, Brenda's folks from just down the street. He checked his watch, asked for a cup of coffee from Jack, and sat up at the bar. Business good? Jack asked. Great, Joe said. I'm staying busy. This stuff down here, is this extra? Yeah, but it's nice to have it. It's great that my friends want my designs. Good for my ego, he said. So then, Jack said, what's eating you? Not a thing, my brother. He sat up a little straighter, took in a deep breath. Who's eating you? Jack said. You're missing the signals, man. I'm good. Jack lifted his coffee cup. Whatever you say. Joe knew what Jack was seeing. Joe had always been carefree. A grinning fool, a quick laugh, a lot of jokes, nothing in the world bothered him. He had a good family, good business, women when he bothered, plenty of money, lifelong friends like the boys. He knew there was a smudge on his personality, a sadness that now occupied his eyes and hadn't been there for a long time, not for a good 10 years. It's just that it seems like something's bothering you, Jack said. Yeah, maybe. Not a big deal. It'll pass. You ever want to talk, you know where I am. Joe smiled. Thanks, buddy. Jack shrugged. Maybe she'll come around. Who? Joe asked, a little stunned. He would be genuinely pissed if Paul had talked about this. Whoever she is. Men have a lot of looks, pal. They have a look for business worries, family worries, ego worries, combat worries. I got good at spotting that one. And there's a real special look when a man wants a woman and she's out of reach. It made Joe laugh. Is that a fact? Jack sipped his coffee. I've worn that look a couple of times. I must not have been around, Joe said. You might have been. Mel made me work pretty damn hard for her. It was excruciating. Excuse me, I have to load up the family. I stay late now that Paige is so close. Mel has to take the kids home, get them in bed. I'll help, he said. They got Mel and the little ones settled in the truck. Jack leaned in the window to kiss her, and Joe was overcome with longing. This was torture, watching his best friends, his brothers, with their women. By the end of a hunt, they were talking about getting home to their beautiful, lush, ripe women, bringing them children and love. Joe hadn't been so worried about the fact that he hadn't found this yet until recently. Until he held a woman that made him feel that full, that in love, and immediately lost her. Vanni loved her house plans. She was animated and full of life, and in that, very affectionate toward Joe. If he was reading her right, she was forgiving Joe's dalliance with her best friend. The general got into the mix, making suggestions, arguing with his daughter about what she should be doing differently. Joe was good at this sort of thing. He listened while they batted around ideas and waited until the dust settled. Then he could step in with one minor adjustment and bring the whole thing together. For Vanni and Paul, Joe designed a larger version of Paul's house, but with changes that, although slight, gave it a different appearance altogether. So it didn't look like a copy and was better suited for a growing family. The features they loved were there: the wide hallways, spacious rooms, high ceilings, large garage. And it had to have more bedrooms. Paul was going to fill her with babies. He spent the night in the cabin. Then, in the morning, he drove out to Jack's property, to the parcel he'd given to Bree and Mike. It wasn't far from Jack's. They'd extended his road another quarter of a mile to their home site. Paul had already set up shop and was hiring construction crew, quite successfully. He had the requisite trailer for his office and a porta-potty for his crews. Now that there were plans, Paul could have the foundation poured. The septic tank would go in and the well dug. Then the plumbing and frame and wiring. "Then it's game on," Joe said. "Let's go walk your property at the General's," he said. This, too, was ready to move. The first order of business was the grading of the road, which would be a 3/4-mile stretch, but no major excavation would be required. No trees to bring down. In ball cap and jeans, Joe paced off the perimeters of the foundation and pounded in some temporary stakes with red flags on them. He took a can of spray paint and outlined the house on the ground, bringing it up close enough to the river for a nice backyard view from a deck, far enough away to avoid problems with possible flooding. "I have indoor sprinklers in the design, which I recommend, but understand that in a wildfire they aren't going to do the job. It's a precaution for a home fire." "I understand," Paul said. "You can pour both foundations at the same approximate time. Do Bree and Mike's first, since they have a bun in the oven. Then get over here and pour yours. You can get started on the extension at the bar, and as soon as Preacher's baby is a couple of weeks old, we can relocate them to the cabin. We'll tear out some walls, and you should move fast on that one to keep the bar working. You can stagger your crews, move the framers from the Valenzuela's property to this property, etc. I've built more than one house at a time." Paul smiled. "I know, just talking," he said, smiling back. "We're going to need finalized architectural drawings," Paul said. 2 weeks? Joe asked. "Perfect," Paul said, sticking out his hand. "I'll order concrete." Joe shook it. "Pleasure doing business with you. I'm going to head out. You want to say goodbye to Vanni? Tell her I said goodbye and thank you, would you? You know, this is probably none of my business, but this thing we're not talking about, it might help your case a little if you could just tell Vanni you're sorry." Joe shook his head in a silent laugh, looking down. He put his hands in his pockets. "I couldn't do that, pal," he said. "Not honestly." He took a breath. "The only thing I'm sorry about is how it turned out." Paul was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "Gotcha." Vanni had nursed the baby and put him down for the night. She heard her dad walk down the hall to his room at about 9:30, but her husband didn't come to bed. Finally, she went to the great room to see if he was hooked on something on television. She found him sitting forward in a chair, his elbows on his knees, a drink in his hands. "What are you doing?" she asked. He sat back and patted the chair beside him. "Thinking." "Is it keeping you up?" she asked, sitting. He gave her a wan smile. "Do you know how great my life is? How happy I am?" She put her hand on his knee. "You've done a real good job of making sure I do, Paul. I'm just as happy. I want to tell you something. Think back a few months. A long while back, the first night you surprised me by walking into Jack's, when all the boys got together to hunt and I had no idea you were here, in Virgin River. And you surprised me. Remember?" "I do," she smiled. "That very night, overcome just by seeing you, I might have had one too many." "I think you told me that, Paul," she said.
I got tanked, and I made this drunken confession to Jack about how I'd seen you first, but Matt got to you ahead of me. No one else heard me, thank God, but Jack knew what was going on. Later then, after Matt was killed and the baby was born, and a certain pediatrician was chasing you, Jack called me one night and told me not to be an idiot. He said if I wanted you, I'd better get down here and find a way to say so.
He did? I never knew that.
And I came as fast as I could, because if I hadn't, I was going to lose you. And I loved you. God, I loved you.
He took a breath.
Before I ever held you or kissed you, I was so in love with you. Sometimes it was awful. I try to imagine what it might have felt like if we'd been a couple for even one night, and you didn't want me anymore.
You don't have to ever imagine that, sweetheart, she said.
I have what every man wants. A woman he'd die for. A woman who owns him, every piece of him. I really never thought I'd be this lucky.
Stop, she said. Don't go crazy on me. She put her hand along his cheek. Just pick up your dirty underwear like a good boy, and I'll reward you in many remarkable ways.
But Paul wasn't laughing. Did you see my friend Joe? The guy is in pain. He's dying. He had one night with a woman who obviously fulfilled every wish buried in his subconscious. She put a hex on him, then rejected him. Did you see him?
She took a deep breath. Paul, his timing was bad. We can't help that.
So was hers. I've known the man for 15 years. He might be smooth, but he's not disreputable. He wouldn't take a woman to bed if she didn't want to go. If Nikki had expressed the least hesitation, he wouldn't have touched her. I know him. I know him as well as I knew Matt.
So? She made a mistake. What are you getting at?
She shouldn't make a bigger one, he said. They just don't come any better than Joe. There must have been some reason she said yes that night.
I've sent the little notes from him. She hasn't changed her mind. You want me to talk to her?
No, honey. I'm going to talk to her.
I don't know if you should do that, she said nervously.
But I'm going to. I've been thinking about it all day and I'm calling her. Right now. You want to listen in or go put your head under the pillow?
She sucked in a breath. I'll listen, she said. But please don't let on I'm here. I feel really strange about this.
I want you to trust me, he said, picking up the phone. He dialed the number. I have to do this. Nikki could no doubt see the number on the caller ID because she picked up.
She answered, "Hi, sweetie."
It's not sweetie, Paul said. It's Paul.
Oh, hi.
I have to talk to you. About Joe.
I thought we settled that, she said.
Yeah, I guess it's pretty much settled for you, Paul said. Not quite settled for me. Just for my peace of mind, Nikki, I have to ask you something. See, I've known Joe a long time now, and I've trusted him with my life. Literally. I went to war with the guy. I've seen him with women. And this guy, he's always been a classy guy. I've never known him to treat a woman badly.
He didn't treat me badly, Paul, she said softly.
Paul let out a breath. Well, thank God. That's a relief. I was afraid, afraid I didn't know him as well as I thought I did. I mean, you were really upset. And then I found Joe to be just as upset to hear you left here in tears. He wouldn't tell me what went on between you two, but he insisted he hadn't done anything to hurt you.
It's okay, Paul. You can let this go.
Good. Because I just couldn't stand to think he'd treat a woman wrong. He's not that kind of guy. You'll be glad to know, finally, he seems to be putting this whole thing behind him. It was killing him for a while there, but I think he's getting better.
Better?
Yeah, a little bit. Trying to get over it. Over you. He was up here this weekend. There were architectural plans he had to bring me. I'm going to build 3 of his houses. Vanni told me he was writing notes, leaving messages. I guess he had it pretty bad. But it's not like Joe to bother a woman who doesn't want to be bothered. You'll probably be shed of him pretty soon. Maybe you already are."
"Oh," she said quietly. "Good, then."
"I don't exactly know what has him so jammed up. I'm sure he gets the message by now, that you don't want anything to do with him, ever, again."
"Maybe he wanted to apologize." "It's not necessary," she said.
Paul hummed. "No, I don't think so. I suggested he might get some points with Vanni if he said he was sorry. He said he couldn't do that. He wasn't sorry. Just disappointed by how it turned out."
"I thought it was best," she said.
"After all, it was brief." "Yeah. God forbid something like that should ever happen again."
"Paul, I gave a man 5 years and he was lying to me the whole time. He kept saying he needed more time before making a commitment and then finally admitted he'd never get married, never have a family. It was like I didn't know him at all."
"I know, Nikki. That was bad. I'm sorry. My friend Joe? He's not that kind of guy. A lie would turn into acid in his mouth. If he wasn't going the distance, he'd say so."
"It's better this way. Better to let it go now before... I wouldn't want to go through something like that again."
"I guess you know what you're doing. Joe, he's still a little roughed up, but he'll get over it. You probably know better than anyone how that feels, right? Trying to get over someone."
He lifted his eyebrows toward his wife. "Yes," Nikki said.
"There you go. He said we all have to move past it, get it behind us. That's what you want, right? For him to forget about you?"
"Yes," she said, her voice weak and quivering a little.
"God, I hope you're right about this, Nikki," he said. "That this is a man to put behind you. I did that once, you know? Different circumstances. I was up against Mad. But I fell in love with Vanni so fast it was ridiculous. No one would believe it. That I took one look at her and, man, it just hit me. When Matt made his move, I backed right off. I let her go. I wasn't going to compete with my best friend for a woman. I have to tell you, I started to regret that 10 minutes later. For years, all I could think was, why the hell didn't I walk right up to them and say, 'Out of my way, buddy. I saw her first.'"
Silence answered him.
"But I guess we don't have much in common there, huh? There was no competition, except maybe Joe was competing with a rotten memory. If there was anything about him you thought was worth a damn, you never would have let him get away. So, I just hope you're right."
She whimpered a little bit. "It was one night."
"I think maybe the crazy fool loves you,"
Paul said. "That's impossible," she said, but there were tears in her voice.
"Nikki," Paul said softly, "you said yes, right?"
"Of course I said yes," she sniffed. "He didn't force me. He didn't even insist. He's not that kind of guy."
"Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, it's probably none of my business, but it just doesn't make sense to me. 2 people trying to get over each other because something good happened. Something both of you wanted to happen. But I guess you know what you want. And don't want, huh?"
"I don't want to get hurt again."
"I hear you, Nikki. I understand. I do. You'll be strong enough to take a chance again someday. When you are, I'm sure you'll stumble on a good man. There are probably a million of them out there. Just wanted to be sure nothing bad happened."
It took her a minute to respond. "Nothing bad happened."
"That's good enough for me. You take care, Nikki."
He hung up the phone and looked at his wife. He smiled. "That was very sneaky," Vanessa said. Chapter 17. The dry heat of July brought passionately anticipated action to the Middleton family. Labor pains. Preacher was back and forth from the kitchen to his quarters no less than every 10 minutes. "How is it now?" he asked Paige. Paige was reading to Christopher.
"John, it's going to be a very long day for you if you can't relax a little. I'm still having contractions 10 minutes apart."
"But it's going to be today, right?"
"This could go on for 24 hours, she said. "They're not real hard."
Then she turned to Chris.
"Why don't you read this page, honey? You can do it."
"'Kay," he said, and proceeded to read. But whether from identifying the words or from memory, it was hard to tell. Preacher went back to the kitchen, his head hanging.
"Still 10 minutes, he told Jack. "I have an idea, buddy. Let's get some food ready for dinner tonight and tomorrow night, just in case you don't feel like cooking. I'll hold down the fort. Should we call Mel again?" he asked. "No," Jack said. "We should let her catch a nap, in case she has to be up all night with you." "Okay," he said.
Jack chuckled under his breath. His own experience with his firstborn had definitely lacked this edge of anticipation, it having come upon him so fast. Maybe the nice, slow build-up wasn't so great after all. Preacher was going to be a wreck by the time this baby finally made an appearance. As the afternoon dragged out and the contractions not any closer together, Jack gave Bree a heads up when he saw her. "I have a feeling I might need some childcare assistance at the house," he said. "If Paige needs Mel during the night, can you and Mike come out to my place, stay with the kids, so I can stay here with Christopher? When Mel's working at Doc's, I like to be close by."
"Sure. How's Paige doing?"
"Early labor. She's been trying to rest to save her strength. But I think Preacher's driving her crazy," Jack said.
"Oh, he's excited."
"Excited doesn't touch it."
Jack was jotting all this down in a letter for Rick, between serving drinks and meals to his customers. He thought he was turning out a very humorous running commentary on Preacher's nerves, Paige's slow progress and growing annoyance with her husband. The dinner hour came, and Preacher, who had never held frequent or long conversations with patrons, told everyone who came in that her pains were down to 8 minutes apart. Mel arrived, carrying Emma and holding David's pudgy little hand as he toddled in the door. He spied Jack and said, "Da!" When Jack saw her, his eyes grew warm. It hadn't changed for him since the first day she'd walked into his bar. She was so damn beautiful, so sexy, even with a baby on her shoulder and a toddler in hand. And though she was still complaining about her figure since Emma was born, the jeans she was wearing sure didn't look any larger to him. Those jeans just set him on fire. He was pretty sure that when she was old and gray, he still wouldn't be able to keep his hands off her. He walked around the bar and crouched for David. He put out his hands. "Come on, cowboy, come to Dad." Mel let go of the hand and watched as Davy literally flew into his father's arms. She laughed at his eagerness, his clumsiness, and her eyes glowed as he fell into his father's arms. "So," she said, "I heard someone's trying to have a baby around here?" "I hope you were able to get a little nap," he said. "I slept for a couple of hours. It was nice." "Can you hang on to him so I can just look in on Paige?" she asked. "Sure, take your time." When Mel got to their quarters, she found Paige pacing back and forth. "How's it going?" she asked. "I'm trying to walk them down to 5 minutes," she reported. "But I'm not moving very fast. It was like this with Christopher, a long, early labor, all in my back." "That's the way some women like to do it," Mel said. "Are you uncomfortable?" "Nah, not really. I can walk and talk through them. If they're no different after dinner, I'm going to bed early and see if I can get a little sleep. But with John asking me every 5 minutes how I'm doing, that could be hard." She smiled. "Please, clear soup for dinner, nothing heavy. Just on the off chance you get sick during delivery. That happens to some women during transition. I had John make up some broth and Jell-O. Good idea." "May the force be with you," Mel laughed. Sensing it could be a middle-of-the-night event, Mel got her children and herself settled early. At about 10 o'clock, she roused briefly as she felt her husband slip in beside her. She instinctively turned into his waiting arms, cuddling up against him. He slipped his big hand under the t-shirt she wore, and she said, "You have to let me sleep. You know Preacher is going to get me up soon." "I'll let you sleep," he said, kissing her brow, pulling her close. "Did you happen to get an update as you were closing the bar?" "Oh, yeah," he said. "We're still at 8 minutes, and Preacher is growing weak from the strain." She laughed in spite of herself. "God, this is going to be a fun one," she said. "Now snuggle me close and put me to sleep." The call came at midnight. When she heard the phone ring, she rolled over and moaned. "I knew she was going to do this. Some women just aren't happy unless they labor all night." Jack lifted the phone and passed it to her. "Evening, Paige." "I'm sorry, Mel," she said. "I'm at 5 to 7 minutes now. How do you feel?" "Pretty good, but they're getting nice and strong, lasting a minute." It sounds like I might have time to nurse Emma while I wait for Mike and Bree to come." "Sure," Paige said. "I'll meet you across the street in a half hour. How's that?" "It's a date. If anything changes, call me. I can always rush and get there in 10 minutes. They were in motion, the midwife and her partner. While she headed for the nursery, Jack called his sister and put fresh linens on the bed so the babysitters could crawl in and sleep. No reason for them to sit up all night. And while no one expected Jack to be up all night, it was his routine to be awake and available when Mel was delivering at Doc's house. About 30 minutes later, they pulled up to the bar. They kissed goodbye, and Mel went to Doc's while Jack went into the bar, which was lit up like a church. Preacher was pacing. "What took you so long?" he asked. Jack looked at his watch. "We're right on time, Preach." Paige stood up from the table. "Jack, I'd like you to pour John a shot." "No, baby. I want to be alert." "John, you're way beyond alert, and I don't think I can take another minute. Do as I say." Jack went behind the bar. "My man, when a woman is having a baby, you do everything she says and you do it fast." He brought down a bottle. "Just a little something to take the edge off." "I don't know," Preacher said. "Preach, you're 6'4" and weigh at least 250. A shot isn't going to do nearly enough good. Mel should probably have you on Xanax." He tipped the bottle of Preacher's preferred whiskey over a glass. Reluctantly, Preacher picked up the drink and threw it back. "Okay," he said. "Let's go." "Christopher all tucked in and asleep?" Jack asked. "He is. He'll be fine till about 7. Jack walked around the bar. He leaned down and kissed Paige on the head. "Have a good delivery, honey," he said. She smiled up at him. "I'll do my best." And she dropped back into the chair, holding her tummy as a contraction got her. She started out breathing slowly, then as the pain threshold heightened, she began to pant and her face took on that look. She was starting to struggle. Jack smiled, watching. As the contraction eased, her features relaxed, and finally, taking a deep breath, she smiled up at him. "They're getting pretty good." "You're doing great," Jack said, putting out a hand to bring her to her feet. "Aw, man," Preacher groaned. He walked over to Paige and swept her up in his arms to carry her to Doc's. Preach, don't do that," Jack said. "The minute she gets to Doc's, I bet Mel is going to have her walking. It helps speed up the baby." "Fine," he said. "Mel will do what Mel will do. I will do what I will do." And out the door he went, carrying his wife to have their baby. Jack's shoulders shook with laughter. He hoped Mel didn't knock Preacher over the head with a big club before morning. Paige's labor was not fast, but it was efficient and perfect in many ways. It took until 3 in the morning to get to 6 centimeters, but then the action picked up. Mel broke her water, and by 5 a.m. she was almost fully dilated. She managed the discomfort very well. Preacher, however, grew paler and weaker with every contraction. Before letting Paige begin to push, Mel brought a chair into the room. "John," she said, I want you to sit, and if you start to feel the least bit lightheaded, put your head between your knees. If you faint, there's nothing I can do for you. I'm busy with Paige."
"I'm not gonna faint," he insisted. "I've been waiting forever for this."
"John, you don't have to stay," Paige told him. "I'll be fine."
"I'm staying,"
he insisted. For a man like Preacher to see his little wife struggle and have pain was obviously torture. He was much more comfortable in the role of protector. Mel knew immediately that he wasn't going to be much help. When Paige finally delivered the baby's head at 6 a.m., Preacher leaned over his wife, took a look, and collapsed into the chair with a groan. He put his head between his knees. "Okay, Paige, pant. Give me just a second. We have a little cord issue. I'm going to be able to handle it fine. There we go. Just pant for me, honey." Mel slipped the cord over the baby's head easily. "Okay, small push now. We're there."
"You sure?"
Paige asked. The baby, not out yet, began to cry. "Hear that? I'm sure. Bring her out, Paige. Easy does it." The baby slid neatly into Mel's hands and screamed bloody murder. "Oh, boy, she's strong. Listen to those lungs. And big." She put the baby in her newborn towel, placed her on Paige's belly to dry her off. That done, she clamped and cut the cord. Preacher stood on shaky legs, watched the cutting of the cord, and slid weakly into the chair again, groaning. Mel tried not to laugh. She rewrapped the baby and passed her to Paige. After a little snuggling, she helped Paige settle her baby to the breast, since Preacher wasn't going to be able to do it. "John, I want you to keep your eyes up here, on your wife and baby, all right?"
"Why?"
he asked. "Because I still have delivery work to do. There will be blood, and I don't want you to faint."
"I won't faint,"
he said. "You do as I say," Mel told him.
"Here, John,"
Paige said softly.
"Look at your girl. Isn't she beautiful?"
Mel was massaging the uterus when she heard a sound. She looked up over Paige's raised knees and saw a most stunning sight. Big old Preacher was resting his lips against the baby's head and crying his eyes out. Huge tears ran down his cheeks and dropped onto the newborn's head. He slipped a meaty arm under his wife's shoulders, holding her and the baby as one, and sobbed. Remarkable. Paige just smiled and touched her husband's face with gentle, loving fingers. Mel was moved almost to tears herself by the big man's emotion. He worshipped his wife, his little family, and he was so grateful. He was overwhelmed. It was so gratifying to help bring a child into a union of such devotion. It was what she lived for. Her work was not done. The placenta had not delivered. A midwife friend who was older than Mel by 20 years had given her a tip years ago that seemed like sheer magic, yet worked. Mel looked at Paige and said, "Paige, time to let go of the placenta, please." Then she got back in her position, massaged a little more, and remarkably, the job was done. She shook her head and chuckled to herself. People who didn't do this all the time would simply never believe it. Mel finished her work, let the baby suckle a while to get the uterus contracting and staunch the bleeding. She examined her patient. No stitches necessary. Then covered her and took the baby. "Let's clean her up," she said softly. "People will want to see her soon." Preacher sniffed back his tears, wiped at his face. But when he spoke, his voice was still weak with emotion.
"God, Mel. Thank you. Thank you so much. You took such good care of her, of them."
They did most of the work. "Help me, Preach. Help me wash the baby." She unwrapped the newborn and placed her in Preacher's palms, his large, soft, gentle palms. Mel coaxed him to lower her into the bath and carefully ran a warm cloth over the little body, cleaning her off.
"Look at those big feet," Preacher said. "Look at that tiny little head."
"She's gorgeous." Mel held the towel. "Right here, Preach," she said. Preacher laid the baby in the clean towel, and Mel wrapped her. "Take her out in the hall to show Doc. But please stay upstairs for now. I'm going to do a little cleanup, and you can bring her right back in." Mel didn't want Preacher in the room when she handled the cleanup of his wife, the changing of bloody sheets, and she didn't want him carrying the baby down the stairs in case he got lightheaded again. She worked faster than usual. "How are you feeling?" she whispered to Paige.
"Like I've been up all night."
Mel palpated her uterus. "You're already contracting like mad. The uterus is getting nice and firm." She smiled at her patient. "He'll be okay now, I think."
Poor John. That was harder on him than me.
"The bigger they are," Mel laughed. Her work was done by 7 a.m. Preacher was seated at Paige's side, holding his baby daughter. Mel went downstairs and stepped out into the fresh, bright morning. She stood on Doc's porch and heard the sound she loved. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Jack was splitting logs behind the bar. She walked across the street. She leaned on the corner of the building, watching him. Her mind wandered back in time to her first delivery in this town. A 100% successful delivery, much like the one she had just assisted. Then, as now, she had crossed the street and watched Jack as he hefted an axe over his head and brought it down. Watched the muscles in his arms and shoulders at work and admired his hard good looks. When he saw her, he leaned the axe up against the stump and went to her. She smiled and walked into his arms. He crossed those arms under her bottom and brought her up to his face. "It was perfect," she said. "I love the way those babies light you up." She kissed him deeply, and his arms tightened under her. "How are they doing?" "Preacher's a little wobbly, but Paige and the baby are great." "He's been looking forward to it for so long," Jack said. "He might have gotten himself a little too worked up. Maybe he peaked too soon," she said. "Did you sleep?" she asked, touching his hair. "I don't sleep when you work," he said, touching her lips again. "Can I get you anything? Breakfast?" "That would be nice. My children will be awake by the time I get home." "Was it hard, baby?" he asked. "After the hysterectomy?" She shook her head and smiled. "That wasn't the hard part. There is nothing sad about bringing a new life to a couple as in love as they are." She kissed him again. "I admit, I was thinking of one more, down the road a bit. I tend to think like that after hours are settled in bed and quiet." "We have a lot more than either of us thought we'd get," he said. "I'm dealing with it pretty well. I'm telling myself not to be greedy. As long as I have you—" He laughed, a rich, deep, rumbling sound. "As if you could get rid of me now." Joe used to look forward to trips to Virgin River. It was such a welcome respite from his demanding work. Usually, he was going with a purpose that included his friends, either a gathering of the boys for sport or someone in need of help. In fact, if it hadn't been for certain memories that were hard to shake, this trip would be a celebration. Preacher's baby had arrived, and Joe liked babies. He'd been an uncle 5 times. He'd always thought that by now he'd have a couple of his own. The drive seemed longer than usual, but he made it before Saturday noon. He went straight to Jack's bar, and once there, his first order of business was to deliver a large bouquet of flowers to Paige. There was no one in the bar, and he didn't even glance into the kitchen, but went straight to the apartment. The door was standing open, so he tapped lightly and went in. He found Paige sitting on the couch with the cradle nearby, folding clothes into neat little piles.
"Joe,"
she said, her face brightening when she saw him.
"Oh my, are these for me?"
"Of course they're for you, sweetheart. Aren't you the new mom?" She opened her arms to him, and he held her a long moment. "You sure look wonderful for someone who just had a baby."
"I've been very spoiled this week. Lots of help. When you need something, anything, this is the place to be."
"You're feeling good?"
"Fantastic. And she's a good little girl."
He peered into the cradle. "Ah,
Then where is she?
I'll give you 3 guesses. I can't get John to put her down.
He chuckled. Is he holding her while he's stirring a pot? Joe asked.
Lord, I hope not. He said he was going to see if Christopher would lie down for a little nap and took Dana upstairs with him. The one who could use a nap is John. He must surely be exhausted.
Joe laughed. Here, honey, sit down. Tell me about it. Did you have an easy time?
I had a very long time. It wasn't so much hard as it took forever. I was starting to think she'd never come. And John almost drove me out of my mind. After about 20 hours of labor, I was afraid he was going to go in after her.
He must have been pretty wound up, Joe said. Is he pestering you for another one yet?
Oh, no. I think he's going to lighten up on all those children he thought he had to have. The birth was kind of hard on John.
Really? Joe said, surprised.
Yeah. He doesn't like to see me uncomfortable. And it turns out that this big man who can shoot and dress animals or carry wounded soldiers off the battlefield doesn't do too well if there's a drop of blood within 10 feet of his wife.
He's a little on the protective side, Joe confirmed. Think you're going to be able to move out to the cabin soon? As soon as you do, we pour the extended foundation slab and start tearing out walls.
Oh, I'm ready, she said. I can't wait to get going on this building. We're just going to move clothes and toys and the computer. Paul will cover everything, right?
It will all be protected, either in storage or pushed up against a safe wall and secured. But you'll be able to get to it. A few minutes later, Preacher wandered in. He was holding the baby in the crook of his arm, and she looked small enough to fit in the palm of his hand. Her little pink blanket was wrapped neatly around her bald head sticking out of the top, and he handled her as if she were attached to the inside of his forearm.
Joe,
he said. But he said it with quiet enthusiasm.
Great to see you, man.
Joe stood and reached for the baby.
My turn, buddy. Let's see what you made here.
Preacher handed over the baby, and Joe brought her into his arms.
God, she's beautiful.
I think you lucked out, Paige. I think she's going to look like you.
John's been worried that she'll be 6'4" and 300 pounds. I tried to explain that would take a lot more testosterone than she'll have.
I want her to be sweet and beautiful like her mom, Preacher said. How much did she weigh?
8'10", nice and big.
She looks like a 5-pounder in your husband's arms, Joe said. You two do good work. My man, it was the hardest work I've ever done, Preacher said.
John?
Paige said. I didn't mean you didn't work hard, baby. You know that. But I damn near worried myself into the ground. Mel almost had to give me something. Was it everything you thought it would be? Joe asked. It was way more than I thought it would be. I cried like a baby.
These two, Joe thought. He wondered if they had any idea how cute they were.
We have to call Paul, tell him I'm here, and Bree and Mike. I think we have the plans final, and I'd like to get out to the properties today so I can leave early tomorrow.
You have to take off so soon? Paige asked.
I'm afraid so, he said. I could have had the plans delivered, but I didn't want to miss a chance to see the baby. And if Paul's building schedule goes as planned, you'll be in your new apartment in no time at all. You shouldn't have to spend even 6 months in Jack's cabin, which puts you back home before Christmas. Plus, if Preacher can cook during the day in spite of the noise, the crew should be able to leave the property by dinner time. I don't think the bar will have to be closed much at all.
I can't wait, Paige said.
Phone calls were made and everyone convened in the bar to look at house plans. When everyone seemed in agreement about their plans, Joe and Paul went out to the general's house so that Vanessa could comb over her plans, which took a couple of hours. Okay, let's walk your property first, Joe said to Paul. Then you're good to go. We'll get the Valenzuelas on the way back to town. You have concrete ready? Coming this week. Will you come back for dinner? He asked Joe. I'll take a rain check, Joe said. I want to visit with Jack and Mel a little bit tonight, so I'll take dinner at the bar. Then I'm on the road early tomorrow morning.
Oh, I was hoping to get a little more time with you, Vanni said.
Next time, okay? It's a quick trip for me."
"Joe," she said, laying a hand on his arm, "I can't help but feel we've had a big misunderstanding, and it's affected our friendship. 5 minutes before Paul asked me to marry him, he told me I have the worst goddamn temper, and that I'm really hard to shut up. I think I might have overreacted." He chuckled in spite of himself.
"The misunderstanding must have been between the woman and I."
He shrugged.
"I still can't figure out what went wrong. Our friendship is okay, Vanny. Be patient with me. This will pass."
"I hope so, Joe. I'm sorry you were hurt. I'm sorry I jumped to conclusions."
"Hey," he said, laughing it off. "What could you do? It's not like I'm gonna help you out with the details. Whatever she says is her business. But I've already said more than I like. I don't want to betray her privacy."
By 5, Joe had left the drawings in Paul's very capable hands and was headed back to Jack's, where he found Mel and the kids waiting for him. Before long, everyone but Vanni and Paul had gathered. There was a humorous debrief on Paige's delivery that had them all laughing while they enjoyed Preacher's broiled trout with rice. Not long after Mel and the kids left, a group of hotshots, USDA federal firefighters, came in, a hand crew of about 10 of the usual 18, getting everyone's attention. Most of the firefighters used locally were inmates, felons, but since these guys were not, Jack and Preacher pushed tables together and set them up with beer as well as dinner in exchange for news. There had been a fire back in the Trinity Alps, and these boys had been working it for 2 days. It looked to be contained, and they were released to go home and wouldn't be recalled. They were starved for decent food and a cold beer.
"I can't believe I wasn't even aware of it," Jack said. "I can see for miles from my front yard. Winds have been from the southwest. It's up the mountain, and we've had it curtailed to a slow, dense burn for 24 hours. I think we've got it now. We can't be recalled for at least 24 hours, so we're probably done with that fire. We'll be headed to the Mogollon Rim in Arizona, if it's still hot in 2 days."
"Where exactly was this last one?" Jack asked.
"Only about 25 miles back there, just over the mountain."
25 miles was uncomfortably close. Jack and Preacher had a lot of questions for them about the winds, the weather forecasts, any controlled burns in the area.
"There aren't any controlled burns near the redwoods right now," one of them said.
Jack set them up one more time, given they were on their way home and wouldn't be going back into the forest. Of course, he wouldn't take a dime from them.
"You keep our town safe. You eat and drink on the house any time you've been working a fire. It's the least we can do. As long as you have a designated driver." They all laughed, a couple of them slapping one comrade on the back. "We always try to keep at least one Mormon on the crew. A designated good influence."
As the hour grew later, Jack kept the bar open a little while longer so the firefighters could unwind. Joe sat up at the bar facing Jack.
"You can pour me one goodnight pop, and I'm getting out of your hair."
"Sure you're okay at that cabin?" Jack asked, pouring him a shot.
"There's room at the house." "Aw, Jack, it's terrific. I'll have the sheets washed and back on the bed in the morning before I leave. Then we'll get Preacher's family in there and start tearing up his apartment. It's really not necessary to do laundry. There are a lot of women around town who like a little housekeeping work. Nah, I'll handle it. I appreciate the hospitality." "And that other matter?" "What other matter?" "The woman. The one who has you all fucked up." He laughed. "No change," he said. "I'm still fucked up. But I'll get over it. I have experience getting over women. I had a wife I loved once. She ripped me up good." "I'm sorry, Joe. There's practically no one I'd rather see happy." "You know, that's one of the problems with this place," Joe said. "You guys. When you opened this bar, there were 5 of us at loose ends, and not looking to settle down. The only ones settled with women were Zeke, Corny, Phillips, and Stevens. The rest of us were getting well into our 30s, pretty damn happy to be single. Plenty of women out there to keep us busy for a little while. Then you guys, Jesus, you not only hooked up, you found these incredible, Jack poured himself a shot to join his friend in commiseration. "We got lucky," he said. "It goes way past luck," Joe said. "Some god was smiling on you." He looked into his glass. "I'm just an idiot. I had my arms around this woman for one long, incredible night, and I thought, this is what I've been waiting for my whole life. And she slipped away from me that fast," he said, snapping his fingers. "I woke up alone." He lifted his drink to his lips. Chairs scraped back as the hotshots got up to leave. They all hollered their thanks, a couple of them coming forward to shake Jack's hand, then filed out the door. Alone in the bar, Preacher in the back with his family, Jack said, "How about going after her?" "I tried. She's gone." Jack leaned on the bar. "I'm sorry, man. I thought that was going to happen to me with Mel. From the second she hit town, she said she was leaving." "When did you know? Or think you knew? With Mel?" "Oh, man," he said, and laughed. "It was real slow. Took me 5 or 10 minutes. It was the jeans. Have you ever noticed how my wife looks in a pair of jeans?" Maybe you shouldn't answer that. With me, it was a pink dress." Jack's eyes widened. "Oh, damn. You shouldn't give me alcohol," he said. "Makes me talk." "Nikki," he said, and it wasn't a question. "Yeah, buddy, I saw her, and I think I saw you see her." He shook his head. "I feel your pain." Vanni was furious with me. Paul was sympathetic, but pissed. "Well," he amended, "they're getting over that now. But the girl won't talk to me, won't return calls. I can't figure out what I did. I was as good to her as I knew how to be." "Whew, that bites," Jack said. "But buddy, that doesn't mean there isn't someone out there, just waiting for you to find her." I was 40, man. I thought I was way past having this life. Mel? She makes me feel like a teenager. Yeah, maybe it'll happen. But not while I'm like this. I'm stung. I have to get over this before I can dip into the market again, you know? Hang in there, pal. It's gonna be okay. "Yeah," he said. He threw back the rest of his shot and stood. "You should get home to the family. I'm gonna borrow your porch for a cigar since you have the sand can out there. Then to the cabin and get some sleep." "Sure. I'll lock you out and take off from the back. There's coffee in the fridge, but that's it. Want a beer or bottle to take to the cabin?" "Nah, I'm good. I'm good and tired," he said. "And I'm planning to get out of here early." "You bet. And brother, don't lick this wound too long, huh?" He shook Jack's hand. "I'll be fine." Joe stepped out onto Jack's porch and looked up at the sky. He heard the door lock behind him. The open sign clicked off. The stars were fewer, dimmer, and he hoped it wasn't smoke in the sky. He pulled out his cigar from his shirt pocket, clipped the end, and struck a match on his shoe. It flared and illuminated her. She was wearing tight jeans and high-heeled sandals, a little blue knit shirt, a gold necklace. She leaned against the porch post in the corner, legs crossed, arms crossed, that shiny black hair resting on her shoulders. He took a step toward her, bewildered, and the match burned down to singe his fingers. "Ah," he said, shaking it out. He put his boot over it, crushing it for sure. Then he lit another match and took another step toward her. There wasn't much light besides the match, but he could clearly see the tracks of tears down her cheeks, her large dark eyes shining in the glow of the match. He shook it out. He put the cigar back in his pocket. "This is about where we started," he said, not getting too close. "I know. Do you hate me?" "Of course not," he said, but he kept a safe distance. "I was embarrassed,"
she said. And scared. Embarrassed, he repeated. Scared? She gave a deep sigh. I couldn't imagine what you thought of me. I jumped into bed with you so fast. You could have asked me. I jumped into bed with you pretty fast, too. Men can get away with that. I didn't, he said. My punishment was pretty brutal. Yeah, she said softly. I guess it was. I'm sorry about that. Okay, he said. Scared? Oh, Joe. I was so damn scared. I thought about morning coming and you giving me a whack on the butt and saying, "Thanks, baby." What did I say or do to make you think it could be like that? He asked her. It wasn't you, Joe. It was me. I guess I just wasn't ready to move on yet. Did panic come with the morning? He asked. Yeah. It was a nice night, a night like I'd like to have again. And I thought about what it would feel like to look forward to it and be... She lifted her chin and sniffed. Not in the cards. He laughed without humor. So you ended it to keep me from ending it? Jesus, Nikki, all I wanted to do was make you feel like you were headed for something good. What the hell happened between us to make you think that way? It was just my past, she said, shaking her head. You were wonderful to me. And so, you never want to hear from me again? He asked, totally stumped. You didn't want to even see if there was something more there? Scared of that too? I was afraid to go any further. We don't even know each other. I want something permanent. I want a family. Weren't you listening? I don't have any idea if that's going to happen with us, you and me. We're too new, but wasn't I clear? I'm not avoiding that. Joe, I think I might be clueless when it comes to love, afraid I wouldn't know real love if it bit me in the ass. He chuckled in spite of himself. Been there, he said. Pretty recently, in fact. I thought I was probably mistaken. At the time, it seemed to me you were showing me something good, sincere, loving. But it could have just been, sex. No complaints about the sex, then, he said. It was so much more than that. For me, it was so much more than that. It was a huge relief to hear her say that. He actually let out a slow breath. He reached out a hand and wiped a tear from her cheek. And you didn't think it could have been more than that for me, too? I just didn't know. But you came back here. Well, Paul called me. Paul? He asked, astonished. Yeah. I think I've been played. How's that? He called to tell me not to worry about you, that although you admitted you had it real bad for me, you were working at getting over me, and I'd probably be free of you in no time. He said you wouldn't bother a woman who didn't want to be bothered. He did that? Why'd he do that? To make me think about what I might be giving up, maybe? She wiped the other cheek. So, you're over me? Not quite, he said. I'm still working on it. He looked down for a second, thinking. What did you come back for? He asked her. To clear the air? Get it over with? More sex? After which you'll take off before I'm awake? Then Vanni called me. She told me she'd been thinking about things and decided I must be out of my mind. She told me a lot of the same things you'd already told me. About coming together to help your friends, about being there for Paul while he buried Matt. She knew that if she ever needed your help for any reason, you'd be there for her. And I thought, what the hell's the matter with me? I've always wanted to be with someone who thinks like that, acts like that. She looked up at him with those wide, damp eyes. She told me you'd be here, bringing
Paul the plans. Should I have stayed away? Would that have been for the best?
I don't know, Nikki, he said, shaking his head. I'm not gonna kid you. The way you ran out on me, that was awful. And I wrote you that it broke me apart and you still wouldn't respond. What am I gonna think, huh? You're not the only one who doesn't feel like getting hurt again.
You wouldn't know it by the way I acted with you, but I'm inexperienced. I've never done that before. It turns out I'm lousy at one-night stands. All paranoid and spooked.
Yeah? Me too, he said. I never thought of it as a one-night stand. Not even that one night. I was destroyed to find you gone. More destroyed to hear it made you cry. I couldn't believe anything happened to make you cry. I'm still having trouble with that.
Look, here's what happened to me. He said he loved me. We lived together for years. I kept saying to him, I need a commitment. I want a family. And he kept saying, I might need a little more time on that. And then he finally told me. He had a vasectomy behind my back a couple of years ago because he was afraid I'd get ahead of him, stop taking my pills and sneak a baby out of him. That's when I knew there was no love, no trust. He was a liar and he was just using me. It was a horrible thing to face up to.
Jesus, Joe breathed, almost speechless.
I thought he loved me and he was trying to come to terms with the whole forever thing, she said. He'd been through a rocky divorce about 10 years back. It made sense to me that he'd be nervous. I didn't know he was lying.
Nikki, I'm sorry. That was bad, what he did. He should have been honest.
Yeah. And then there was you. In 5 minutes, I knew you were more honest and straightforward than he was. But I doubted the signals. I wanted to fall for you, but I don't know you.
He reached a hand toward her shining black hair, so soft. By morning, there wasn't an inch of me you didn't know. You have a big mole on your butt, she said. You should probably get that looked at. And a scar on your shoulder. And I think you had your appendix out. He smiled at her. So she had been paying attention. He wasn't the only one then. I was 12. What happened here? She said, reaching out to his shoulder. I got shot in Fallujah. Mike Valenzuela kept us all alive till Jack could get us out of there. 6 of us were bleeding all over the place. There were snipers everywhere, but we got out. Paul gave up a spleen. It was ugly. It ended the Marines for me. I'm out of the reserves now. Paul, too. He smiled. See? You know things about me. Not enough, she said softly. Joe leaned toward her and kissed the path of a tear on her right cheek. He threaded a hand around the back of her neck and kissed her temple. Here, she whispered. Her finger was touching her lips. There's a tear. He leaned his lips toward hers and, barely touching them, ran his tongue over her upper lip. No, there's not, he said. I think you're done crying now. He put his hands around her tiny waist and pulled her onto his mouth, kissing her deeply and tenderly. She answered him with desire, hot and strong, opening her lips under his. He thought he might feel tears in his own eyes. She felt so wonderful in his arms, tasted so magnificent on his lips. He wondered if this was just another of his fantasies. He further wondered if it was real, if it would disappear once again before he could grab onto it. Feeling her body against his, her tongue in his mouth, her hands running up and down his back.
He hoped beyond hope that she was real, and he wouldn't wake up and find she'd just been another dream.
"I thought you were gone forever," he said against her lips.
"I wish I hadn't gone. I wish I'd stayed." He covered her mouth in a deep, desperate kiss that lasted forever, holding her so close he was afraid he'd crush her. He wanted to say things to her, but that would mean releasing her lips, and he couldn't bring himself to do it. All those weeks, all those long nights of wishing he could have made things different for them. All that regret, thinking that if he hadn't moved so fast, he could have brought them together differently, with more success. He should have taken his time, courted her, wooed her. He was a fool, not getting her phone number and last name before he got her body. He should have brought her slowly and confidently into his heart, erasing her doubts. And yet, he couldn't imagine how it could have been different. They'd both been so steamed up, so ready. He was ready again.
"Nikki," he whispered, "you're doing it to me again."
He covered her mouth and kissed her deep and long. He touched her breast.
"God," he whispered.
"Take me somewhere," she said.
"No," he whispered. "Not until you understand a few things."
"Hurry then. Tell me what I have to understand."
"I'm not interested in one night. I want it all. If that's too much for you, tell me right now. If it's going to scare you off, I want to know."
"All?"
"I want to go to bed with you and wake up with you." He kissed her. "Then I want to do it again." He kissed her. "And again. And again."
"Okay,"
she said, breathlessly. "I'm an idiot, but I'm in love with you."
"How do you know?"
"Because I've never felt this bad before."
"Isn't it supposed to feel good?"
"It does. When you're in my arms. When you're not, it's just awful."
"Okay," she said. "I understand."
"You're going to give it a chance?"
"Yes,"
she said, nodding. "I realize that sometimes things don't work out the way we want them to. I've been down that road, and so have you. But I'm not going to string you along. I'll never lie to you. Do you believe me?"
"I do. Do you believe me?"
"You're not going to run out on me again without any explanation?"
"I won't do that again. No."
"You can do anything else, you know. You can tell me you were mistaken. Tell me you changed your mind and you don't feel it anymore. Anything but disappearing without a word. If it's over for you, you have to finish it. Do we have a deal?"
"Deal," she said, against his lips.
"Where do Vanni and Paul think you are?" he asked her in a hoarse whisper.
"With you,"
she said. "And are you?"
"Yes. Yes, Joe, I'm with you."
He lifted her off her feet, kissing her. "If you want me to make love to you, I will. But only if you want me to. And only if you think it can be the beginning of something, not the end." She locked her hands behind his neck and smiled.
"You're something, you know that? You're not a regular guy. Usually this is about the time the guy says something like, 'Don't try to pin me down, baby.' Guys don't usually start right off saying they want a chance at something that lasts."
"Yeah?" he grinned. Then he shrugged, thinking about his boys, his friends. There was a time almost all of them were that other guy, the kind who's dodging commitment. Now look at them. "You over that idiot who let you go?"
"I'm so over him I could laugh."
"Good," he chuckled. "Let's go someplace we can wake up together."
It amazed Joe he could sleep at all, but he did. Holding Nikki in his arms through the night, feeling her sweet, warm body against his, he was at peace. When he woke beside her, it was as though the future had been decided for him. He was dead in love with her, amazed at the way he had only to touch her, kiss her, and she would unfold, wanting him as much as he wanted her. Now it was only a question of what she would decide about them. But he trusted their pact. They would be honest with each other. No more running away. Joe slipped out of bed in the pre-dawn, the sun barely rising. He thought he'd start the coffee, make love to her again while it brewed, and they could watch the sunrise together. They could talk about when they'd see each other next. He started the coffee. He stared at the coffee pot while it began to brew. The smell of the pot was suspect. He wondered if it was old. Then he lifted his head. He looked at the clock on the microwave. 9:30. He sniffed the air. Oh, shit. He unplugged the coffee pot and ran out onto the porch naked. He thought it was pre-dawn because the sun streaming through the windows was so dim. But it was smoke in the air. "Nicky!" he yelled, running back into the cabin. "Nicky, wake up! Fire!" Chapter 18. The town had become a base camp for firefighters, and the acrid odor of smoke hung in the air. When Joe pulled into town, he had to park back beyond the church. He held on to Nicky's hand and ran with her to the center of town. There were many CAL FIRE trucks, hotshot transports, CAL FIRE firefighters, and dozens of firefighters who Joe knew at a glance would be inmates trained in firefighting. There were flatbeds loaded with gear, water tenders and trucks for hauling firefighters, paramedic rigs, dozens of men in hard hats and yellow turnouts, boots, packs of gear on their backs, and a tent pitched in the middle of the street, beside it an ambulance. The street was wide enough for a helicopter to land for medical airlift. On the porch, among many men Joe had never seen before, were his friends. Jack was pulling on yellow turnouts, slipping the suspenders over his shoulders. "Joe," he said, "I wasn't sure you were still here. I knew you intended to leave for Oregon at the crack of dawn." He glanced at Nicky and couldn't suppress a quick grin. He gave her a nod. "Still here. What's happening?" "Wind shifted. It's headed this way." "What are we doing?" Zeke stepped forward and handed him some gear, which he took. "We're getting in it, bud. What are you doing here?" "I've been watching it from Fresno. Just after midnight, it looked like it could threaten my favorite hunting grounds, so I fired up the truck and started driving." Stevens walked out of the bar already dressed out, a big donut in his hand. "Not before he got everyone out of bed," he said. Joe immediately started getting into his gear. He pulled the suspenders over his shoulders. Zeke and Josh were professional firefighters and paramedics, the rest of them trained volunteers. CAL FIRE could use them. It would be a lot of fetching and carrying, digging, removing vegetation, but every hand helped. "What are you doing?" Nicky asked Joe. "I'll do what I can to help. You want to go home? Go out to Vanni's?" Before she could answer, Mel stepped onto the porch. She was wearing a white doctor's coat, something Joe had never seen her do before. There was a stethoscope around her neck. "What's this?" he asked her, lifting his chin toward her as he pulled heavy gloves out of the pockets. "We're helping in the first aid station set up here. Since these guys don't know us, me and Doc, we have to be identifiable by uniform." "Where are the kids?" he asked. "Little ones are having morning naps in the back," Jack said. "I think Christopher is standing watch. Paige is in charge of the kids while Mel works medical and Bree attempts to keep the food and water coming." "I'll help her," Nicky said. She put a quick kiss on Joe's cheek and whispered in his ear, "I love you too. Please be careful." Then she headed quickly into the bar while he followed her with his eyes, a stupid grin on his face. "There's help from CAL FIRE if Bree and Nicky can't keep up with it," Jack said. "If necessary, they'll evacuate the town. We're hoping that won't be necessary." Before long, Preacher was on the porch, already dressed in his gear. Paige was beside him, holding their new baby. He bent down, kissed his wife and daughter, and headed down the porch toward the waiting truck. Jack walked after him, snagging his arm. "Maybe you should stay, Preach, in case these women and children have to be taken out of here."
There are people to help them out of here. I don't let you go in anywhere alone."
"I'm a big boy," Jack said. Preacher straightened and glowered.
"Me too."
Mel walked off the porch and toward the truck that would carry the volunteers away. She watched as the Marines climbed on. Zeke, Phillips, Stevens. Mike, Paul, Preacher, Joe, and Jack followed them. A truck came flying into town, horn honking. Corny, also a professional firefighter, climbed out and yelled, "Hey! Forget anyone?" Greetings ripped the air.
"What about that new baby?"
"Ah, she's not so new anymore. We had her 2 days ago."
"And your wife let you out of town?"
"You're kidding, right? She told me to get my ass down here and help." He grinned, pulling his own gear out of the truck bed. "She's got her mother. I'm just in the way now. I have years with those kids."
"Another girl, huh?"
Jack said.
"Yeah, but I know I have a boy in me. I just know it."
"You better keep that to yourself for a while, pal," someone advised. There were also locals. Doug Carpenter, Fish Bristol, Buck Anderson, and 2 of his sons. All certified volunteer firefighters. Everyone but Jack was in the truck. He went to his wife, leaned down, and kissed her lips. "When they tell you it's time, gather up the kids and get out of town." "It's not going to come to that, Jack. It can't. I don't know if I can leave this place."
"You do it. Keep 'em safe. And have someone get Ricky's grandma out."
"I'll watch out for Liddy. But I'm waiting for you," she said. "I'm waiting right here. I'll be here when you're done, and Virgin River will be fine."
"Melinda, don't you dare take any chances."
"Don't you," she said. "You come back as soon as you can." He smiled at her.
"You know you can't get rid of me."
He slipped an arm around her waist and pulled her up to his mouth.
"You taste too good,"
he grinned.
"Behave yourself."
Jack climbed into the truck and sat next to Joe.
"Looks like maybe you got some things straightened out,"
Jack said.
"Might have a start on it. How'd you round up all these old boys?"
5 of us were already here," Jack said. "I just can't believe these other guys. They must never have to work."
"The few, the proud,"
Phillips said.
"The soon-to-be jobless if we don't knock this shit off."
It took a half hour to get to their area, the fire spreading toward them. Here there were steam shovels, trucks, and water tenders parked along the road. All the firefighters, including the volunteers, had their gear on their backs: food, water, survival gear. They were assigned jobs: chainsaws for cutting down trees or removing branches, Pulaskis, and drag spoons. They were herded up an old abandoned logging road with the rest of the hand crew. The farther they went, the thicker the air got, the more sparks were flying. They were organized into a line, some of them felling huge trees while hand crews were cutting boughs off felled pines to decrease the fuel to the fire. Still others were digging a wider gap to separate the tree line from the burning forest, digging out vegetation, throwing dirt on small pockets of spreading fire. Water tenders were driving farther back to spray down the small fires started by blowing sparks and embers. Jack walked all the way up to the end of the line and started turning earth.
"I'm getting too old for this shit,"
he said, throwing dirt to cover the felled trees and chopped boughs.
"We all are, man,"
Paul said. He looked up.
"You think we could get one frickin' cloud in the sky?" "Go ahead and pray,"
Jack suggested. The general drove up to the bar and walked inside. The first thing he saw was Bree, her baby niece swaddled in a carrier around her front, setting up pitchers of water on the bar for firefighters. He heard the sound of a baby crying in the back, in Preacher's quarters. He went behind the bar and dived right in.
"I have an idea," he said. "Why don't you and Paige take the kids out to the ranch? It's surrounded by flat land and river. No danger there. I'll handle the bar."
"Mel can't leave, and I have her nursing baby right here," Bree said. "She's been treating minor injuries with paramedics and has to be on hand for more."
"The air here isn't the best for these kids. I have someone I can call to help. You should get the little ones out of here."
"Well, let me ask her." Bree took the general suggestion to Mel, and she thought about it for less than a minute, then nodded.
The kids will be safer there. Can you, Paige, and Nikki load them up?
Sure,
but I hate to take them away from you. They should go. He's right. You can set up a nursery there with Vanni. We'll be fine here with Walt's help.
Mel watched from the first aid station while the women carried the children to Preacher's and Jack's trucks with Walt's help, moving car seats around and tucking them in. Into the back went a playpen, porta-crib, infant seats, and baby swing, diaper bags and paraphernalia. Little Davy and Emma, Christopher and Dana Marie. Then they pulled slowly out of town. Mel hoped it would occur to Paige or Vanni to nurse little Emma. Emma needed the breast. She was young and vulnerable, and Mel wouldn't hesitate to nurse a friend's baby at a time like this. Mel felt a tear run down her cheek as they went. She wiped at it impatiently. This was an emergency. They'd have to make do. Vanni, Bree, Nikki, and Paige would keep the babies and Christopher all safe. That was the most important thing. Then Jack will be home and we'll go get them, she told herself. The morning flew by with trucks full of firefighters passing through, stopping for first aid or food and water. They'd be driven out and another crew would pass through. Sometimes the firefighters were new and wearing clean gear. Sometimes they were dirty, exhausted, parched and hungry men. Most of them were inmates, felons trained in firefighting with plenty of law enforcement on hand, backing up CAL FIRE. Mel had often wondered how many of them tried to run away while on this duty. But then this program would likely come to an end if many did. She took a break to walk into the bar. To her surprise, behind the bar, she found the General and Muriel. The woman gave her a bright smile.
"Hey, girl," Walt said. "What can I get you?"
Ice water, thanks. If you still have ice. I'm so dry. I think it's the smoke in the air. It's not exactly thick, but it works on the nose and throat.
"How are you, Mel?" Muriel asked.
A little tense today. Thanks for coming to help.
"It's nothing," she said with a shrug. "I'm glad to. You have quite a circus out there." Mel gratefully drank down half her water. "We do at that," she said. "I'm going back to the kitchen. I've been making sandwiches, the only cooking I'm capable of. I just about have a big tray ready to bring out. CAL FIRE has rations, but they're running low and we can pitch in. How about if we set up on the porch along with water?"
Perfect, Mel said. Hang on to the bottled water till the well runs low. We might need it later. I'm gonna call the ranch, see how the kids are doing.
She went to the phone. While Vanni assured her everyone was fine, she could hear Emma crying in the background.
Amazing, she thought, how you knew your babies cry.
It almost made her cry. Worse than that, it made her milk let down and she had to make a dash for the bathroom, open her shirt and lean over the sink. Women's bodies, she found herself thinking. It was a miracle the way they worked. "Come back, Jack," she thought. "We have to get back to our children." "Mel," Muriel was calling, tapping at the door. "Are you all right?"
"Fine," she answered. "I'll be right out."
When she opened the door, she found the older woman standing there, waiting, a concerned frown on her face. "I saw you run for the bathroom, and I thought maybe you were sick. All this smoke in the air." Mel chuckled.
"I called Walt's house to check on the kids and heard Emma's crying. It's been too long since I nursed her. In seconds, I was dripping,"
she said, pulling aside the white coat to show a large, round, wet spot on her breast.
"I hope they get this fire under control before I explode."
Muriel smiled. "I didn't have children, and I guess you need to get back to yours."
"I'm sure it won't be much longer. Really, this has to be resolved soon. Don't you think?"
Mel asked. "I don't know, Mel," she said, shaking her head. "There's a lot of wood out there. It's scary."
"Yeah,"
Mel said weakly.
"Yeah, it sure is."
Walt was making sandwiches with Muriel.
You know, I've been hanging around your place, riding with you, throwing the stick for your dogs, and I never asked you about the husbands. Like, how many? And why you think it didn't work out?
What makes you think I feel like telling you? She asked.
Oh, you'll tell me, he said. You're just that kind of gal. And I told you about my wife.
Okay, she said, still slapping sandwiches together. The synopsis. The first one was 15 years older than me, my agent. He's still my agent. He married the talent, not the person I was. He was very ambitious for me, for us both. He still thinks I divorced him because of his age, but I divorced him because all he cared about was my career. I don't think he could tell you my favorite color.
Yellow,
Walt said. Her head snapped around and she stared at him. Yellow, she said.
That was easy, he said. It's all around and you wear it a lot. Red's important too.
Right, she said, shocked. She shook herself. Okay, number 2 hit, number 3 cheated, number 4 had a child he failed to mention, number 5...
All right, wait, Walt said. Is this going on for a real long time?
She grinned at him. Didn't you look it up on the internet?
I did not,
he said, almost insulted. We're stopping at 5. He had a substance abuse problem. I didn't know about it beforehand, obviously. I tried to help, but I was in the way. He needed to be on his own. That's when I decided that, really, I should quit doing that. Marrying. But please understand, it's not all my fault. Hollywood doesn't exactly have a reputation for long, sturdy relationships. I did the best I could.
I have no doubt, he said.
Do you say that because you have no doubt? Or are you being a sarcastic ass to a poor woman who had to go through 5 miserable husbands? He chuckled. Then he slipped an arm around her waist and kissed her cheek. It was the first time he'd been that bold. He'd been riding with her, showing up at her house to drink wine while they sat on lawn chairs in front of the bunkhouse, even talking to her almost daily on the phone. But he hadn't gotten physical.
The Army was rough on families, too. I was lucky.
She said. Maybe you're just better at it than me.
I suppose that's possible, too, he said.
Then he smiled at her. The men fighting the fire grew dry and tired. They'd worked their way into the forest along a line that had grown wide and deep. Jack leaned against his shovel as Mike Valenzuela passed by with a chainsaw, headed up the line to cut boughs from more felled trees. He paused for a drink and took a few deep breaths before bending to his job of turning earth, tossing dirt onto a growing pile that formed a small dike against the forest. Mike moved down the line of men, out of sight. Jack wiped his forehead and put the shovel back to the ground. Then something subtle happened. The slight breeze that Jack had been feeling on the back of his neck changed to a hot wind that hit him full in the face. Frowning, he began to walk up the line and around the curve in the direction Valenzuela had gone, looking for the source of that sudden heat. As the logging road went deeper into the trees, the volunteers thinned out and the professionals were the ones moving closer to the fire. A murmur went up among the men and sparks filled the air. The line of men that had been winding around the hill to his left began to move toward him, then past him. Jack didn't see Mike anywhere, so he walked a little farther. He quickly saw that there was no one back there. Behind him, from where he had been, he heard, "Move out! Move out! Move out!" Firefighters who had been behind him were beginning to jog down the road. He heard a roar, sparks filling the air. The fire that they'd been chasing was coming toward them, hard and fast. In front of him was dense smoke. Behind him, the logging road from whence he'd come, and to his left, a deep ravine. He turned to move out down the road when there was a blast. An ignited tree that had been burning exploded about 10 feet into the forest and sent a shower of sparks and debris over the road in a huge flash. A 200-foot sequoia was on fire not 5 feet away from where he stood. He took a dive in the direction of the ravine and began to crawl madly toward it as a burning tree came down and flames shot over his head. At the command to move out, the firefighters and volunteers were being quickly herded back down the hill to the road, where the trucks were waiting to evacuate them. Paul was craning his neck, looking for Jack. He'd seen him move into the trees, but he wasn't back yet. Then sparks began to fly, and a roaring sound could be heard. Mike Valenzuela jumped up on the truck beside some of his boys. "Where's Jack?" Paul asked him. "Haven't seen him." He looked around. "One of the other trucks?" Paul jumped out of the truck and started back up the road, but he was grabbed by the crew chief and pushed toward the truck. "One of our boys is in there," he said. "There's no one in there," the chief said. "Everyone was cleared out. I saw him go in that direction. There's no one back there, buddy. I saw him. If there's anyone there, they'll get him," he said, pointing to a long line of firefighters making fast tracks out of the burning forest. Right at the back of their column was an explosion, sending debris and sparks flying over their heads. Paul found himself shoved into the truck, landing in a heap, while their captain yelled, "Let's go! Move out!" And the truck jerked into motion. Paul sat up in the bed of the truck and watched as all these yellow-clad, hard-hatted men scrambled into the next truck, and then a third, and as each one filled up, they drove pell-mell down the logging road to the asphalt. He had to be in one of those other trucks, Paul thought. He had to be.
Hi there. Need a quick breather? Here's a moment of chill music just for you. This audiobook is free. No sign-ups, no strings. Hope you're enjoying it.
Voice that calls me near, leading me to you, leading me to you. You're my sweet escape, my heart's desire. Fall into you, I feel the fire. We're a chemical explosion in the night. We're a beautiful sight. We're a beautiful sight. A beautiful sight. We're a beautiful sight. A beautiful sight. A whisper in the dark, a voice that calls me near, leading me to you, leading me to you, leading me to you.
Two planes flew in low, dumping retardant on the fire, a bright red powder. Flames leaped toward the aircraft as they disappeared over the forest. When they got to the safety zone, the Marines began looking for Jack, going to every truck. But he was nowhere. Paul told the captain what he'd seen, that Jack might still be back there. "Buddy, if he didn't get out with that last crew, he might not have gotten out." Panicked, Paul said to Joe, "We have to find him, man." "Where are we gonna look, huh? It's coming this way." "He's gotta be around here somewhere." Paul grabbed the firefighter's arm. "Was there any other way out?" He just shook his head. "I'm sorry, buddy. There has to be another way out. He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't go in there if it was too hot. He's too smart for that." "Pal, the wind shifted and ate up acres in minutes. We're just gonna have to wait it out. See if he turns up. He's not the only one unaccounted for. Search and rescue is on it." "Ah, fuck!" Paul said. He got tears in his eyes. "That wouldn't happen." He looked at Joe. "After all we've gotten through? That wouldn't happen, would it?" "Nah, couldn't." The firefighters and volunteers moved down the line to a new location. But now that the fire was moving in another direction, away from Virgin River, other crews to the northwest were taking over. A few hours later, the sun setting, the chief was ready to pull his camp out of Virgin River, relocate the base camp, and send the Virgin River volunteers home. "Can't leave," Preacher said.
Not till we figure out where he is. No one came out the other side, Preach, and he's not here. I think maybe... No, Preacher said. No. He made it out. We just can't find him. We'll just keep looking. We'll go back to where we saw him last, as close as we can safely get. Set up a perimeter. Look for a trail. We keep looking. That clear? It was quiet for a moment until someone said, Clear, Preach. That's what we'll do. By 5 o'clock, the firefighters were moving out of Virgin River, but the men had not returned. The acrid smell of smoke was dissipating, finally moving in the other direction. By 6 o'clock, the town had grown eerily quiet, and by 7, clouds began to roll in from the coast. Paige, Bree, and Nikki brought the children back to town, and Mel was at long last able to nurse Emma and cuddle Davy for a while. She settled them into playpens and makeshift beds in Paige's quarters. Walt and Muriel continued to work the kitchen and bar, keeping an eye on the TV for local news updates, convinced that the men would return soon, hungry. By 10 o'clock, still no word from their men. Mel saw the first few drops of rain fall on the dusty street outside the bar. She leaned out on the porch with her palm up and smiled as it grew wet. She stayed on the porch and watched, the smell of rain like the answer to a prayer. She sat in one of the Adirondack chairs on Jack's porch and remembered the early days, before she married Jack, before the babies came. Back when she was alone and sure she'd never have love in her life again. Jack, so large and powerful, could have swept her up in his strong arms and devoured her. But he'd been patient, so gentle. He'd waited for her to say it was time, that she was ready to feel something that didn't hurt. And then, his hands on her, his lips, had drawn from her the most amazing response she'd ever felt. A love so sure, so dependable, so constant. Jack didn't do anything halfway. He'd been a carefree bachelor, a lover of many women, until Mel. And then he belonged only to her, a committed partner. You should never be afraid of anything while you're my wife. It's my job to make sure you're never afraid. I'm a little afraid right now, Jack, she thought. At midnight, she stuck her head into the bar and found Muriel slumped in a chair with her head on the table, while Walt still stood behind the bar, watching the news on the new TV. Ready. Waiting. Go lie down somewhere, Mel, he said. I'll call you the second they come back. Have you heard anything on the news? She asked. They're saying the fire's contained, and now, with the rain, they should be on top of it before long. Then why aren't they back? She asked. Maybe they're still needed for something, he said. Maybe cleanup or something. Go. Sleep. Jack never slept while she worked, just in case she needed him, which she sometimes had. She shook her head. I won't sleep until I have my man back, she said. He's on his way. Inside, she could feel each step he took toward her, though her heart was beating suspiciously fast. But she was sure. He was on his way. Maybe he was out there looking for someone. She remembered the first time she'd met these remarkable men, these Marines who would never abandon each other. She fell instantly under their collective spell, their humor, camaraderie, pure zest for life. These men who loved their women and the life they could bring forth. They were fun and lusty, brave and loyal. Jack had proudly sent Rick off to become one of them. Jack had fathered Rick in every way he could, with as much devotion and strength as he would give the fruit of his own loins. She remembered how he had held the boy against the grief of losing his own child, his heart breaking into pieces. Her man. He had so much love inside him. It was amazing his chest didn't explode. I'll never let you go, Mel. I want you to trust me. You know you're safe with me."
"I trust you," she said aloud, though there was no one to hear.
"I love you, I trust you, and I know you. You'll never give up."
He had saved her life when it was bleeding out of her after Emma's birth. She was only semi-conscious, but she heard his desperate pleading words.
"You're my life. Don't do this, Mel. Stay with me. Don't you leave me."
"Don't you leave me," she whispered.
"Don't you dare."
"As if you could get rid of me now." Dawn found her still sitting on the porch, alert. She had spent a very long night thinking about her husband. He had so many faces, a fierce and dangerous expression for an enemy, a threat. A soft and tender expression when he turned his eyes to her. A sweet pride when he held their children. A joyful gleam when he was with his friends. She remembered when he had first talked her into those stolen kisses, deep and meaningful and passionate. It had been hard to resist him. His allure was so penetrating. And how fortuitous, because that same desire had given her the children. She just couldn't say no to Jack. His love was blinding, it was so bold. Finally, a truck pulled into town. A farmer's truck. In the back sat their men, dirty and exhausted. She stood on the porch and watched as one by one they crumbled out of the truck. Mike came up the porch steps. The black ash on his face was split by damp tracks of tears. "Where's Jack?" she asked.
"Mel,"
He said.
"We can't find him, Mel. We looked all night."
"What are you talking about?" she asked, with a nervous laugh. "You lost him?"
"They were evacuating the area, and he didn't come out. There was a sudden explosion. Fire swept over the road."
He grabbed her upper arm.
"Mel, he might have been trapped. 3 firefighters were lost in a blast of fire when the wind shifted."
"But not Jack," she said, shaking her head. Her eyes were perfectly clear. "No, Jack's coming."
"Baby, I don't know."
He pulled her into his arms, but she kept hers at her sides.
"I don't think so."
Preacher came up the steps. His eyes were bloodshot, weary and sad. His face was covered with soot, as were his turnouts. He stood before her and hung his head as if ashamed. She knew him so well. He wouldn't be able to live with himself if he thought he let Jack down. "It's okay. He's coming," she said. "He's going to be pissed, but he's coming." One by one, they approached her, touching her, hugging her, some of them with tears running out of their eyes. Before long, the general was on the porch and, seeing the men, went to rouse Muriel and the younger women. But Mel was unmoved. "No," she said over and over. "You don't understand. If anything had happened to him, I'd know it. I'd feel it. He's coming."
"We're going back out there after some fluids and rest," Paul said. "We'll figure out what happened. No matter what. We'll bring him back."
Then, hanging his head, he walked into the bar. It wasn't long before the sound of Bree's cry split the dawn and caused Mel to stiffen her spine. But she grabbed onto Joe's arm as he passed and said, "Tell her. Her brother's all right. He's coming. Tell her." Joe pulled Mel against him and held her.
"Honey, I'm not so sure about that."
"You don't understand," she said. No one understood. If Jack were gone, she would feel it. There would be a deep, dark, hollow place in her. For just a second, she was reminded that when her first husband, Mark, had been killed, she hadn't had any kind of premonition. There had been no warning, no deep feeling. But she banished the thought. It was different with Jack. It had always been different with Jack.
He's on his way.
Chapter 19. Jack sat by the side of a deserted farm road at dawn. His ankle a mess. His face scorched. He was dehydrated, weak. His turnouts were covered with flame retardant, peppered with little holes from flying sparks, and he wondered how long he should rest before he just started walking again. Make that limping. He'd wrecked the ankle pretty bad. The area had been completely evacuated, and it was unlikely anyone would be driving along this road until either forestry or CAL FIRE came this way. By that time, he could be passed out, if not dead. Then, against all odds, he saw the dust from a moving vehicle. He dragged himself to his feet, but he was dizzy and wobbly, his dehydration made worse by the dryness from smoke in the air. He placed himself in the center of the road. He decided he'd rather get run over than passed by. Who would pass someone in firefighters' turnouts? Only the devil himself. Then, the devil himself, in a dark pickup with tinted windows, came to a stop just inches from him.
Son of a bitch, Jack muttered to himself, his mouth dry as cotton.
The grower who'd crossed his path too often in the last couple of years opened the driver's door and stepped out.
Jesus, you're like a bad dream, the guy said to Jack. You look like hell. Yeah? You're not exactly my favorite person either, Jack returned thickly. How bad are you hurt? Thirsty, Jack said. Just thirsty. Just let me siphon out of the radiator tank and you can go, he said.
Insane though the notion was, he was insanely thirsty. The guy, minus the shady Brady and a little smudged with what could have been ash, sighed deeply and walked around the front of the truck. He opened the passenger door and said,
Get in. You got water? Jack asked.
Yeah, I got water. Just get in.
Jack limped toward the truck. You said you weren't hurt, Shady Brady said, eyeing the limp. I'm mostly just thirsty, Jack said, walking very badly. You break it? Nah. You ever hear of sprains worse than a break? We're gonna find out.
Shady Brady laughed in spite of himself.
Christ, you're a piece of work. Get in.
Jack wearily pulled himself into the truck. Not easy. It was high. He was weak and the ankle was real bad. He'd hurt it right off, taking that dive into the ravine. When the driver was settled behind the wheel, he reached behind him into the extended cab and grabbed a bottled water, handing it to Jack.
Take it slow, or you'll puke in my truck. I know how to do this, Jack said, then guzzled the water fast enough to make the concern a reality.
In fact, he belched and hiccuped a few times and lowered his window. But it was okay. The water stayed down. He leaned his head back and said,
Oh, man. Long night. How'd you end up here?
I got separated from the crew. Wind shifted. A tree exploded. I had to take a dive and run for it. But with no stars because of the smoke, I have no idea where I am. I walked all night. He guzzled more water. What are you doing out here? The guy laughed.
Getting the hell out of here. Listen, I'll leave you by the county road where you'll get picked up. I'll leave you water, but I can't go back that way. I'm all done there. I've heard that before. Well, this time it's the real deal. I'm so out of here. You'll be all right. No one's gonna drive by a firefighter, even though you could just as easily be an inmate on the run. Especially the way you put yourself in the middle of the road. Nice touch.
They drove in silence a while. Jack rehydrated himself, and Shady Brady just drove at a dangerously high speed on the deserted road. It was only about 15 minutes before he came to an intersection with the county road. It would have taken Jack most of the day to get this far on his ankle, if he didn't collapse or drop dead first. There will be cars along this road, don't worry. He reached behind him and grabbed a couple of bottled waters. Stay off the ankle.
Go slow. Ration the water. I've been in the desert, Jack said irritably. Yeah, I know. Just wait for a ride. I have to go, man. That's all there is to it.
Jack narrowed his eyes.
Why can't you be just 100% good or 100% bad? Why do you have to keep me all confused all the time? He laughed. My specialty. Confusion. Listen, that fire was set. I can't prove it, but all I'm lacking are the facts. People died. As far as I'm concerned, death is against the rules. I don't know what you are, man, Jack said. Half the time I see you, you really piss me off. The other half, you come through. And you're a Marine. I saw the devil dog on your arm. But there are shitty Marines out there, so I didn't let that influence me. Just get out, he said. Stay off the leg as much as possible. I guarantee a ride will come along. Since we won't see each other again, it would be better for me if you didn't talk it around that I picked you up. I'd really like to go up in a puff of smoke right now, so to speak. I should tell the police what you said, about it being set. You know what? When they find the source of that fire, there will be a body. That body had nothing to do with me. You do what you have to do. But if you gossip a lot about this free ride, like I was there, and get some local growers looking for me, I'm going to die. And like I said, I consider that against the rules.
Jack grinned. Okay. Here was a guy who was an illegal grower, but couldn't seem to resist saving lives like crazy, and didn't mind if the police heard what he'd been up to, but didn't want the other growers in the area to catch wind. He must be in deep kimchi with some growers. Now, what kind of guy would he have to be to fear the growers more than the cops?
No reason I have to say anything, pal. Appreciate the ride. Slow down a little, huh? You're frickin' dangerous. I'm in a hurry. Yeah, you want to get there? Thanks for the ride. Try to stay out of trouble.
Once the truck door was closed, he peeled out, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. The drizzle continued, steaming up the ground. It was still so hot. The hottest summer ever, made hotter by the burning forest. Mel wouldn't leave the porch. Dot came to the bar, touched her forehead, and asked her if she wouldn't lie down for just a few minutes. No, she said. I'm waiting for Jack.
Boys said search and rescue are combing the area, and they're getting ready to leave again. To look. We can wake you the second something is found.
Doc, it's all right. I wouldn't be able to sleep anyway. Muriel tried to press a brandy into her hand, but she shook her head. She wanted to be sure she could feel everything, because she could still feel him. He might as well have his arms around her. And then she remembered her very first night in Virgin River, the horrible cabin, the torrential rain, and the brandy from Jack's bar that warmed her. She had snapped at him that she didn't find him amusing. She'd had a terrible day. And he had only grinned and said, "Good thing I have the cork out of the Remy then." And later, when he'd held her as she cried over her dead husband, then he undressed her, dried her off, gave her that brandy. She'd had a huge emotional meltdown. If you're gonna go down big. You should be proud. His pride in her was the greatest gift. He told her often he was proud of the care she gave, proud of her commitment to helping wherever help was needed. When a man like Jack is proud of you, it means everything. She felt herself smiling. The volume on the TV in the bar was turned up. She'd never heard it so loud. She knew Jack's boys weren't resting, but glued to the news, hoping to catch something about the lost firefighters. They took turns on the porch with her, afraid to leave her alone, because they thought she was losing it. Quietly and stoically, but losing it. I'm fine, she told them. Really, I'm fine. Inside, the men were gearing up to leave again, stuffing down sandwiches for fuel, guzzling water to rehydrate. Mel accepted water, had her baby brought to her to nurse, held her son for a bottle, but she was determined. She stayed on the porch. She never once asked if there was any news of Jack. The morning news reported there were 3 firefighters confirmed dead in the blaze, names being withheld pending notification. Talking quietly among themselves, the men conferred about how some notification could be on its way, and they would stay on in Virgin River as long as necessary, be there for Mel. They would help her lay him to rest, and for as long as she needed them, someone would be there. The men had had a break of a couple of hours, food and water, called their families to report that they were unharmed, and were almost ready to take their personal vehicles back to the area and continue the search. Joe and Paul each sat on either side of her, occasionally reaching for her hand. She stared straight ahead. The sound of a vehicle brought her to her feet, and she stood on the porch. The rain had stopped, the ground was wet, and an old pickup pulled into town, stopping in the middle of the street in front of the bar. "Holy shit," Paul muttered, rising to his feet. Joe stumbled, running into the bar. Jack spilled out of the back, a huge smear of red flame retardant staining his body. He balanced on one foot, his other leg disabled in some way. As he reached back into the pickup for his gear, Mel serenely walked down the porch steps toward him. He tossed his gear to the ground, and the pickup drove off with a toot of the horn. His face was black with soot, his eyes red and tearing, his lips pink and cracked from dryness. The turnouts he wore were speckled with holes made by flying embers. Mel walked right into his open arms. "You're late," she said, looking up at him. He lowered his lips to softly kiss her forehead. "Sorry, I was held up. Goddamn truck left without me." He smiled down at her. "Do you have any idea what you look like in jeans? Melinda, you just do it to me in jeans." "Everyone thought you were dead, and you're talking about my butt again." He grimaced. "They're gonna wish I was dead. I've been walking for 24 hours, and I'm in a real mood." He brushed the hair back from her brow. "Were you scared, baby?" "No," she said, shaking her head. "I knew you were coming." "You did?" She touched her chest. "Your heart beats in here. If it had stopped, I would have known. It did beat a little fast sometimes. Was it close, Jack?" He chuckled, tightening his arms around her. "It was so close, I have blisters on my ass." "I spent all night remembering every time you touched me. Every one." "You don't have to make do on memories. I'm going to touch you for many more years. I knew you'd never leave me. Baby, I'd walk out of hell to get back to you." "I know, Jack." "You hurt yourself." "My ankle. I took a fall into a ditch. I'm not as agile as I was. I might have really screwed it up, running on it. It really slowed me down. And I was so ready to feel you against me." "What's this?" she asked, wiping at the gooey red stuff on his shirt. "Flame retardant. It got dumped right on me. Knocked me down. But there was a path out. Then I had to run on this damn ankle. It was awful. And then I got lost. You can get even worse lost at night when you can't see the stars because of the trees and smoke. I think I'm going to give up firefighting." She touched his face, which appeared to be sunburned beneath the soot and ash. He winced. Then he bent down and crossed his arms under her bottom and lifted her up to his face. "Kiss me. Give me a taste." She lowered her lips to his for a kiss that was deep and strong. Behind them, a cheer went up from all the Marines gathered on the porch. But Jack took his time, moving tenderly over her lips, grateful to dive into her sweet love once more. He'd been wanting to kiss her for 24 hours, and he wasn't going to be rushed. Not by them, not by anything. He hated the thought of letting her go, as in love with her today as that very first day. More. "You taste like soot," she told him,
I know, he said. You taste so good. He jerked his head in the direction of his bar, his boys. I hate when they do that.
I think I'm starting to get used to it, she smiled. And she kissed him again. As anxious as Jack was to get home, he needed a few minutes alone with Mike Valenzuela. They sequestered themselves in the RV behind the bar. Jack told only Mike the details of his rescue and stayed there while Mike called the sheriff, repeating the story as well as the license plate number. When Mike hung up, he slowly turned to look at Jack.
Well, they were ahead of you. A couple of growers, partners, had a little lover's spat. One was shot, the other set him on fire to conceal the evidence. Thus, the fire. They're investigating a drug-related murder covered by arson. A suspect was arrested trying to get away, Mike said. Jack swallowed. Was it our guy? I'm guessing here, but if it was our guy, he would not have stopped for you. In fact, he might have put a bullet in your head to keep you from talking to the police. He definitely wouldn't have told you anything about the fire. Jack, that guy isn't what we think. What do we think? Jack asked. That he's an ordinary grower. He might even be law enforcement, and if he is, they'll pull him in, relocate him, and we'll never know. Jack stood up. Well, I guess that's it then. The way he was driving, he probably wrapped himself around a tree before he got out of the county. I'm going home. Have a good sleep. Long sleep. And Valenzuela, thanks for looking for me. It's just what we do. What you do. I'm just glad we didn't have to bring a crispy critter home to Mel. Yeah, me too.
Jack, Preacher, Mike, and Paul went to their homes, their wives, to their showers, and then their beds for a long, clean sleep. The others had too much of a drive ahead to think about just taking it on after no sleep in 24 hours. Phillips and Stevens were headed for Reno and went over the mountain pass with a big thermos of strong coffee from the bar and 2 sets of eyes to stay on the road. Zeke and Corny took the night in Jack's guest house before tackling their long drives. Joe took Nikki back to the cabin. That left Muriel and Walt with no instructions and a bar on their hands.
I'd say we're done here, Walt said. We didn't exactly clean the place, but the food's put away and the dishes done. We did our part.
I did my part, Muriel said. By now, Buff has exploded in his kennel, and although Luce is an angel, it's possible she had a few accidents and ate my house out of boredom. She's a lab. These things are inbred.
Preacher left keys. What do you say we lock up and give up?
Let's, she said. I'm wrecked.
I bet you're tired.
Wrecked, she repeated. That goes beyond tired. Walt put a hand to the small of her back and escorted her out, locking the door behind them. He stood on the porch for a moment, looking at the sky.
I don't know how to thank you for coming to town, helping like you did.
It's my town too, Walt. Now. And it was worth it. These are my guys too now, not just yours. He laughed.
True. If you feed 'em, they're yours.
He dropped his chin.
You know, I've been in some real hot spots over the years. I came here for peace and quiet, but today wasn't either one.
I grew up in these mountains, she informed him. It gets dicey sometimes. It's not an easy life all the time. Beautiful, but there are issues. In the end, it's usually worth it. But Walt, you shouldn't get the idea it's simple. It's not. It can get rugged.
You're saying beautiful isn't always easy? He asked her.
She grinned. I'm not sure that's exactly the message, but I guess so.
I'll be sure to remember that.
See that you do, she said. I've been away a while. I'd almost forgotten, she added. This can be rough country. Fire's the worst, I think.
We live in the middle of a lot of wood. Did you wonder, just for a second, whether it was worth it? When Jack came back all scraped up, scorched, and picked up his little wife like he did, almost as if he'd been late from the store or something. It reminded me about what I love about this, that these people face this stuff like it's just part of the package. They just man up, even the women. Everyone dives in, gets it done. It reminds me, if I'm going to belong to a group of people, I want to belong to people like these. They're tough and resilient. They don't quit early. They can count on each other. They hang in. That's why I love the Army.
Walt, she said, putting a hand on his chest. We're just mountain people. We take what comes. The fact that it doesn't come easy? There's really not so much more to it than we don't give up. We fight. There's a lot to fight for here. He looked down into his movie star girlfriend's eyes. He smiled.
I'm going to sleep tonight. Then tomorrow night, why don't I bring groceries to your place and fix you a decent dinner?
She smiled at him. Afraid you'll get celery sticks and hummus for food if you just come over?
I just think we deserve a good dinner alone, and I might stay late.
Then he grinned. I might let you. I'll do the wine. Will you tell your daughter where you'll be?
I don't know. I'm having an awful lot of fun saying nothing about us.
She lifted an eyebrow. What is there to say about us? He leaned down and kissed her brow.
Let's revisit that question after dinner tomorrow night.
Why, Walt, she teased with a smile. He gave her fanny a pat.
Rest up, he said, because now that I think about it, I'm damn sure I'm going to stay late.
We're pleased to offer you exclusive information and insight into the Virgin River series from none other than the narrator of the audiobooks, but also a co-star on Season 1 of the Netflix series, Therese Plummer. Welcome, Therese. How did it feel to see the books you've narrated come to life in the Netflix series?
Seeing the books that I've narrated come to life in the Netflix series was surreal. It was unbelievable. When you narrate a book, I have all of my characters and the story kind of playing as a movie in my head as I'm recording it. And so to see who they chose for Mel and for Jack and for Preacher and for Paige, it was definitely not what I saw in my head, and it fit perfectly. It was amazing. I loved it. It took me a minute because when you're so used to one genre of, just doing books and reading them and performing them, and then all of a sudden you're seeing it visually on a screen, it's totally different. And I had to leave all of my experiences with Virgin River on the back burner and just go in with like a blank slate and see what was coming to life on the screen. And as you've seen, it's a total hit. It's absolutely addictive. Everybody is loving it. And I think especially now with everything going on, it is just exactly what the world needs right now.
Tell us about having a role in the show. Was it surreal to find yourself as a citizen of Virgin River?
Well, getting to play a role on Virgin River Season 1, I'm in Episode 4. I played Caroline, and I come into Jack's bar, and Paige and I bump into each other, and I recognize her. And as you know from the books or, from the show, Paige is hiding out. She's got a lot going on with her ex-husband. And I dropped the ball and I'm like, hey, oh my God, I haven't seen you in so long. And she's got covered tracks and Preacher's behind her watching, like, what's going on? And it's a super quick scene, but it was so much fun. So much fun. I
it like whet my appetite, and I just was ready for more. And the actors that played Preacher and Paige and everybody else could not have been sweeter. Just the entire set and cast and crew, it was all based in Vancouver, Canada, and it was unbelievable. I will be honest with you, when I walked into Jack's bar and I saw that they had created this, after recording it for so many years and again, seeing it in my head, and I went into this actual Jack's bar where there's booths and you can sit and there's a pool table and there's a bar with Jack behind it, I got verklempt. I got emotional because it was just so amazing to live in this world, which mostly was between my ears. I mean, I know I performed it and so many people, but it lives between your ears too as listeners. And then to actually be on the set and be sitting in a booth in Jack's bar and just, it all comes to life. It's magical. I felt like a little kid. I felt like all those books that you read when you're a little kid and you imagine, like, what if it was real? Well, it became real, and I was a part of it, and it was, I'm so grateful. I'm so unbelievably grateful that I was able to have a small part in it. And the other funny thing is, I was telling Colin Lawrence and I were talking, that's the actor who plays Preacher, and I was explaining to him how I record all the audiobooks and I bring all the voices to life. And I said, I'm laughing so hard because I know I'm playing Caroline, but I can do all of your voices. And we were dying. We were just laughing backstage, offset. It was amazing. It was amazing.
Did the set of the series match what you'd pictured when narrating the books? What impressed you most about being on the set?
No, this is such a great question. And the set and Jack's bar had a more modern feel than what I saw in my head as I was telling these stories, a more present day feel. And I know that the books Robyn wrote weren't, in the old days, but it definitely, I think Jack's bar in my head was a little bit more dilapidated, maybe not as modern and with all the amenities and stuff like that. I think in my head it was just a little humbler bar, and Doc's, house, and just different things that the show has been able to bring into current day. When I was telling the stories, I think it was just a little bit more in my head, mind you. This is just in my head and what came off the page with what Robyn wrote. A little bit more, like a poorer town in Northern California that was able to build itself up and build each other up in the process. I think it's that humility and that kind of hard-working ethic that really came across in the books. We kind of just land where everything's already established with the TV show, which is awesome because then you can just get into the action scenes and all that kind of stuff. But I think what was so special about the books is, for me at least, we built the town. New characters came in with each book, and old characters continued to evolve, and buildings were, constructed, and, the little cabins by the lake, started to get rented out, and there were stories there. And it was just like the town evolved with each book over the years, and it felt very close to home. So, but trust me, the set designers and whoever created Jack's bar and Hope and Doc's house and all the set are brilliant because it's beautiful. The set is absolutely beautiful. And the land in Vancouver where it's filmed, oh my God, just breathtaking, unbelievable. And I got to be there because the second scene, I was in the Airstream And we were on location near the river, and I think I cried. I was like, oh my God. And there were the director's chairs, with Virgin River on the back. And I was like, how does this happen? I feel like I'm living in a little magic bubble. It was really cool.
Why do you think the books and the Netflix series are so popular?
I think, for TV value, they've got to amp it up a little bit, and they're able to. I thought the part that was so cool were the marijuana farmers and the camps in Northern California, because, again, as I record it, I see it in my head, but when they displayed it in the show, especially in season 2, the drama value just skyrocketed. I was like, wow, this is intense. Like, the stakes got really high. And I think that's the difference of what needs to happen visually. You need to really, make it exciting and bring the drama value. And I do that the best that I can with the books and with performing it. But again, I have to respect that you're listening to this in your earbuds, and I'm telling you a story. And so there's an intimacy level that, you get to kind of break that barrier with TV, and you get to kind of, do all the bells and whistles and the flashiness and the sex scenes and the fight scenes and all of this craziness. You get to see it, you get to act it out, and it's amazing. But when I'm bringing that same scene to you with just my voice and being all the people, it's a little different experience. And I don't think you'd appreciate if I was like blowing things up in my studio for you. But that is the bonus of the TV show. Like, that's why it's so cool. It's absolutely so cool and so addictive. They just got signed for season 3, and I wouldn't be surprised if it goes for a while.
Do you have a favorite character or book in the series?
Yeah, I do have a favorite. My favorite is Virgin River, where it all starts. That was my favorite. I loved learning about Mel. I loved learning about, just this city girl coming into the mountains to be like a country doctor and everything she comes up against, and meeting all the characters for the first time. My favorite character to play was Ricky. And I said this before in an interview, but I loved his journey. And I loved just, what Robyn gave me as a performer and an actor, the opportunity to do vocally with Ricky's emotional journey and what he went through going away and fighting in the war and then coming back and dealing with his PTSD and his injuries and his anger and his frustration. That's an actor's dream. I mean, those are flavors and emotions and colors that we dream of. I mean, that's just a complex character that I love to play. I love to play. And so to this day, I mean, I love Mel. I love Mel. But she's my staple. She's like she's the grounding post in every book. But when these new characters came in, especially Ricky, I had a real soft spot in my heart for him.
What do you enjoy most about narrating the series?
I think the thing I enjoyed most about narrating the series is that it was completely unexpected. It was when I first came into recording audiobooks, and Claudia Howard at Recorded Books gave me a chance to audition for this, and it happened. And if I could have told you all that was to come, especially the relationship with Robyn Carr, there's no way I would have been able to do that, because it has been such an incredible journey. Robyn and I have been able to do events together, book signings together. We talk to each other on the phone. She is the funniest woman I've ever met. Most of our conversations is just me crying, laughing on the phone because she's so funny. And just the kindest, most grounded. And she's so like, you know what she told me? She's like, I'm so grateful when her show got bought by Netflix and was going to be going. She said, I'm so grateful that this is going to employ so many people. that just makes me feel so grateful. And I had this moment where I was like, that's who this woman is. And that's who I want to be when I grow up. I want to, no matter how successful and amazing, and New York Times bestselling these books have become and will continue to become, she's just a grounded, humble, beautiful, talented, funny, graceful woman. And what she was more excited about was that because she chose to sit down and write these books, a lot of people were able to work. And I just think that's everything. So I am incredibly grateful. I hope you guys enjoyed these answers. If you ever need anything, please reach out at www.tereseplummer.com. I get emails all the time. I respond. I love talking to you guys. You are what has made Virgin River possible. The listeners, the fans, you guys are the best. So keep enjoying. I can't wait for season 3. I will be right there with you.
Thank you, Therese. Be sure to check out all the titles in the Virgin River series and lose yourself in the most heartwarming romances and friendships of this small California mountain town.
We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Second Chance Pass, a novel by Robyn Carr. Performed by Therese Plummer. Presented by Mira and Harper Audio. Executive producer, Jennifer Lopes. Text copyright 2009 by Robyn Carr. Production copyright 2021 by Recorded Books. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.